everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
New star in Marvel. Chapter 51 to 100, Chapter 51, Devouring Abnormal Leeches, the Ultimate Boss with Infinite Growth. 1,336 words. I ran to Wings. Anru, who had been leading the team cautiously through the corridor, suddenly froze in place and raised her hand, pointing above her head with a grim expression. How many? Someone behind her asked with tension. Anru paused, her brow furrowed in concentration. A lot. I can't tell the exact number. They're small, but there are countless of them. Swarming. Jack glanced at her skeptically, but the seriousness in her tone forced him to ask, "What else can you hear, Power Girl?" She tilted her head slightly, clearly trying to focus on the sounds. It's like clinking noises, like crystals smashing into each other. It's hard to describe. At that moment, Ross's face twisted in horror as a memory snapped into focus. He suddenly shouted, F***K. Crystal butterflies. We're screwed, we'll be shredded. Crystal butterflies. The term rang ominously in everyone's ears. Another containment. Another SCP. Nick Fury narrowed his eye as the name stirred something in his memory, an image. The faint, imposing silhouette of Dr. Kondraki flashed in his mind. Why him, and why now? Meanwhile, on the screen, Houston's complexion turned ghostly pale. My God. Where did they come from? How did they get in? Vent. Vent. Two voices cried out in unison, James and Anru. Just as they shouted, a delicate dingling-dingling sound echoed across the corridor, metallic and rhythmic, like wind chimes in a storm. It was gentle at first, but within seconds, the soft sound became a cacophony, a roaring symphony of crashing crystals. Boom. A deafening eruption burst from the ceiling vents, and suddenly, the corridor was engulfed in a radiant storm of butterflies. They poured out in overwhelming numbers, a shining avalanche of glimmering wings, forming a dazzling yet terrifying cloud of razor-sharp crystal creatures. T5 Iranta didn't hesitate. Everyone get down. No one needed the order repeated. Each member dropped to the floor, covering their heads in a desperate attempt at protection. But he ran toward the swarm. He sprinted forward, directly into the cloud of butterflies without hesitation. His figure disappeared into the torrent of sparkling wings. Boom. An explosive burst of fire roared from the same vent, sending a blast wave down the corridor. Crash. Crackling. Shatter. For several breathless moments, all that could be heard was the sound of crystals smashing, millions of tiny shards cracking, grinding, and exploding across metal and flesh alike. And then, silence. Slowly, the storm abated. The sound of crystal wings faded, leaving behind only the distant hum of mechanical systems. When the team dared to look up, what they saw sent chills down their spines. It was Irantu, but a version of him no one was ready for. He looked like he had walked out of hell itself. His body was blackened and charred, resembling a slab of burnt coal. Muscle and flesh had been shredded by the butterfly's wing blades. Bits of meat fell off his frame with each movement. His back was scorched, blistered, and open, revealing implanted cybernetic components through the layers of destroyed tissue. The sight left everyone stunned. If Iranta hadn't sacrificed himself in that moment, they all knew they wouldn't have survived. They'd be shredded, gutted by the bladed wings of those creatures. In the SHIELD viewing room, agents were frozen in silence. Even Nick Fury said nothing, his expression unreadable. Somewhere deep inside, he felt something he hadn't expected, envy. The Foundation soldiers, they were different. Willing to die. Capable of withstanding the impossible. It reminded everyone of the time James had tried to contain SCP-096, charging it head-on in desperation. That same spirit echoed now in Irantu. Suddenly, a gasp rippled through the team. Someone noticed it first, and the others followed in disbelief. Irantu was moving. Despite his grotesque injuries, he was alive. He didn't even look close to dying. Anru quickly stepped forward and gave him an injection of regenerative fluid. "Can you keep going?" Iranta gave a crooked grin. Pain was evident, but he didn't show weakness. "Definitely." Jack blinked in disbelief. Jesus F asterisk 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 G Christ, man. Are you okay? Iranta chuckled, dry but genuine. Why wouldn't I be? Jack raised his hand with a stunned smile and gave him a thumbs up. I am convinced. You're something else. It was then that everyone remembered, the members of the reincarnation squad weren't ordinary soldiers. They were near immortal war machines. With Iranta standing once more, body slowly knitting itself together through biomechanical regeneration, the team resumed their march. They soon passed through a vast hall where black liquid seeped from the walls, forming a viscous, unnatural layer along the ground. The entire area pulsed with a sinister aura. Beyond the hall, they reached a dark chamber. The room was massive, spanning hundreds of meters in diameter. Dim green lights dotted the walls like stars in the void. At the far end stood a massive, tower-like structure, partially veiled in shadow but clearly mechanical in origin. The green lights outlined its frame like a skeletal beacon. Jack leaned close to Ross. "Hey, boss, what's in there?" "My mask's busted, I can't see shit." Ross scanned the darkness, his eyes narrowing. "There's definitely some sort of machinery," he muttered. "Right beneath those green lights. It's hard to make out." "Wait. Oh shit. Look at the ceiling." "No, don't look. Or maybe. F asterisk asterisk K. What is it?" Jack whispered urgently. Ross's voice dropped, his words trembling. "There's stuff on the ceiling. Living stuff. I don't know what the hell they are, but they're watching us. Hundreds of them. I swear, at least 500. The tension in the room skyrocketed. "I don't recognize them," Ross continued. "They're not like anything I've ever seen. I think we should avoid doing anything." Boom. Before he could finish, the floor exploded. About 100 meters away, a pillar of fire shot into the air, tearing through the hall with raw force. The shockwave crashed against the walls, sending debris flying and the team staggering. Then it appeared. A giant black appendage, smooth and wet, broke through the wreckage. A dozen scarlet eyes blinked open along its length, all fixated on the team. F asterisk asterisk K it. Oh my god. But the horror didn't end there. From above, another wave of terror dropped. Squeak. An ear-splitting cry echoed across the chamber, followed by hundreds, maybe thousands, of tiny, insect-like entities falling from the ceiling like rain. The team had no room to retreat. They were being ambushed from both above and below. For a moment, panic set in. Death seemed certain. 1 second passed. Then another. And another. But something strange happened. They weren't being attacked. The swarm of tiny entities didn't target the humans. Instead, they dove at the giant leech-like creature, slashing and biting at its dark skin. The black beast roared and retaliated, swinging its appendages and opening its massive maw. With terrifying power, it began to devour the small creatures, pulling dozens at a time into its mouth, crushing them in bursts of acidic gore. The ceiling creatures retaliated just as viciously, tearing at the beast's eyes, clawing at its flesh. Some were swallowed but others latched on, trying to drag it down. The humans stood frozen. They were watching two anomalies, two SCP-like entities, fighting each other with ruthless intent. The scene was chaos incarnate, but the implications were even more shocking. In the live stream, viewers erupted with theories and astonishment. What the hell? They're fighting each other. Wait. If they're both anomalies, why would they attack instead of teaming up? Hold on, remember earlier. That leech swallowed a mimetic containment object. Oh shit. Are you saying this thing feeds on other anomalies? This thing's a predator of SCPs. The comment section was flooded with speculation, disbelief, and horror. Back in the chamber, the team slowly backed away, eyes locked on the battle. Whatever that leech-like entity was, it wasn't just another monster. It was something worse. Something far more dangerous. Something that evolved by devouring the abnormal. And it had just entered its hunting ground. Underscore 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 underscore. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 52, Chapter 52, the entire site is its body. Blazing Angel appears. 1,326 words. In the chaos of the scene, James didn't hesitate. His voice rang out with urgency and authority. Let's go. Without waiting for a response, he led the entire group, more than 30 people, through the only path that hadn't yet been swallowed by the tide of horrors. But just as they made it a few steps forward, the air behind them was pierced by a bone-chilling, familiar shriek. The screech of the giant black leech echoed through the concrete corridors once more. It wasn't over. Not by a long shot. The grotesque creatures they had encountered earlier, hundreds of small, strange leeches, had merely been the appetizer. Now James and the others were the main course. The walls began to tremble violently. Cracks spread along the floor like spider webs, and entire sections of the concrete infrastructure crumbled and fell. From the fractures, holes appeared, dozens, then hundreds, and from within them surged countless small black leeches. They spilled out like a tidal wave, an ocean of squirming death. Beneath the cracked surface, an enormous hidden chamber was revealed, sprawling deep beneath the site, hollowed out over dozens of underground levels. The room glowed faintly from hundreds of flickering lights that lined the walls. But at the very bottom of the chamber was a truly nightmarish sight, a monstrous, formless black mass. Thick, oily liquid extended from its massive body, sliding along the surfaces, reaching out like grasping limbs. When they saw the creature, its grotesque form stretching across the chamber, color drained from everyone's faces. In the live broadcast room, viewers sat frozen in horror. For a few seconds, no one dared to type. Then, chaos exploded. Shit. Shit. What the hell is that thing? Oh my god, it's massive. It's like a mountain of flesh. Wait, is that the real leech? Is this the original form? Back in S.H.I.E.L.D., every agent, analyst, and executive was locked in stunned silence. Except one. Nick Fury, his one eye fixed on the live feed, clenched his jaw. It's just as I suspected. He murmured. He had already theorized that the leeches might have a central body, an original host form that directed them. But even in his most vivid nightmares, he hadn't imagined anything like this. The way it pulsed, the way it breathed, the way it spawned wave after wave of smaller leeches. The horror was beyond words. The group inside the site ran like headless chickens, desperate, afraid, but somehow still following James without question. Even though it was his first time entering this bizarre and deadly place, he moved with a certainty that was almost uncanny. Every time their path was cut off by the black tide of leeches, James would take a sharp turn down another corridor or through a hidden hatch. Every time the walls seemed to close in, he found a way through. Even the long-separated Munru and Nanku, who had been split from the main group earlier, were somehow found along the way, almost as if James knew exactly where they'd be. That was when Irantu began to grow suspicious. He turned to Anru, walking quickly beside him. What's going on here? Anru's expression was twisted in confusion. I don't know. This doesn't match any of the planned escape routes, but somehow, James keeps finding paths. Then, as the group stopped briefly to catch their breath near a stairwell, I ran to step in front of James and raised a hand to halt him. Hold on. We need to talk. James looked at him, a rare moment of uncertainty flashing across his face. I don't know how to explain it, James admitted, his voice lower. But I just know where we are. It didn't make sense. Not to I ran to. Not to the others. Not even to the millions watching the live feed. What do you mean you don't know but you do? Wasn't this his first time on site? Is he possessed? Back at S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha Romanoff frowned. What is this, a riddle, she muttered. Nick Fury didn't answer right away. Then, after a long pause, he spoke, his voice heavy with realization. I think. I understand. Everyone turned to look at him. Nick leaned forward, his eye never leaving the screen. If what James and the others said is true, if they've been inside that place for 3 days, then the question we should be asking is, what happened during those 3 days? Silence followed. Then a wave of realization spread across the room. Of course. Something must have happened to James during that time, something that changed him. Made him different. Gave him knowledge no one else had. At Kamartaj, the Ancient One watched the footage with calm solemnity. She sighed. It's a temporal anomaly, she said softly. Time within that place is fractured, unstable. I can see the distortions. She narrowed her eyes. And something else. Something. That takes from you. Back in the footage, I ran to still looked unconvinced. Then at least tell me where you're leading us. James gave him a brief smile, genuine, gentle, and oddly reassuring. I have an idea. And for reasons no one could explain, that smile worked. Everyone felt just a little lighter, as if sunlight had pierced through the darkness for a brief moment. Even the viewers at home, millions of them, felt a sudden pang in their hearts. They'd seen that smile before. I ran to open his mouth to protest again, but Honor stepped forward and put a hand on his shoulder. We should trust him, she said quietly. Ross nodded. James is a good guy. I believe him. Another shriek tore through the air, the black leeches were coming again. I ran to clenched his fists. Fine. We'll follow you. And so they ran again. James led them down another stairwell. He didn't even look back when he pulled a firebomb from his belt and hurled it into the growing tide of leeches. The incendiary grenade exploded right in the middle of a mass of squirming tendrils. Before the blast could reach them, James slammed the door shut, cutting off the fire and sealing the danger behind it, for the moment. But already, more tendrils were reaching out through cracks. Open fire. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Gunfire lit up the corridor as the task force laid into the creeping limbs with everything they had. While the bullets didn't do much permanent damage, they bought precious seconds by forcing the leech tendrils to retreat. This way. James called again, turning sharply into a narrow passage. As the group followed him, someone pointed out a sign on the wall. Wait, this area, human cryopreservation. I ran to finally had enough. James, what the hell are you doing? James turned and looked him dead in the eye. You don't have a choice, Blue Ranger. I've been here for 3 days. I ran to froze. 3 days? What do you mean 3 days? From the time you entered to the time we entered was just 4 hours. Another explosion rocked the corridor. There was no time to argue. James ran forward again, and everyone was forced to follow. Eventually, they entered a large observation deck, protected by thick glass windows. From here they could see a vast chamber beyond, a room marked with bold letters. Olympian Project Testing Area. Rows of towering cylindrical pods lined the space. Jack stepped forward, stunned. Oh my God. Are those cryochambers? No, James said quietly. They're containment units. Jack opened his mouth to ask more, but James was already moving again. He led the team to another stairwell, at the far end of the observation deck. They descended quickly into the heart of the facility. The main floor of the Olympian Project's chamber felt cold, sterile. The fluorescent lights flickered above them as they stepped onto smooth metal tiles. They had just enough time to take a breath before the wall behind them began to pulse and writhe. Leeches squirmed through the cracks. Something enormous was coming. Something ancient. Something angry. Underscore 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 underscore. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 53, Chapter 53, Fiery Angel appears, using abnormality to fight abnormality. 1,300 words. Damn it, it's happening again. James didn't react to Jack's panicked outburst. His gaze remained fixed on Henri with an intense, calm focus. He raised a hand and pointed to a tall steel door ahead. "Open it," he commanded. Henri didn't hesitate. She darted toward the nearby control panel, her fingers flying across the keys. The metallic whine of systems activating filled the air as she worked. Behind them, the wall continued to warp and twist unnaturally, as if reality itself was protesting. "Munro, open that one too," James shouted, pointing to another sealed door. Munro ran toward a different panel near the control room entrance, his breath coming in short, nervous gasps. James turned back to the group behind him, his eyes blazing with urgency. At this point, every person in the room had staked their life and future on his judgment. They had no one else to turn to. No plan B. Only James. And yet, Ross stood with a conflicted expression, concern flashing in his eyes. James inhaled deeply and raised his voice so all could hear, "Listen to me. All researchers, now's your chance, run. Head into this corridor. It leads to the power station above this facility. Once you get there, keep climbing." He paused, giving everyone a moment to let it sink in. "There might be a wall blocking your way eventually, and yeah, it's going to be disappointing. But keep going. Whatever is behind that wall, it's not going to be any slower than you." The researchers exchanged glances. Some were already trembling. Others were steeling themselves, nodding with grim determination. Then James turned to Ross. "Ross, I need you to lead Jack and the others. Hold the line. Fire at anything that comes through that twisted wall. I'll signal when it's time to retreat." Ross hesitated, his brow furrowing. "What about you?" he asked quietly. James didn't respond. He looked over to Irantu instead. "Irantu," he said, "if you stay with me, things will get messy." Irantu nodded solemnly. "Understood." There was no more time for discussion. Suddenly, the floor trembled beneath them. The entire room quivered. A low, ominous rumble surged through the walls. Something was coming. Everyone's eyes widened. "Move!" James yelled. "Get out of here, now." Ross didn't waste another second. He rallied the others and led them through the corridor. Just as the last of them cleared the room, a thunderous boom shattered the air. The warped wall exploded outward with a sickening crack. From the darkness beyond, a massive, black-skinned entity stormed into the room. At a glance, it had to be over 200 meters tall. Its sleek, oily surface shimmered with an unnatural sheen. Deep red eyes glowed beneath a curtain of writhing black tendrils. Its jaws parted, revealing sharp, yellowed teeth. Clinging grotesquely to the creature's torso was the naked body of a human woman, fused to the monstrosity like a grotesque ornament. Then it screamed. A shrill, soul-piercing wail burst forth, shaking everyone to their core. It wasn't just a sound, it was a pressure that invaded minds, freezing hearts and stealing breath. James's arm trembled as he aimed his gun, but his eyes burned with unyielding determination. He didn't hesitate. Did-da. Did-da. The task force erupted in coordinated fire. Bullets tore through the air, followed by grenades and incendiary blasts. Flames licked across the beast's surface. Their survival instincts had kicked in. The paralyzing fear was momentarily replaced with an adrenaline-fueled defiance. The facility shook under the onslaught. Gunfire, screams, explosions, and panicked footsteps merged into a chaotic symphony. For a moment, the giant black creature recoiled. It seemed surprised. The damage was enough to make it pause, if only for a heartbeat. But then it counterattacked. Dark liquid oozed from wounds on its massive body. From the fluid, more black leeches emerged. Several long tendrils lashed out at the nearest task force members, snapping through the air like whips. Suddenly, Anru's voice broke through the chaos. "It's open," she cried, and without waiting for further instruction, she ran. She didn't know what she had just unleashed, but something told her it was far from ordinary. Her intuition was right. From behind her, a deep groan echoed through the room. Rumble, hiss. The giant metal door began to slide open. From the widening gap, an icy fog poured into the room, coiling through the air. Visibility dropped. A cold, suffocating mist filled the space. Everyone watching had the same question. What the hell is locked inside there? James turned again. Munro, status. Munro stammered, "Why yeah, I think." Crack. Before he could finish, the door behind him glowed a brilliant red. Then white. The metal bent outward like soft clay under pressure. Crash. With a deafening crunch, the steel door gave way. Munro leapt backward as a wave of heat blasted outward. All eyes turned toward the breached chamber. And then... silence. Floating out of the chamber was a humanoid entity, tall and regal, its entire body wreathed in golden flames. It gripped a massive sword, glowing white-hot. And from its back, fiery wings unfolded with a thunderous whoosh. Boom. The angelic figure spread its wings, and for a moment, the battlefield went utterly silent. The Marvel world watching from across the globe froze. In the live broadcast rooms, the chat groups, and on every screen tuned in, there was only stillness. Mouths hung open. Fingers paused over keyboards. People stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Some viewers rubbed their eyes, convinced they were hallucinating. What is that? A fiery angel. A literal flaming seraph with a sword. What kind of joke is this? But the absurdity didn't stop there. The appearance of the angel-like entity seemed to provoke the black leech monster. It let out another piercing screech, and whipped several tendrils at the flaming being. Are they fighting? It didn't make sense. And yet, in the chaos, the truth slowly emerged. In the shield control room, Director Nick Fury's expression twisted in realization. So that's what this was all about, he muttered. That was James's plan all along. He thought back to the horrific moment when the black leeches devoured an anomalous mimetic entity. He recalled the creature's insatiable hunger for abnormalities. That's it, he realized. The black leeches devour the abnormal, and they never stop. They want more. It clicked. No wonder James brought everyone here, Fury whispered, shocked. No wonder he had the Samsara team open the cold storage door. He looked at the screen, eyes wide. He was planning this all along, using one abnormality to fight another. Abnormality. Natasha Romanoff blinked, then gasped. Wait, you mean that angel? James let out a containment object. Doesn't that mean? There's another one, she said slowly, the color draining from her face. She remembered it clearly, the Samsara team had opened 2 doors. Back at the facility, the fiery being and the Black Leech Queen were locked in a mythic struggle. There were no bullets now. No explosions. This was something older than modern warfare. This was like a battle from legend. The angel's sword sliced through the air, each strike sending waves of white-hot fire. Every tendril it struck erupted into a cloud of scorched fluid and ash. Leeches were incinerated mid-lunge, their bodies falling in smoldering heaps. Scree! The Leech Queen shrieked in agony. It was furious now. A dozen tendrils snapped toward the angel at once. The entire facility shook with the force of the strike. But the moment the tendrils made contact, a sound cut through the air. It was haunting. Like a chorus of long, sorrowful sobs, and then, all at once, silence. Absolute silence. No gunfire. No screams. No explosions. Just silence. The kind that settles before a storm, or after the end. Underscore 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 underscore. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 54, Chapter 54, The Supreme Divinity, the Stag Appears. A 3. 1,529 words. The sound reverberated through the room, akin to the lowing of an elk or the mooing of a buffalo. Whether inside the facility or on the screen, it felt as though the world had paused. Countless souls stood in stunned silence, unable to do anything but stare. Boom. Boom. Footsteps echoed through the room, each step heavier than the last, as though a massive weight was pressing down on the hearts of everyone listening. The air grew tense, and an overwhelming presence seemed to manifest out of nowhere. Slowly, a creature emerged from the swirling white mist. It was colossal, its form a terrifying combination of animal and divine. Its body was covered in a mix of pine green and cream-colored fur, patterned in intricate designs. Its neck was long and slender, resembling that of a deer. But instead of the usual deer's head, it bore a humanoid face, a face that radiated an ancient and unknowable power. Antlers crowned its head, intertwined with swirling black marble patterns, glowing faintly with blue light. Above its head, suspended in midair, were 9 concentric circles of crystals and metallic spheres, shimmering like distant stars in the cosmos. The creature moved forward, stepping out of its containment chamber with deliberate grace. It turned its gaze towards the team below, nodding ever so slightly. The world seemed to bow in reverence. The presence was so immense that it threatened to shatter the sanity of anyone who witnessed it. The question on everyone's mind was simple: what is this thing? After a tense pause, the live feed exploded with shock and awe. Oh my God, what is this? This is insane. Is this even real? Is this a god? It's like something from Norse mythology. Can such a creature exist in this world? In S.H.I.E.L.D.'s command center, Nick Fury's eyes widened, his usual stoic demeanor faltering. Natasha Romanoff had to lean heavily against the table to steady herself. Maria Hill gripped her notebook so tightly her knuckles turned white, but she couldn't look away from the screen. Across the world, Kamartaj's magic apprentices were frozen in place. The Ancient One's expression was filled with shock and recognition. Most wouldn't have noticed, but she could sense something in the creature's energy, a familiarity. As someone who dealt with gods regularly, she immediately recognized the unmistakable signs. This being was a god. And not just any god. The form it had taken was merely a fraction of its true might. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Loki stared at the screen with wide, bewildered eyes. He, who had long called himself a god, was now feeling something he had never experienced before. The sensation was unmistakable, the oppressive force from a higher god, descending upon him. For the first time in a long while, Loki felt small. In the image, the stag-like entity turned its gaze to the task force below. Every person who met its eyes felt their heart race. Some even collapsed, overwhelmed by a sense of dizziness or terror. When the creature finally opened its mouth, a low, humming sound filled the room. The air seemed to freeze. Suddenly, the stillness was broken by an attack. Why? The giant leech screeched as it hurled its tentacles at the stag-like entity. The space around it distorted as if trying to prevent the attack. The creature buzzed again, the sound reverberating, and the battle began in earnest. The stag-like god faced the giant leech, which seemed to have chosen this moment to strike. But it was not alone. A humanoid figure, wreathed in flames, surged forward, accompanied by a fiery wave that cut across the space. The cylinders surrounding the creature began to spin and clash with the black creature, metal balls and fire colliding in a spectacular show of force. The three entities, deer-like, black and flame-wreathed, engaged in a chaotic battle. Their powers intertwined in an explosion of contrasting energies, distorting the very fabric of space around them. It was a spectacle of gods and monsters, a true clash of titanic forces. Amid the battle, the team realized they had only one option left: to escape. "James, you..." Jack stammered, his voice trembling. He turned to James, who gave a strained but reassuring smile. "Don't worry, we'll get out of here. But we need to go now," James urged, his tone carrying a finality that left no room for argument. I ran to, his face conflicted, glanced at James. He realized only then how mad James's plan had been, to let these powerful entities clash, hoping to escape amidst the chaos. "Let's move," Irantu ordered, signaling the others to start running. The ground behind them scorched with flames. The heat was unbearable as they rushed forward. But it was not without consequence. As they sprinted, a black tendril whipped through the air, slamming into Nanko and sending her sprawling to the ground. Jack tried to help, but Irantu grabbed him by the collar. "We are reincarnated," Irantu said in a tone that was both urgent and resolute. Nanko, still writhing in pain, continued to fire her weapon, her shots barely slowing the creature's relentless assault. James and the team kept moving, narrowly avoiding death at every turn. The chaos was unimaginable. The stag-like creature stood its ground, its antlers deflecting the black tendrils that sought to crush it. At the same time, the burning figure hurled its fiery blasts, aiming for the leech-like creature, which countered with more black tendrils and metal spheres. James's group made it to the stairwell, but danger was still closing in. As they ascended, a loud sound tore through the air, a metallic cylinder crashing against the wall just inches from Dr. Scott and a researcher. Another cylinder flew through the wall, slamming into Irantu, sending him crashing to the floor. "Damn it," someone shouted as they raced to avoid the incoming fire. The flames below them intensified, spreading ever higher, but the team had no choice but to press on. They needed to escape this hell. The cacophony of battle raged behind them, screams, metal clashing, and flames. At one point, the group saw a humanoid figure of fire, encased in metal, with flames bursting from its cracks. Through the chaos, James pushed forward, his determination unwavering. The exit was near, but there was still much to do. The others had already started running, but James lingered behind, making sure they had time to escape. Munro, noticing James's decision, turned back with a worried expression. "What are you doing, James?" she asked, her voice tight with concern. James gave her a calm, eerie smile. "I'm buying you time," he replied, though his tone carried an unsettling calmness. "Go ahead. Get out of here." Munro hesitated, the weight of the moment sinking in. "James, your life. It's limited. I am reincarnated, too." James's smile deepened. "Let me do my thing, Munro. I'll catch up soon. Trust me." The urgency in his voice left no room for argument. Munro reluctantly turned and ran, leading the rest of the team toward safety. James, now alone, slowed his pace. His eyes never left the horizon. Behind him, the sound of destruction grew louder, signaling that the end was near. The audience watching the live broadcast could feel the tension in the air, their hearts racing. They knew what was coming. In the command center, Nick Fury could only stare, his face grim. He knew James had just made a gamble that might cost him his life. Minutes passed. The battle raged on, and James stood his ground. As the metal cylinders and black tendrils continued their deadly assault, James never faltered. The air around him shimmered with energy, and the explosions grew ever closer. Suddenly, the familiar hum of machinery filled the room. A massive burst of white light erupted from behind him, and the transmission abruptly ended. The audience, left in stunned silence, watched the screen, waiting for more. They had seen enough to know that something monumental had just occurred. Later, back in S.H.I.E.L.D., the aftermath of the mission unfolded. Ross sat at a desk in his office, looking haggard and worn. He was debriefing with a man in a white coat. "Tell me your name and identity," the man in the white coat asked. Ross sighed deeply before answering, "Ephraim Ross, leader of Mobile Task Force Epsilon, 11 Nine-Tailed Fox." The man marked something on his file, then nodded. "Now, tell me about your mission." Ross grimaced. "You haven't seen the video logs, have you?" "No, not yet. They're still being sorted," the man replied. Ross rubbed his temples. "It wasn't a good experience," he said softly. "I'll tell you this much, whatever Site 13 was, it wasn't a research facility. It was a termination center. A place where anomalies are brought in, experimented on, and then destroyed." He paused, taking a deep breath. "With the incinerator that took up half the site." Fury, watching the report from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s command center, couldn't shake the feeling of dread. Everything pointed to one undeniable conclusion: Site 13 had been a place for dealing with anomalous life forms. And now it was gone. Underscore 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 underscore. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 55, Chapter 55, A God Falls and the Third Memory is Revealed. 1,574 words. The man in the white coat adjusted his glasses and continued, "Can you tell me what's wrong with that?" I thought, oh my God. Ross paused, struggling to explain. "It's really hard to describe. It felt like things were out of control. It was like something from Jurassic Park. If we had encountered something, some kind of corrosive black substance, it tore Houston's leg off." Ross's face turned grim as he spoke, and he couldn't help but glance around, searching for answers. "Have you seen Houston? Is he okay?" "He's receiving medical care now. He should be fine," the white-coated man replied. Ross, still troubled by the horrific memory, sighed heavily. "All teams suffered losses, which is bad, but compared to what we saw last time, it could have been much worse." "Last time?" the doctor inquired. Ross looked up, his eyes bloodshot and exhausted. "You don't know? Oh, you haven't seen the video yet." He took a deep breath and continued, his voice growing tense. "They built containment units beneath the site, each the size of a football field. James had us open a few of them, and we were able to escape during the chaos." Ross's face turned a shade paler as the fear seemed to flood back. "But the things inside those units, one of them looked at me the way we look at ants. It was like a god trapped in a box. And they kept it there. There were at least 20 of these containment units, but the room was far larger than I could comprehend." At this point, Ross looked at the others in the room, his gaze becoming distant. It was as though he was questioning everything, wondering what they were really doing down there. What are they doing? How do they do it? The screen faded to black. Ross's report had been brief, yet it carried an overwhelming amount of terror. The containment units, the flaming humanoid, the deer-shaped creature released by James. Every detail seemed to weigh heavily on the hearts of the viewers. But what everyone was really wondering about was James. Was he really gone? Could he have survived? Though reason told them that no one could have survived what James went through, there was still a flicker of hope. Everyone couldn't help but fantasize that James, just like before, might still have somehow emerged victorious. Just as these thoughts raced through the viewers' minds, the screen flashed again. This time, it was Anru, a member of the Samsara team. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents watching the live broadcast were taken aback. "Isn't she dead?" someone whispered. "Yes, she was engulfed by the flames of the fiery angel." "She should have been dead," another agent confirmed. But now, here she was, alive, staring at them from the screen. "Don't forget," Nick Fury's voice was grave, "they are reincarnates, immortal cyborgs reborn from the flesh and blood of dead gods." The agents looked at each other in disbelief. "Immortal," one muttered, almost under their breath. "That's terrifying." "Why are you following James?" the doctor asked Anru. Anru, composed as ever, looked at the doctor and answered, "Before he left the team, I made sure I understood James's intentions. We talked before the escape. I was worried that without my help, he might not have had the means to retrace the path we took." The doctor, clearly seeking more information, pressed on. "Your recording equipment was disabled for a long time, until you reached the Thresher area. What happened then?" The live broadcast audience immediately leaned in, eager for the answers. But Anru's response was chilling. She remained silent for a moment, her face visibly pale, then finally spoke. "I disabled the device." She hesitated. There was a room that was unlike anything we had encountered before. It was the server room, located above the Olympian containment unit. I didn't know where we were going. We were caught off guard. It was a mistake. It was the same room we entered, but..." Her voice faltered, her words scattered. The tension in the room grew thick. Something was clearly wrong. "What do you mean?" the doctor pressed. Anru took a deep breath and began to explain, her voice shaky. "As we entered, I could see the mainframes around us. But above them, we were standing on a bluff that overlooked an area of unfathomable size." Her face paled further as she recalled the experience, her voice trembling with fear. "Below us, there were countless humans, screaming. Their arms were severed at the wrists. They were begging the void to restore them. Then the sky vanished, like a falling meteor. I had to look away. James didn't." She fell silent for a moment, her face drained of color. "When I turned around, I saw billions of charred bodies lying on the ground. But worse still, there were living beings, their arms outstretched, trying to embrace the fallen morning star. They were hanging from it, twisted like puppets." The audience sat in stunned silence, each person processing the chilling imagery. Anru's next words were barely audible. "At Site 13, they called it Maladramedjuank's data expunged, but here, they call it something else, a terrifying name." Anru's description was jumbled, fragmented, but her words were enough to send shivers down the spines of the viewers. As she spoke, the atmosphere seemed to warp, and the audience began to feel a deep unease. The name, Maladramedjuan, echoed in their minds, and a collective sense of dread gripped them. "I repeat," Natasha Romanoff said in a voice filled with fear, "do not say that name." Her warning was urgent. "It's not just a name, it's something worse." Everyone in the Marvel Universe seemed to experience an unsettling moment. The name itself triggered a sense of dread, and it wasn't just a casual fear, it was a mimetic, cognitive hazard that affected them on a deep level. Even as the screen continued, many began to experience a kind of hallucination, a distortion of reality as they processed what had been said. The broadcast room erupted with voices of fear and disbelief. "Is anyone else seeing this? What's going on? Damn, you said it too. I feel sick. This is worse than I thought. Too scary. Half of the name itself has this kind of effect. What kind of power are we dealing with here? The tension in the room grew unbearable. Onru's voice broke through the chaos. When I first encountered this entity, it displayed anomalous mimetic and cognitohazardous properties strong enough to burn out my scramble units. I don't know what that means for someone unprotected. Her face twisted in fear as she described the entity. It showed us something. A vision. The fire circle, Onru continued, her voice trembling, and the blue sky, the wind of the soul. Her eyes widened as she relived the memory. The void at the center of the universe screamed at me. And then, I saw it, the tall, thin god of nightmares walking slowly among countless crosses, all on display. Onru's face twisted in horror as she remembered the vast sea and sky on the entity's back. The chilling image was burned into her mind. It turned to the sea, plunged into it, and then the vision vanished. The room was empty. As the words left her mouth, the audience could almost feel the weight of the vision. A vast, impossible sight that broke the boundaries of their understanding. And yet, the horror didn't end there. Onru's next words were even more terrifying. James started running after that. I followed him. He didn't speak a word until we reached the machine. Her voice cracked. He said he had been there for a while, that he knew how to start it. He said he didn't know where this would lead him, but he was going to bury what he saw in the darkness. Onru paused, looking visibly shaken. Before I could start the machine, the creature in the containment unit broke into the room, and I was terminated. The room fell into silence. The memory of Onru being engulfed by fire flashed in the minds of all who had seen it before. But questions remained. Why had James stayed there for so long? When had that happened? During those 3 days that had mysteriously disappeared. Nick Fury speculated aloud, could it have been during those 3 days of lost contact? The doctor's final question came as the camera panned back. Did James say anything before you died? Onru paused for a moment, her face clouded with grief. He just smiled at me. The screen faded to black, leaving the world with more questions than answers. As the final statement appeared on the screen, the system summarized the event. SCP-1730 has been neutralized by James, a member of Mobile Task Force Epsilon 11, Nine-Tailed Fox. According to information obtained from personnel brought out of Site 13, Site 1B has been confirmed to be the world. James's second memory ends. As the memory ended, a strange sense of loss gripped everyone watching. James had once again made a selfless sacrifice, neutralizing another anomaly that could have brought devastation to the world. Yet, the lingering question remained, was it all worth it? Shield Natasha Romanoff gritted her teeth in frustration. So that's it. James's second memory is over. There are still too many mysteries left unsolved, she growled. Underscore 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 underscore. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 56, Chapter 56, The Foundation Houses a God. 343. 1,529 words. The familiar figure of Dr. Clef appeared before everyone's eyes. He casually spoke, his tone indifferent. SCP-239 is a level for reality bender. Although their range of effect is small, objects within their range of effect can be shaped almost completely by her. They can create humans or anomalous objects at will with little to no harm, can make humans disappear and reappear, can turn the entire Site 17 into number 51. Gulp. Someone in the crowd undoubtedly swallowed their saliva, and the sound seemed loud in the hushed room. At that moment, everyone froze, staring at the large screen in front of them. Nick Fury looked bewildered as he turned around to glance at the display in the sky, muttering. SCP-239 is a level for reality bender. The murmurs grew louder, eventually erupting into a chorus of disbelief. You call a level for reality bender a containment low-risk humanoid entity? In an instant the agents, who had thought that James could expect peaceful days ahead, became disheartened. The extraordinary heroes reacted quicker than the average audience. At that moment in the extraordinary chat group, Steve, so, James finally doesn't have to worry about being on the front lines anymore. Tony, damn it, Jarvis just reminded me that 239 is the level for reality bender Dr. Clef mentioned before. Natasha Romanoff, he deliberately grouped 239 with several other containment objects. Doesn't that mean the others are just as dangerous as 239? Deadpool, wow, that's terrible. Hulk, well, it seems like the cause of the research isn't so simple. The images on the screen continued playing. As low-level researchers who had just joined the Foundation, James and the others didn't fully grasp the horror of the containment objects Dr. Clef mentioned. The man in the white coat seemed uninterested in the lack of reaction, sighing with boredom before continuing. Since Site-17 primarily focuses on the containment and research of low-risk humanoid entities, the permanent staff here includes a dozen medical and psychological professors. As he said that, everyone had reached the door of an office. Knock, knock, knock. Boss, the person has been brought here. The door to the office swung open. However, when the audience in the live broadcast room saw who it was, everyone was momentarily stunned. It was none other than Dr. Kondraki. Still dressed in his signature off-white windbreaker, a baseball cap perched on his head, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, and a scruffy beard. The live broadcast room erupted in surprise. What? It's him. Shit. It was this guy who caused James to die in the death gate. Damn it, we're back to Site-17. Speaking of which, this guy won't recognize us, right? Surprisingly, Dr. Kondraki seemed unfazed by seeing James. He merely glanced at the three of them with mild indifference, before saying casually. Very good. Site-17 is short-staffed at the moment, so I have 3 jobs for you to choose from. The audience, who had expected to see something more formal, was stunned. What boss lets their employees choose their own jobs? But on the screen, the energetic young boy appeared thrilled. The first job is organizing documents. No one chose the safest job. Dr. Kondraki seemed surprised at this, his eyebrow raising slightly. Well, the second job is field work. And as soon as he finished speaking, the boy stood up, winking at James and the others, almost as if begging them to pick another job, hoping they wouldn't steal it from him. He whispered, I'll treat you all to dinner later. Dr. Kondraki shrugged and replied, fine, the second job is yours. Oh. Thank you so much. Ignoring the boy who was busy collecting his treasures, Dr. Kondraki turned to face James and the others. The last job is contacting the containment objects, including daily records, psychological evaluations. Anyway, you know what I mean. Unexpectedly, the girl hesitated for a moment. She did have an interest in anomalous entities, but there was only one she was particularly fascinated by, SCP-408, the fantasy butterfly. With a sigh, she spoke up, then I'll choose the first one. Dr. Kondraki snapped his fingers and shrugged, gesturing toward James, ladies first, the third job is yours. James nodded calmly. At this point, James, the junior researcher, officially became part of Site-17. He now had an unreliable boss and an equally questionable job. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. was in an uproar. Although they didn't know much about the Foundation's containment objects, they certainly understood the risks. Damn, is this guy crazy? Natasha Romanoff exclaimed in frustration. Or has he just had enough of life? Yeah, that's a level for reality bender, someone else chimed in. Maybe there's even more dangerous ones in the mix. Who knows if the others are worse? The agents echoed in disbelief. Before anyone could respond, the scene shifted. Congratulations to everyone on your successful employment. Cheers. 3 glasses clinked together. No one expected that Lois, the eccentric member of the previous trio, would be the one to treat them to dinner. It was just in the cafeteria inside the base, with whiskey as the drink of choice. Hiss, damn it, the Foundation doesn't even provide alcohol to low-level researchers. This is total discrimination. Lois complained, slamming his glass down as he looked at his 2 colleagues. ZYN, I have to say, your choice was right, Lois continued, looking somewhat condescending. Paperwork is boring, but as Dr. Kondraki said, at least it's safe. Unexpectedly, ZYN sighed and spoke, I actually wanted to study the containment objects, especially 408. 408. Lois raised an eyebrow, surprised. Who doesn't know that 408 is Drive Kondraki's personal collection in Site 17? ZYN took another sip of whiskey, appearing downcast, and fell silent. Lois then turned to James, his eyes filled with sympathy. Brother, if I were you, I'd immediately apply for a job transfer or even a station transfer. James just looked at him, saying nothing. Lois shrugged, not concerned. The guy who brought us here in the white coat didn't have good intentions. 073, 105, 239, 343, 600, 1915. These are some of the most dangerous containment objects in the Foundation. Especially 343, that's. His expression suddenly turned pale as he took a large gulp of whiskey to calm himself. Anyway, whoever deals with it will die. Lois finished, his tone now heavy with foreboding. The audience watching the live broadcast was in complete chaos. F***K. I told you the white coats in the Foundation are no good. Hell, I even felt a little relieved for James, but now he's the joker. He should apply for a transfer as soon as possible, the audience collectively urged. Shield. The agents were all still talking, but Natasha Romanoff folded her arms, pouting. Listen to advice. If James had listened to advice, he might still be a D-class personnel by now. After so long, the agents had gained a deeper understanding of James's character. He was bold but methodical and thoughtful. As expected, in the face of Lois' urgent warnings, James just smiled and gave a calm response. Seeing that he couldn't persuade James, Lois gave up. Forget it, good luck anyway. Lois paused in the middle of his speech, and the audience in the live broadcast room was beyond anxious. What exactly was 343? Why was it so scary? Why couldn't Lois finish his explanation? Everyone clenched their teeth, wishing they could dive into the screen and force Lois to reveal more. Nick Fury's expression grew increasingly serious. This man obviously knew a lot about the containment objects at Site 17, but why did he specifically focus on 343? Could it be that SCP-343 was even more terrifying than the level for reality bender, SCP-239? Suddenly, the screen changed. James was now wearing the familiar white coat. Just when the audience was on edge, wondering what James's first task would be, they were not prepared for what came next. James, Dr. Kondraki is calling you, ZYN said, approaching James's workstation with a file in hand, clearly frustrated. Soon, James arrived at Dr. Kondraki's office. The first sentence he heard was, "Do you have time? The researcher in charge of 343 has asked for leave, and I need you to take over his job temporarily." At these words, the live broadcast room exploded. SHIELD agents also tensed up. Nobody expected that James would be the first researcher to deal with such a dangerous containment object. Of course, it was 343, the very object everyone feared. 75, this guy is crazy. Natasha Romanoff hissed, frustrated. How long has James been a researcher? And he's already exposed to such a dangerous containment object. Nick Fury sighed deeply. This is Dr. Kondraki. Everyone went silent. They had all witnessed his insanity. After all, he was the man who dared to ride SCP-682. Back in the scene, despite being warned by Lois beforehand, James seemed unfazed. Okay, James responded nonchalantly. Once he confirmed his agreement, Dr. Kondraki handed him a file, and in a much more satisfied tone, continued. You may have heard rumors about 343, but it's underscore 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 underscore. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 57, Chapter 57, Even God Can't See Through. Angel Feathers Falling on Adeline. 1,549 words. 343 was given the common nickname, God, by our site staff. Dr. Kondraki fiddled with a camera and said casually. When I first spoke to him, he flatly claimed to be the creator of the universe. Dr. Kondraki's voice was low and rough, making people feel relaxed unconsciously. The creator of the universe. Hearing this, even James, who usually kept his emotions in check, was speechless. Not to mention the audience in the live broadcast room. Isn't the creator of the universe a bit of an exaggeration? Surprised, huh? Dr. Kondraki shrugged and grinned. When I asked him to prove this, he smiled, walked out through the containment cell wall, and returned seconds later with a burger in his hand. James frowned. Walked out through the containment wall. When faced with an unknown containment object, the level of special containment procedures is usually quite strict. Anti-thaumaturgy, reality anchors, anti-memes, and so on. As long as there's a potential hazard, there's a corresponding containment ability. But 343 just walked out like that. Dr. Kondraki seemed pleased with James's surprise and continued. When I visited him the second time, the previously bare single room had been upgraded with furnishings in an old English style, a roaring fireplace, and the room was many times larger than it looked from the outside. Hearing this, James frowned even deeper. Not only did he freely come and go, but he also transformed the containment room. The most important thing is that this guy seems to be able to create things out of thin air. This alone made him worthy of the title of God. Seeing James's reaction, Dr. Kondraki laughed. Relax, he loves talking to people and seems to know everything. SCP-343 has been harmless so far, and all staff have been allowed in. But somehow, they all find the time to see him whenever they need to. Hearing this, James was no longer as surprised as before. God. Omniscient, omnipotent. It was even more normal to give promises to believers. In fact, visits to SCP-343 have become a daily event for many of the staff here, and all staff report feeling happier after each visit. Dr. Kondraki gave a weird smile. From the look of you, it's likely that you've heard some contrary news. James did not answer but asked, so what is my mission? It's very simple. Dr. Kondraki stood up with the camera in his hand, patted James on the shoulder, and said with a smile, devoid of airs of a site director, just have a simple chat with God and see if he needs anything. Seeing this, the audience who had been arguing before suddenly fell silent. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room grew weird. Peace God, chat. What kind of mission is this? Even James felt it was a little unreal. Unfortunately, after Dr. Kondraki finished speaking, he urged James to carry out his mission and refused to elaborate any further. Soon, James arrived at the door of a holding room according to the address on the file. Compared to the 24-hour surveillance at the doors of other containment rooms, there was no one in front of SCP-343's containment room. After all, he was a god. When James arrived at the door, his breathing changed slightly. But before he could open it, he heard a kind male voice coming from inside. A guest is here, please come in. Live broadcast room. James looked at the file in his hand, then looked up at the number on the containment room, thinking that he had gone to the wrong place. After a moment's hesitation, he opened the door. Then, he saw an old English-style room, just like what Dr. Kondraki had described. An elderly man sat in a wooden chair next to a roaring fireplace. His eyes matched the room. "Hello, James," he said. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw the old man, the entire Marvel world exploded instantly. "Oh my God. It's really God. Mom, come out and see God. How is it possible? There really is a God living in the Foundation. It's crazy, everything is crazy. Shield, Lord Jehovah, we are in heaven, our loving Father. Allah, forgive us. The Tathagata saves suffering." Hearing the rhythmic prayers from Shield, Nick Fury's face was so gloomy that it looked like water could drip from it. He was not against agents having faith, but... damn it. Are your heavenly fathers the same God? Nick Fury's words instantly caused a group of devout believers to glare at him angrily. "Even if you are the boss, you cannot insult my heavenly Father. Allah is the highest and only reality in the universe, the only true Lord who deserves worship." Nick Fury interrupted everyone loudly, "But there is obviously only one God on the screen." At this point, others also realized something was wrong. They asked in amazement. "Isn't that the Father you see?" It's obviously Sakyamuni Buddha." Ignoring the arguing agents, Nick Fury stared at the screen with a frown. In his eyes, the old man was not the Heavenly Father or Sakyamuni Buddha, but a peaceful old man. Everything he said and did gave people an indescribable sense of holiness. It made people subconsciously want to worship him. Could it be that his appearance is different for every observer? Nick Fury vaguely guessed some information. Obviously, whoever this 343 appeared to, it would take the most familiar and comforting form to that individual. Thinking of this, Nick Fury was shocked. 343, it's really a god. In the picture, James was stunned for a moment, then recovered. He bowed slightly. "Hello, sorry to bother you." Immediately, he walked into the house. 343 invited James to sit on the chair, and before James could ask anything, T appeared in front of him. James's eyes widened in shock. Because this T had appeared out of thin air. What shocked him even more was he had just happened to think of green tea. He looked at 343, his expression slightly unnatural. "Relax, kid, it's just a casual encounter, right?" 343 said with a smile. His smile seemed to have a kind of magic. The originally agitated James gradually calmed down. "Do you know me?" James asked as the first question. "Yes, SCP, 343 said, smiling. "I see you coming. Welcome to Site-17. As his voice fell, James's eyes suddenly widened. The audience in the live broadcast room was also stunned in place. They were shocked to find that the environment in the containment room had changed again. If it was a British-style living room just now, then now. James and 343 seemed to be in an endless pure white space. White without any impurities. White, it makes people feel pure holiness. At this time, everyone began to worry about James. After all, the person opposite him was a god. James looked around, then squinted at 343, "Where is this?" "I'm a researcher at Site-17. Please send me back." As James spoke, he searched for the alarm in his arms. However, nothing was found. That's not the case. 343 paused. "I can't see your past, nor can I see your future." James narrowed his eyes and said sarcastically, "It seems that you are not the so-called omniscient and omnipotent. Who are you? Why do you do this?" The audience in the live broadcast room was so nervous when they saw this. Everyone looked at James on the screen in disbelief, speechless with shock. This guy. Are you challenging a god? Nick Fury's forehead was bulging with veins, his fists tightly clenched, cursing inwardly, "Is this guy crazy?" Fortunately, 343 wasn't offended by James's words as everyone had imagined. "I am SCP-343 now. I brought you here to warn you that this world is irreversibly heading towards destruction." 343's expression was serious. So much so that the entire space seemed to become unstable. James's eyes remained calm. "As long as the Foundation exists, the world will not perish." James felt that this was a bit against his will. Human civilization may perish, but the Foundation will not. 343 smiled slightly, and the audience in the live broadcast room immediately broke free from the majestic atmosphere, feeling like they were bathed in a spring breeze. "You already have the answer in your heart, don't you?" James's tone remained calm. "I think I should go back." "As you wish." The next moment, James and 343 returned to the familiar British-style containment room. 343 still had that warm smile on his face, as if nothing had happened. James, on the other hand, looked at him deeply, bowed slightly, and said, "Nice to meet you." "Me too." The scene ended here. However, what should have been a very simple task became complicated due to 343's inexplicable remarks. For example, why did 343 say that he could not see James's past and future clearly? Isn't he supposed to be omniscient and omnipotent? Also, what did he mean when he said that the world was irreversibly heading toward destruction? Did 343 know some secrets about the Foundation world? And why did he choose to reveal these words only to James? Puzzles piled up one after another, filling everyone's mind. They looked at the screen with even more. Chapter 58, Shock. The key to 1,199 words. By the end of her lecture, the scientist's voice had dropped from sharp to coldly indifferent. In the Foundation, you could end up stuck in a lab for the rest of your life until the sun burns out, or worse, you could lose your life before that. She didn't wait for a response. Dr. Hayden turned and walked away with her arms crossed, her voice dropping into a whisper. "I hope it's the former." Click. ZYN wiped the tears from her cheeks, and quietly exited the office. As she stepped into the hallway, she almost bumped into James, who was just about to enter. Her expression tightened, and she quickly turned away. "You applied for Project 408 again," James said flatly. It wasn't a question. Clearly, this wasn't the first time ZYN had tried. She nodded and muttered under her breath, "They rejected me again. Said I lacked the required experience, and advised me not to apply again for a while." James didn't reply, but ZYN straightened up. "No matter what it takes, I'll make it. I will work on 408. With that, she strode off, her determination radiating through the screen. The audience watching the live broadcast couldn't help but smile. They might not understand ZYN's deep affection for SCP-408, but her fierce determination moved them. She was the underdog, and everyone roots for the underdog. Click. James entered Dr. Kondraki's cluttered office. The older man was still tinkering with his vintage camera. "Oh, you're back already," Kondraki said without looking. "Just toss the mission report on that cabinet. You're not going to check it." Kondraki waved him off. "No need. Everyone knows SCP-343 won't hurt anyone. Honestly, if not for his cooperation, he'd be classified as Apollyon." Then he turned, smiling. Something abnormal happened. James paused but shook his head. "No. Nothing out of the ordinary." "Then that's that." As James set the report down, something caught his eye, a set of well-worn files on the corner of the cabinet. The first one read, "Item, SCP-408, Phantom Butterflies." It was ZYN's obsession. Kondraki noticed his glance. "Interested? Go ahead. You have clearance." James nodded and opened the file. The audience leaned in. Everyone wanted to understand why this file had such a pull on ZYN. SCP-408, Phantom Butterflies. Object Class, Safe. Containment Procedures. The habitat of SCP-408 must be monitored by Level 2 personnel trained in biology or entomology. Humidity levels are to be checked daily and logged. The enclosure must be stocked with sugar solution feeders, refreshed weekly. Description: SCP-408 appears to be a swarm of zebra-striped butterflies that act with unified intelligence, likely a hive mind. When not observed, they can alter their appearance and shape, creating sophisticated optical illusions. James read through it quickly. The butterflies were clever, able to blend in, mimic, and confuse. But what truly surprised everyone was this: SCP-408 obeyed Dr. Kondraki's commands. Across town, inside a darkened shield control room, Nick Fury's eye narrowed. That wasn't just a containment creature, that was an asset. SCP-500 had been used to suppress the regenerative SCP-682. SCP-408 was harmless but potentially useful. What if they could use more anomalies as tools? What if there was an entire team made of contained SCPs? The thought made Fury sit forward in his chair. Back in the office, Kondraki chuckled. ZYN's interested in those butterflies, huh? Smart kid. Just green. James didn't reply. His eyes had already drifted to another file, just beneath the 408 folder. SCP-1000 Bigfoot. Can I read this? He asked. Kondraki looked at him for a moment. Technically, you need Level 3 clearance. But you've earned some trust. Go ahead. Just don't walk out with it. The generosity surprised James and the viewers. Kondraki was eccentric, but this was another level. James opened the file, and the audience gasped when they saw the classification. Object Class, Kita. At SHIELD headquarters, Natasha muttered seriously. They just leave Kita-level files sitting around. Nick Fury was already taking notes. Up to now, they had seen safe class like SCP-343 and 408, Euclid SCP-096, 173, and now Kita. The highest danger level. Every Kita-level SCP encountered so far, 682, 1730, 1983, could cause mass death or worse. The Kita classification meant only one thing: uncontainable or unpredictable devastation. James began reading. Containment Protocols. Any media or scientific reports about SCP-1000 must be intercepted and scrubbed. Any person or group investigating SCP-1000 must be neutralized or administered amnestics. Remains are to be collected, analyzed, and replaced with fakes. The audience exploded. What? Just talking about it gets you wiped. It must be mimetic. Or an info hazard. MTF Zeta 1000 must be very busy. Back at Stark Tower, Tony leaned back. Rhodes, thoughts? This smell like a cognitive hazard to you? Maybe, Colonel Rhodes replied. They emphasize observation. That screams danger by awareness. A meme is an idea that spreads like a virus, and this one could be fatal. James kept reading. SCP-1000. Species classification, hominin. Height, 1.5 to 3 meters. Weight, 90 to 270 kilograms. Traits, covered in fur, large eyes, ape-like cranial ridges. Intelligence, comparable to higher primates. SCP-1000 evolved alongside early humans, but suffered a catastrophic population collapse around 10,000 years ago. This was due to a genetic disease, SCP-1000-F1. So, they're basically caveman apes, someone in the live chat said. But then came the real twist. SCP-1000-F1. This pseudo-disease affects SCP-1000 on a genetic level. While many are immune, some die shortly after birth. But the real danger lies in what happens when a human sees them. Any primate who directly or indirectly observes SCP-1000 has at least a 2% chance of sudden, fatal brain failure. Every 20 minutes of observation increases that risk by another 1%. In some cases, the fatality rate has reached 90%. Even a dead body of SCP-1000 can cause this. Only small patches of fur are safe. The live chat went silent. Then chaos. No way. This isn't just Bigfoot, this is a walking info nuke. If these things were in a city, they'd wipe out the whole world by just being seen. Back at S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha whispered, "That's why it's Kita." Assistant Maria Hill asked, "Shouldn't the virus be the actual containment object? Does it matter?" Natasha replied, her eyes lingering on the words "world-ending event" bolded in red. Back in the office, James turned toward the camera slightly. "They're not monsters," he said. "They're a lost species. Doomed by their own biology." The audience fell silent. Bigfoot wasn't a myth or a joke. It was a tragedy. One wrong sighting in a crowded place could result in mass neurological failure. A single entity could destroy cities, not through violence but through visibility. Nick Fury rubbed his temples. This wasn't just about weird creatures. It was about truth being deadly. Knowledge itself had become a weapon. And the Foundation, these people James was working with, knew it. They were covering it up. Hiding the world's oldest tragedy behind blacked-out reports and false sightings. Fury clenched his jaw. The bigger the cover-up, the greater the danger. And something told him, this was only the beginning. End of chapter 58. Underscore 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 underscore. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 59, Chapter 59, The Containment That Can Destroy the World at Any Time. God's Gift. 1,293 words. At the end of the file were some records about SCP-1000, including details of its sightings and the number of people who died as a result. There were also accounts of an anti-human organization that broke into the Foundation to release SCP-1000 and destroy humanity. The language used was somewhat exaggerated, making it seem like a dramatic tale. After reading through the file, James put it down, speechless. "Why? Do you think it's alarmist?" Dr. Kondraki asked, walking over with a cigarette in his mouth and a smile on his face. "In fact, I think SCP-1000 is the most likely entity to subvert human civilization among all the objects contained by the Foundation." As soon as Dr. Kondraki said this, everyone, both inside and outside the screen, fell silent. James frowned. Because of SCP-1000-F1. SCP-1000-F1. Dr. Kondraki looked surprised, shaking his head repeatedly. No, no, no. There's no such thing as SCP-1000-F1. He paused, his tone almost sarcastic. In fact, there's no such thing as SCP-1000-F1 at all. No SCP-1000-F1. Not only was James stunned, but the audience watching also appeared confused. Bigfoot was contained as a Kita-level object, and the only threat it posed seemed to be the dangerous virus, SCP-1000-F1. So if there was no SCP-1000-F1, then what exactly was there to fear about Bigfoot? Were they just gorillas? Dr. Kondraki switched on the TV, and a humorous animation featuring Bigfoot appeared on the screen. The characters in the animation were playfully mocking Bigfoot. Dr. Kondraki laughed sarcastically. "You think Bigfoot is funny because we want you to think that way. We fund comedies and farce documentaries in Hollywood. We pay people to dress up in gorilla suits and pull pranks. We bribe cartoonists to portray Bigfoot as a joke on children's shows. Dr. Kondraki's sarcasm grew more direct. Even the term Bigfoot was invented by us and introduced to the media to make the creature seem even more absurd than Sasquatch, something that couldn't be taken seriously. The audience was now even more puzzled. Since there's no SCP-1000-F1, why go to the trouble of portraying Bigfoot in such a ridiculous light? As if he heard the audience's doubts, Dr. Kondraki continued, I'll tell you why. The truth is different from what you know. 2 parts are lies and 2 parts are deliberate concealments of information. Concealments? James asked, puzzled. Dr. Kondraki leaned forward, never stopping his explanation. That's right. There's no anomalous disease called SCP-1000-F1. SCP-1000 doesn't have a death aura. In fact, SCP-1000 doesn't directly cause any anomalous effects. James's surprise was evident, but Dr. Kondraki seemed pleased with it. We've also hidden the true intelligence of SCP-1000. It's not just a species with the intellect of chimpanzees. They're as intelligent as us, maybe even smarter. At this, the live broadcast room exploded with disbelief. WTF? Gorillas are smarter than humans. That's insane. Wait, so Bigfoot is actually not an anomaly. It's just another species that exists. The viewers were in shock, trying to grasp what they had just heard. Natasha Romanoff was confused. I don't get it. Even if Bigfoot is just as intelligent as humans and another species altogether, shouldn't that be something we can coexist with? Nick Fury, however, shook his head with a somber expression. The peace we have now was hard-earned. It's built on the backs of thousands of years of struggle. Cultural differences, beliefs, and even minor misunderstandings can escalate into conflicts. You see peace on the surface, but there's history behind it. In places you don't see, countless civilizations have disappeared in the long stream of time, Fury said, his voice growing heavier. Natasha looked taken aback, understanding dawning on her. So, you mean this whole Bigfoot thing is really just a race conflict between humans and Bigfoot? Maybe it's more complicated than that, Dr. Kondraki added. This story comes from a man who defected from the Children of the Sun, he continued, lighting another cigarette. As you already know, humans evolved alongside SCP-1000's ancestors. We were diurnal, and they were nocturnal, our brothers and sisters in the shadows. Dr. Kondraki paused for a moment before speaking again, his voice shifting with a tinge of fear. But then, something happened. SCP-1000 mutated, just like us. We advanced with tools, weapons, agriculture, and domestication of animals. But by the Pleistocene era, SCP-1000's population exploded, tens of billions of them spread across the globe. The audience began to grasp the magnitude of the situation. At that point, SCP-1000 was making creations we can barely comprehend. They used organic technology to turn birds and trees into ships, herds of beasts into trains, bushes into flying machines. Insects and pigeons became the basis for technology like cell phones, televisions, computers, and even atomic bombs. Dr. Kondraki leaned back, his eyes glinting. The Children of the Sun described vast, shining cities stretching across glaciers and deep caves, where ships made of tusks and cobwebs flew through the skies, watched over by creatures with hundreds of blinking eyes. The audience, though skeptical, could almost picture the grand, alien civilizations that Dr. Kondraki described. But the realization that this advanced civilization had been Bigfoot, creatures who were once considered primitive, left everyone feeling strange. James, intrigued, asked, and where were humans during all of this? Dr. Kondraki smiled wryly. Humans were just rare animals, like gorillas today, no more than a few 100,000 of us. We lived as wild animals, avoiding SCP-1000 settlements. They knew we were as intelligent as they were but left us alone, just as we avoid gorillas today. Dr. Kondraki's gaze seemed to peer through time itself. His tone became almost playful as he spoke of their views on humanity. To them, we were like supernatural creatures, fairies and gnomes. They believed we specialized in stealing bad children while they slept. They protected our dwindling wild populations, banned poaching, but also used our bones for trade in aphrodisiacs. James's eyes narrowed. So what happened next? Dr. Kondraki's face darkened. Then, humanity did something we should never have done. We wiped them out. James's breath caught in his throat. Dr. Kondraki's voice grew colder. We destroyed their civilization. We used their own weapons against them, burned down their grand cities, and turned their remains into dust. The audience, horrified, could sense the weight of what was being described. The sudden collapse of a once thriving civilization, all due to humanity's intervention. SCP-1000 never truly lost its knowledge or intelligence, Dr. Kondraki said, his voice carrying a hint of fear. Now they're starting to recover what we erased from history. That's why sightings of Bigfoot are becoming more frequent, and why any attempts to make contact are so dangerous. James felt a cold shiver run down his spine as Dr. Kondraki's words settled in. Yes, he said with a sinister smile, SCP-1000 is waking up, and they remember everything. They're just as dangerous as we are. Ask yourself, if they had the chance, what would they do to us? James shuddered slightly, the chilling implications sinking in. The file ended with an unsettling note. Data expunged suggested that some SCP-1000 instances were now able to communicate in English. The final line read, "We can forgive you, you have a chance now, don't miss it, let's come back." The audience in the live broadcast room was left in stunned silence. The idea of a forgotten civilization struggling to reclaim its rightful place sent shivers through everyone. Natasha Romanoff's voice broke the silence. Now I get why Bigfoot is classified as a keto-level containment object. Dr. Kondraki's final words echoed in James's mind as he sat in silence, trying to make sense of the magnitude of what had just been revealed. Underscore 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 underscore. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 60, Pandora's Box. The 0-hour event that destroyed the world. 909 words. The story about SCP-1000 is so terrifying when you think about it carefully that Marvel's audience was silent for a long time, before they could barely calm down their complicated emotions. When I looked at the screen again, some time had passed in my memory. In the picture, James, Lois, and ZYN, who were born in the same period, are gathered together again. However, compared to when they first entered Site-17, the three of them were obviously different. James was still calm, but he was no longer like before, keeping strangers away. ZYN is still full of ambition, but he is no longer as inflexible as he was at the beginning. Only Lois was no longer full of fighting spirit. He looked much more depressed and even had a more cynical look on his face. Damn those high-ranking officials of the Foundation, they should all go to hell. Gulp. Lois took a big gulp of wine, her face flushed, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Sometimes, I feel that there is no difference between us researchers and D-class personnel." ZYN looked at him worriedly and said, "If it doesn't work, go to the ethics committee and ask for a transfer." Lois immediately gave a weird look. "Do you know what the shortest joke in the Foundation is?" ZYN was stunned. James, who had been silent, replied with 2 words, "Ethics." ZYN frowned. Lois then asked, "What's the longest joke?" "Minutes of the ethics committee meeting." Pestildo operator. Ha ha ha, James, I didn't know you had such a sense of humor. Lois burst into laughter. James clinked glasses with him indifferently. ZYN was puzzled and said, "You can definitely exchange ideas with them." Lois asked back, "What is an exchange of views?" "Go to the ethics committee with your opinions and come back with theirs." ZYN's face suddenly turned red, and at this moment, the propaganda department's daily quotations rang out in the cafeteria. "Every person's dignity is supreme, and every person's safety is of vital importance. We must work hard at all costs to contain the anomaly and protect the future of all mankind." ZYN immediately stood up and said indignantly, "You see, the Foundation actually attaches great importance to us." Lois and James looked at each other. James raised his glass and took a sip. "What they mean is, we are the price." Upon hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. "What the hell? Ha 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 ha. The jokes are 100% funny, James's jokes are 200% funny. I've moved to Bungbu. Do the researchers have such a strong grudge against the top management of the Foundation?" For a moment, the entire live broadcast room was filled with a happy atmosphere. Unfortunately, before the moment of leisure lasted long, the person that everyone least wanted to see appeared on the screen. "Damn it, I finally found you." Dr. Kondraki ran over and snatched the bottle. Gulp gulp. Hiss. Ha. After drinking half the bottle in one breath, Dr. Kondraki looked at the three people with satisfaction. Dr. Kondraki, what's the matter?" ZYN asked first with a thin face. "Ah, it's almost over. Dr. Kondraki took out a file from his pocket and replied. SCP-105 has breached containment. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds, boom. The entire live broadcast room exploded instantly. Containment has failed, and you still have the energy to drink. The faces of the three people in the picture also changed drastically, especially ZYN, who could barely speak clearly. Sure, failed. What happened to Iris? Lois also turned her head and cursed inwardly. Dr. Kondraki said calmly, "Yes, it failed. She is gone." As he said this, he looked at Lois, who immediately stood up and said righteously, "Doctor, I have already asked for leave from the ethics committee. They approved it. No one has the power to cancel my leave." Seeing Dr. Kondraki hesitate, he immediately emphasized, "This is what I deserve." Then, he avoided ZYN's murderous gaze guiltily. Dr. Kondraki was helpless, so he looked at James. "I can't help it, I have to trouble you again." James shrugged and took the file from Dr. Kondraki. The audience in the live broadcast room immediately looked at the contents of the file attentively. SCP-105 is currently housed at Site-17, and has been implanted with a tracking device. SCP-105 is allowed social contact with authorized site personnel. As you can see, 105 is not very threatening. In a sense, she is even a kind child. Unfortunately, the Foundation asked her to do some. Before he finished speaking, Dr. Kondraki sighed. Anyway, because of a certain doctor's bad choices, she escaped. Join Agents Adrian and Beatrice to bring her back. Dr. Kondraki left after he finished speaking. ZYN came to James and said reluctantly, "I know Iris, she is a very kind girl. Please try not to hurt her." James looked at her calmly without nodding. When James met the two, Beatrice chattered almost all the way. The three of them had arrived at their destination, the airline. She looked up. James had a handsome face, and his brown eyes had a gaze that was always from afar, which made her obsessed but also alert. "Hi," she said softly. "Iris." James looked at her calmly. "I'm James, you know why we are here, right? Underscore 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 underscore. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 61, Chapter 61, The End of the World. CK. 1,265 words. When the audience of the Marvel world saw this scene, almost everyone was stunned. Immediately, a sea of black question marks flooded the screen. What? What kind of divine plot twist is this? Is this guy James crazy? I thought he pulled out a gun to shoot SCP-105, but it turns out he was going to commit suicide. My brain short-circuited for a second. I'm dumbfounded. SHIELD headquarters. Damn it, how is this guy a researcher and still pulls out a gun without knowing anything? Natasha Romanoff grumbled, visibly shaken by James's actions. Damn lunatic, Nick Fury cursed under his breath. He never expected James to exploit the young girl's kindness like that. James, stop. This isn't funny, Iris said with a nervous laugh, trying to defuse the situation. I'm not joking, Iris. If you don't come back with us, we all die. Maybe it's better to start over. James pressed the gun to his temple and began to count. James, please. Iris begged. She crouched down, her hands trembling. Don't make me do this. You don't want to return. Fine. But if you truly do, then go back with my blood on your conscience. 2. The atmosphere became suffocatingly tense. The two agents flanking James were drenched in cold sweat. Drip. A bead of sweat slid down Iris's cheek as she looked at James with pained eyes. James, she screamed. Stop. As James called out the next number, time seemed to freeze. Everyone in the live stream held their breath. Some timid viewers even shut their eyes involuntarily. Click. James pulled the trigger. But instead of a bang, there was a hollow click. Time resumed. Sounds filled the silence once more. Iris collapsed to her knees, holding a photograph tightly in one hand. The firing pin of the pistol clattered to the ground like shattered glass. The chat in the live stream exploded. No one had expected James to actually pull the trigger. If SCP-105 hadn't intervened at the last second, he would have died on the spot. Everyone stared at James like he was a complete alien. He dared. But remembering James's decisiveness during past missions, they understood. Yes. He dared. Beatrice rushed over. She held Iris tightly, tears welling in her eyes. Adrian looked at James, his shirt soaked with sweat. Originally, Adrian had dismissed the young researcher. In terms of hierarchy, Mobile Task Force members weren't subordinate to junior researchers. But now he felt shaken. James calmly slid the plastic pistol into his coat pocket and pulled out his phone. This is Kondraki, came the familiar, deep voice. Report. James, junior researcher, Site 17. He spoke evenly. Agents Adrian, Beatrice, and I have just captured a confirmed humanoid anomaly. Reopening file SCP-105, previous data regarding loss of anomalous ability is now considered invalid. Understood, researcher. We'll prepare a containment chamber. Anything else? James paused, voice tinged with emotion. Dr. Kondraki, this mission was hell. Sorry, James. You know I tried. I've had little success lately. Before Kondraki could finish, Beatrice jumped in, cursing furiously. Neil, Dantonson did this because he refused to treat a teenager like a zoo animal. You're ripping people from their families and locking them in cages like. Listen, I understand. I really do, Kondraki replied. But we can't talk over an unsecured line. Get back to Site 17 ASAP. We'll handle it there. He paused again. I'll try to deal with the O5 Council, but if Iris doesn't return, I lose all leverage. Do you have a route back? Old Fitz has a helicopter ready on the helipad. We'll fly to the nearest station for further orders. Good. Go. A silence lingered before Kondraki spoke once more. Look, it matters, James. This mission might help change how we treat low-threat humanoids. Maybe we can give them a better environment, allow them some companionship. James hung up. The live stream viewers were stunned. This was the first time they'd seen James act out of emotional guilt. SHIELD headquarters. Watching James and the others escort Iris to the helicopter, Natasha frowned. Is this really the end? What else did you expect? Maria asked. Do you think every Foundation mission ends with an explosion and a twist? Natasha shrugged. I guess I'm just not used to it. Don't forget, she continued, James is a researcher. No, Fury said, his voice heavy. Didn't you notice? The memories being shown aren't in full chronological order. They're selectively revealed. Everyone paused. He was right. The scenes shown so far are the ones that left a lasting impact on James. This mission isn't over. Fury narrowed his eye. Something bigger is coming. Where to? The pilot asked. Before James could answer, Beatrice snapped, just get us to the nearest Foundation site. Fast. The pilot glanced at James, who nodded in silence. Yellowstone it is, the pilot said. ETA, a few hours. All right. We'll be in the back. Let us know if anything comes up. Iris sat, curled up in her seat. James quietly took a seat in the cargo section. Iris threw a glare sharp enough to slice steel. You know she hates your guts, Adrian said, half joking. She can hate me from head to toe. As long as she's alive, James replied calmly. You're not going to talk to her. James shook his head. It won't help. You talk to her. He directed this to Beatrice. Why should I be the one to comfort a rebellious teen? You researchers are supposed to be the trained psychologists. Adrian chuckled. You're a woman. Aren't you naturally good at this kind of thing? Beatrice flipped him off, then reluctantly walked over to Iris. The two soon began to chat. Occasionally, both shot glares at James. He closed his eyes, letting the sound of the engine lull him. Dr. James. Dr. James. James jolted awake, wincing from the sharp pain in his neck. Dr. James. Speak, he said groggily into the comms. You asked to be alerted 10 minutes before reaching Yellowstone. We're 10 minutes out. Understood. I'll be in the cockpit. Unbuckling, he made his way to the front. Do you have an external headset? Here, the pilot pointed. James thanked him, slipped on the helmet, and said, connect me to the site. Which station? The pilot asked. James paused. Then frowned deeply. I can't remember. Where are we heading, pilot? A cold chill ran down his spine. The pilot looked confused. I'm not sure, sir. I could swear. James turned toward the windshield. His eyes widened in horror. Pull up. He screamed. Ahead of them, a snowy mountain flickered like an old VHS tape. And then it exploded. Boom. Across the Marvel world, viewers froze. The mountain, once majestic and immense, was obliterated as if smitten by a divine wrath. Blue Star viewers especially felt their minds unraveling. What the hell happened? SHIELD headquarters. Everyone stared, mouths agape. Fury's expression was stormy. A mountain range vanished in an instant. Was it anomalous? A terrorist attack? More importantly, what happened to James? Luckily, the video feed resumed. James. James. His eyes shot open. Beatrice and Adrian were leaning over him, worried. His vision blurred, his mouth filled with the taste of blood and rust. He sat up slowly, head spinning. The rotors hummed. Pain throbbed in his skull. What happened? Everyone watching had the same question. Turbulence, Beatrice said. You hit your head. You're lucky to be okay. Try to rest. No, what happened? James asked again, his voice eerily calm despite the storm behind his eyes. Underscore 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 underscore. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 62, Chapter 62 SCP. 1050 words. Utter disbelief. Her hand trembled as she reached for the tea beside her, now long gone cold. The Ancient One, whose perception spanned centuries, dimensions, and infinite strands of possibility, felt something that had only visited her twice in her long, winding life. True fear. Restart the world. She whispered. It wasn't a theory. It wasn't a myth. It wasn't a wild speculation. It was real. It happened. She had sensed the disruption, not in time, but in the very weave of the multiverse. Like a cosmic tapestry being shredded and restitched by untrained hands. A thread snipped, a patch hastily sewn into the absence. The realization bloomed slowly, with the same heavy silence that followed bloodshed on ancient battlefields. The world had ended, and no one remembered. No one except for a precious few. People like James. Asgard. Mjolnir hung loosely in Thor's hand, but his grip tightened until the white of his knuckles showed through. Lightning shimmered faintly in the hammer's surface as he stared at the screen in front of him. Loki. Did you see that? Thor's voice dropped, heavy with tension. I saw it, Loki replied hoarsely, almost as if his throat was parched from shock. But I do not believe it. A system that resets the world, and we didn't even notice. Thor turned away from the screen, his jaw rigid and unrelenting. To wield that kind of power, not even the gods of Asgard could dream of such dominion. Loki didn't respond immediately. He continued staring, mind whirring faster than he'd ever admit. That kind of power, it shattered the very hierarchy they believed in. Not the Celestials, not even the all-seeing TVA, held sway over such fundamental reality. No. It was them. The Foundation. Inside the O5 Council Chamber. The room was dim, lit only by glowing monitors and the soft ambient hum of classified machinery. Behind secured titanium alloy doors and under untraceable shielding, James stood before the most powerful group no civilian had ever heard of, the Overseer Council. And he was telling them the truth. Every word more terrifying than the last. After SCP-2000 activates, the world is restructured using pre-programmed scenarios, he explained, his tone clinical but burdened with a tension that made it impossible to ignore. Populations are replaced with biologically engineered clones stored beneath Yellowstone National Park. Memories are implanted. Societies are rebuilt from the ashes of annihilation. And the story of the world continues. He let that sink in for a moment. But this time, he said, the activation was not intentional. It was forced. A quiet murmur passed through the seated O5 members. Eyes shifted. One of them finally asked. Forced. How? James nodded solemnly and dropped a manila folder onto the polished obsidian table. Inside, classified logs, anomaly activity charts, failed experiment documentation, and a torn page from a black site's daily schedule. A researcher. A hybridization test. They attempted to merge SCP entities using a controlled energy matrix. Instead, it created a feedback loop that destabilized reality across multiple layered vectors. The system read it as a CK-class restructuring level threat and triggered an emergency protocol. He paused. The result, an unintended CK-class event. The Yellowstone facility activated. 2/3 of all anomalies gone. Either unaccounted for or erased entirely from history. For a moment, the chamber was completely silent. The weight of those numbers hit them like a detonation. And then James looked up. His voice dropped into something that almost resembled reverence and dread. The worst part? Everyone leaned in slightly. Even O5-1, normally unreadable, looked engaged. We don't know what caused the initial trigger. Not really. More silence. And this time, it felt suffocating. Shield. Helicarrier. The screen faded to black. A lingering hum buzzed in the room. Nick Fury stood rooted in place, one eye locked on the residual afterglow of the broadcast. What kind of organization did we get involved with? He muttered under his breath. Natasha, seated nearby, said nothing. Her usual sarcasm, wit, and cool professionalism were absent. Her face was unreadable, but her clenched fists said enough. Neither her Red Room training nor her SHIELD experience had prepared her for this. They were pawns on a chessboard built by giants. No, by architects. And those architects had just rewritten the rules of the game. Camartage. The apprentices stood in stunned silence, some of them still glancing up at the energy-scrying portals floating in the sanctum air. The Ancient One finally spoke. The Foundation, they are not part of this universe's design, she said. They are its fail-safes. A young apprentice, hesitant, finally asked, Master, what should we do? She didn't answer immediately. Instead, she walked toward the arched window, gazing out into the constellations above. We watch, she said quietly. And we remember. Because if memory was the only weapon left in a world that could be reset at a whim, then remembrance itself was resistance. Back in the O5 chamber. James closed the last folder, his voice firm but not unfeeling. There is hope, he said. The primary systems within SCP-2000 are intact. The damage was contained before full narrative collapse. The next step is stabilizing what anomalies remain, and locating erased Foundation sites through retroactive time mapping. Will it hold? O5-1 asked. James paused, eyeing the flickering graphs on the screen, each one a pulsing heartbeat of a shattered reality. For now, he said. Yes. But this event, it was a warning. He took a breath. His eyes scanned the council, each of them absorbing the enormity of what had transpired. The next CK-class restructuring event may not be accidental. And then. The screen began to fade. Words scrolled slowly across the black display in clinical white text. This concludes the current public access briefing. You are now exiting Level 5 clearance. The broadcast ended. The screen went dark. Around the world, silence followed. A silence louder than sirens. A silence filled with dread and awe. The kind of silence that comes only after realizing the world isn't what you thought it was. That your memories, your histories, your cities and families and childhoods, could be overwritten by someone else's version of truth. The SCP Foundation had pressed the reset button. And the world hadn't even blinked. To be continued. Underscore 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 underscore. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 63, Chapter 63, ZK. 1466 words. Inside Yellowstone Mountain. The audience in the live broadcast room instinctively recalled the terrifying image of Yellowstone Mountain erupting into a sea of fire. A heavy silence fell over everyone. But a new wave of questions followed. What are flowers? Ten raised his hands to halt the growing chorus of confusion and calmly explained, the flower is an SCP black box. It has, until now, been known only to 4 overseers, me, 1, 2, and 13. It is the reset button for the entire universe. A reset button for the universe. When that sentence appeared on screen, the audience, still reeling from the revelation of the Foundation's power to restart the world, collectively lost the ability to think. SHIELD headquarters. Nick Fury's pupils shrank to pinpoints, and cold sweat soaked his back. The knowledge that the Foundation could restart the world had already shattered his understanding of power. But now this. A button that could reset the universe. That wasn't just beyond human comprehension, it defied the laws of existence. Even the most ancient beings in the cosmos couldn't achieve such a feat, restart the universe. It was terrifying. Back in the broadcast feed, Ten's revelation left the room in stunned silence. Let me be clear, Ten continued calmly. This explanation is overly simplified. There's no time to explain the entire nature of the world-transforming flower, or the multiverse observer. Hearing this, Nick Fury clenched his fists in frustration outside the screen. No time. You're the one choosing not to explain it. All anyone needs to know now, Ten continued, is that the flower is a branching point, where infinite potential realities diverge. It's the most stable point on Earth. That's why we installed the ultimate contingency system, the human race recovery mechanism, on it. He spoke as if discussing the weather. But unfortunately, Ten went on, Yellowstone is also one of the most unstable supervolcanoes on the planet. That's why Dr. Null was assigned to replicate the flower's effects in a more stable location. He sighed. And more unfortunately, something went wrong. Now, instead of keeping parallel universes separated, the flower is pulling them together. The audience tried to picture what that could mean, but it was like trying to imagine a fourth dimension. Their brains gave up. Isn't there a Scranton reality anchor around that thing? Asked the voice from seat 9. Scranton Reality Anchor, a device that stabilizes reality by anchoring the Hume Index, named after Dr. Robert Scranton. Ten nodded. Those anchors are the only reason our universe hasn't disappeared yet. He tapped on his keyboard. A visual popped up behind him, a small blue sphere surrounded by swirling yellow lines. This is a false color image of current mathematical reality, Ten explained. The blue sphere represents dependent timelines and quantum uncertainty. The yellow vortices represent separate timelines and universes. This image was captured last year during a project at one of our research facilities. He tapped another key. Now the image moved. The yellow structures churned like flower petals floating in turbulent water. This is real-time, Ten added. Timelines are like photons and antiphotons. When incompatible timelines intersect, the result is mutual annihilation. As these flowers draw nearby realities together, the consequences are unpredictable. Some of the sharper viewers in the broadcast room began to grasp what was happening. Ten clicked again. The words "Event Plan Sequence" appeared on the screen. The first universal crossover will cause the space-time membrane that surrounds our reality to collapse. Cause and effect will lose meaning. Events won't exist in linear time anymore. He paused. When Schrödinger's cat is both alive and dead, in this scenario, both versions of the cat will exist simultaneously. But such coexistence is impossible. So they annihilate each other. Understanding dawned on many viewers. Parallel timelines intersect, reality collapses, existence annihilates. The comment section exploded. What the hell, this turned into a physics lecture real quick. Physics. This isn't even science fiction anymore. This is God-level magic. Reality itself is being destroyed. My brain hurts. This is beyond gods. This is the end of everything. Shield Nick Fury turned to his top physicist. The man adjusted his glasses and muttered, "In theory, yes. This is possible." He quickly drew a theoretical diagram. When two timelines intersect, events lose their unique position in time. Natasha Romanoff blinked. So that doomsday scene we saw earlier, it really happened. In another world. Very likely, the physicist replied. Nick frowned. What happens when timelines collide? Do they all just annihilate? There's no way to calculate it, the physicist admitted. Too many variables. Back to the screen. Everyone watching the room on the broadcast saw the grim faces of those present. 10 elaborated, the resulting annihilation reaction would release unfathomable energy, accelerating the convergence of timelines, drawing in even more universes faster and faster. On the screen, the flowers folded inward. They churned. Then they dissolved into gray static, until only blankness remained. No explosions. No countdown. Just nothing. It was a silence that screamed louder than any siren. That, 10 said solemnly, is the result. One sighed heavily, a ZK-class reality failure scenario. ZK-class, a catastrophic event where reality undergoes total collapse, triggered by physics, or an anomalous SCP object. Camartage. The Ancient One gazed up at the magical screen in solemn silence. Her centuries of defending Earth from interdimensional invaders felt small now. She had faced Dormammu. Met eternity. Wielded the Eye of Agamotto. She believed herself strong, unshakable. Until now. Divine beings, cosmic gods, distorted and vanishing realities. If even a fraction of this touched Earth, she couldn't stop it. She exhaled slowly. At least it's not happening here. Right? Asgard. Loki was no longer arrogant. He once believed gods were the peak of power. Now he realized the truth, gods exist only because reality does. And when reality fails, even gods become nothing. In the broadcast room. 10 continued. I don't think we even have a name for what's coming. But unless we act in the next few hours, we lose everything. We have one last plan, but it's risky. Our only other chance is to deal with the flower itself, which means accessing the Yellowstone Mountain facility. Do we have anyone there? Someone asked. Only one team, 10 replied. At that moment, a realization hit everyone, James and his group are still there. Could they be the team 10 referred to? Mobile Task Force Omega-7, Pandora's Box, 10 explained. Team Able is out of contact. But we've managed to reconnect with members of Team Iris. Led by a junior researcher and 2 agents, they'll be inside the facility within the hour. A junior researcher, someone questioned. To be precise, he's a medium-level researcher. Kondraki submitted his promotion request yesterday, 10 added. We don't have any other personnel available. He pulled out a file. James has completed full Mobile Task Force training. He should have joined the Red Right Hand. The guy who was supposed to join the Red Right Hand became a researcher, another whispered. The room went silent. Anyone else want to add something? Asked one. No one responded. Then deploy them. Keep me informed. One turned to 10, handle this. You have full authority over Foundation resources until the crisis ends. 10 nodded. Broadcast room. At first the chat was stunned. Then it exploded. What? They're sending James. You've gotta be kidding me, he was just promoted. James is the only one there. I get it now. At any cost meant him. Screw the ethics committee. There won't be anyone left to complain if they fail. And just like that, the reality of the situation hit. There would be no debates. No appeals. The world itself was collapsing. On screen, Yellowstone Mountain. It had stabilized. But it looked wrong. Not like a volcano. Not like Earth. Like an old, flickering VHS tape. Blurred. Flickering. Like multiple versions of itself were overlapping in the same space. Ten's words echoed in everyone's minds. When two timelines begin to intersect, events no longer exist uniquely in time. Outside the mountain, 3 transport vehicles arrived near a helicopter. 12 soldiers disembarked. One of them, a stocky man with dark skin and sharp eyes, walked to Adrian and Beatrice. He dropped 2 equipment bags at their feet. Then he handed the third to James. "I'm sorry, Doctor," he said solemnly, "but this mission isn't suitable for you." Beatrice froze mid-change from pajamas to combat gear. "James, you're going with us." Adrian blinked. "Wait, wasn't your job just to escort Iris?" The man shrugged. "Not anymore. James is now part of Team Iris." "Hell," Adrian muttered, yanking on his digital camo pants. He turned to talk James out of it, only to find James already suited up, looking sharper and more focused than anyone else. Adrian and Beatrice stared, then saluted instinctively. "Lieutenant. Underscore 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 underscore. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 64, Chapter 64, James is the Red Right Hand. The Real Deus Ex Machina. 1,352 words. Adrian's shock was palpable. But to his credit, he quickly accepted the reality that James outranked them. "All right, people, get ready for a close-range firefight. Getting killed by a cross-dimensional monster while fixing an anomaly is not exactly how I want to go out." As Adrian began assigning roles, a figure approached James. "What about me?" More than a dozen eyes turned toward SCP-105. The blonde girl stood at the helicopter's doorway, holding a silver pistol case. "I don't have gear, but I can help. Non-Omega-7 personnel are not allowed on this operation," James replied bluntly. "But you're not Omega-7 either. You're a researcher. A low-level one." Iris snapped. Adrian rubbed his temples. "Iris, technically, James has been temporarily assigned to Omega-7. But you're all my friends. I can't just stand by and watch." "Non-Omega-7 personnel are not allowed on this operation," James repeated, firmer this time. Ignoring Iris's furious glare, he turned to the driver. "Operator, get this SCP back to containment ASAP. If she resists, you're authorized to shock her and bring her back unconscious." "FK," Beatrice muttered. "That's F*****G cruel. She's a liability now, not an asset," James cut in. "The sooner she's off the battlefield the better." "Yeah, right. Sounds more like you just don't want her tagging along," Beatrice said, glancing toward the flickering mountain. "Fell." James's reply was cut off by a tall man running over with a laptop in hand. "Connected to Team Able," the agent panted, looking at Adrian. "He wants to talk to you." "Shit," Adrian muttered. "This just keeps getting better. It's Team Iris, oh god." He took the computer and immediately froze. His eyes widened, color draining from his face, as if he'd just seen death itself. James frowned and leaned over to see the screen. One glance and his expression turned grave. The live feed displayed the interior of the Yellowstone Mountain base. The corridor was a nightmare of blood splatters. Ceiling lights flickered erratically. Screams and gunshots echoed off-screen. A figure lay motionless on a lab table. Tall. Cold. Green-skinned. Black hair. Deep crimson tattoos etched over his body. Dozens of stab wounds marked his lower torso. Viewers in the live stream chat exploded. Is that hell on earth? Jesus Christ, what's going on inside Yellowstone? Who's that guy on the table? A gruff voice cut through the audio. Adrian. Came the rough rasp of Abel. Report. Adrian fought back nausea, breathing deeply. 3 long breaths later, Team Iris is ready to breach. All personnel accounted for, except Iris herself. Good, Abel said. He closed his eyes briefly, as if trying to shut the world out. I'm tired of killing people, he muttered. You command this mission. Adrian flinched. Sir. Squire is next in line. Squire is a soldier, like me. This situation doesn't need muscle. It needs brains. It needs you. Abel exhaled. Then fell silent. Motionless. The camera panned to an older man with a soot-stained face and ginger-gray hair. You heard the order, said the agent known as Squire. Adrian stared at James, stunned before sighing deeply. Okay, where are you stuck? Security Area 9. We're holding for now, but the hallways are crawling. Casualties are piling up. Just another day in Pandora's box, I guess. That phrase sent chills through the viewers. Mobile Task Force Omega-7. A specialized force formed to handle humanoid anomalies. SCP-076. SCP-105. High risk, high reward. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. took notice. 076. Nick Fury muttered. That's the one who went toe-to-toe with 682. Looking at the carnage on screen, Fury's chest tightened. Another elite team, decimated. Back in the feed. All right, Adrian said, spreading out a map on the hood of the vehicle. He met James's calm, unreadable eyes. Thanks. Security Area 9. We go in, Adrian paused, staring at the map with growing frustration. Each time he blinked, the corridors twisted and changed shape. Shit. This map's alive or something. It's a CK-class reality reconstruction, James said evenly. The site's reality field is collapsing. Adrian's expression darkened. Agent Squire's voice echoed through the radio again. You should try walking down these halls yourself, Squire chuckled. Feels like the walls are trying to eat you. Adrian gave up on the map. Give me 5 minutes, he said into the laptop. He stepped away from the screen and raised his hand to gather the troops. Team Iris. Rally up. I need options. Snap. James turned to see Iris hastily packing up her camera gear. She stuck her tongue out and flashed a photo. Gotcha. James remained expressionless. Don't die in there, junior researcher. At the base entrance. This is a terrible idea, Adrian muttered. It's the only way, James replied coolly. Adrian inhaled sharply, restarted the engine, and gripped the wheel. The situation was dire. James watched the shifting mountain on screen. The front entrance is swarming. We can't find cover through that maze of enemies. However, he paused. The reality here is unstable. Every 30 minutes, Yellowstone Mountain vanishes, replaced by a hot spring plane for 30 seconds. He tapped a few buttons on a device. I ran the math. At 30 miles per hour, a vehicle can traverse the distance and reach the parking lot just before the mountain reappears. Like threading a pendulum. If the pendulum was the universe, he added casually. The agents stared, baffled. In the live stream chat. This lunatic again. Adrian blinked at James. You're in the wrong department, Doctor. James didn't respond. Adrian swore under his breath. If this goes sideways and the universe glitches again. 10 seconds, James said sharply. Adrian braced himself. 7, 6, 5. The engine roared to life at 5. The vehicle accelerated at 3. And just like that, they rammed into solid granite. Only for Yellowstone Mountain to vanish. The car shot forward across a flat volcanic plain, unimpeded. Adrian ignored everything but the road and James's voice. 8 turn 6, 5, 4. The plane disappeared. Fluorescent lights flickered above a parking garage soaked in blood. The wall loomed ahead. Brake! James yelled. Adrian slammed the brakes. Tires screamed. The car spun sideways and smashed into a concrete wall. Before the agents could recover. Enemy on the right. James barked. He fired 3 short bursts, swift and precise. A large gray humanoid fell, riddled with bullets. Its face was blank. Gray. Featureless. Like a smudged painting. The gunfire triggered a chain reaction. Did-da. Did-da. Gunshots echoed through the parking lot. Behind them came the wet gurgle of agony. James turned. An agent collapsed, twitching. The front half of his head, from the ears forward, was simply gone. Oh my God, Vince. F***K. Bang. James raised his pistol to his temple, brow furrowed. Everyone froze. Then, seeing the steely calm in his eyes, they understood. It wasn't suicide, it was clarity. They turned their rage on the monsters instead. Adrian gulped. Answer, answer. This is Car 2, a voice shouted. Fredrickson. We're okay, but the back end is stuck in the wall. James looked over. The rear of a car jutted out from solid concrete, as if fused to it. The time interval shifted, James noted. Adrian stiffened. He grabbed the radio. Car 3. Only silence answered. I see their bumper behind me. Fredrickson cried. Adrian turned. Beatrice stood there, hands trembling, wiping blood from her face. 2 agents carried Vince's body out. 1 Kia, Adrian said. Vince. He's dead. He took a breath and barked orders, everyone, off the vehicles. Grab what you can. We're on foot now. He wiped his lip, despair creeping in. Glancing sideways at James, he muttered, We've been here 1 minute. 5 of 15 are dead or wounded. Even for Pandora's box, that's bad. James said nothing. Silent as a grave. He checked his carbine, slung it over his shoulder, and stepped out of the car. He paused. Something brushed past. Click. James switched on his flashlight. And froze. On the ground lay Vince's face. Just the face. Audience chat exploded. Oh hell no. Behind him, Adrian gagged, doing breathing exercises with clenched fists. His hands were pale. Bloodless. End of chapter. Underscore 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 underscore. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 65, Chapter 65, Cain vs. Abel. A battle that destroys reality. 1,444 words. Not only Adrian, but the viewers in the live broadcast room were also terrified. After a brief silence, a flood of comments filled the screen once again. Damn. Isn't this place way too creepy? Yeah, it reminds me of SCP-1730, where space got twisted into a donut. What a shame. These mobile task force agents are all heroes, but the dangers here are just too overwhelming. I honestly don't know how they're supposed to finish this task. I can't even see the flower anymore. Camartage. From the Ancient One's perspective, the screen resembled a collection of distorted photographs. Reality itself had unraveled. Spatial lines tangled together, what appeared to be the floor 1 second could morph into the Sand King the next. If James and the others hadn't been equipped with reality anchors, they would have been wiped out in under a second. Can they even succeed? The Ancient One muttered. Suddenly, the screen went black. When it flickered back on, the view had shifted from the hellish base to what looked like the office of a high-ranking government official. First of all, a middle-aged man in a general's uniform said. His voice was commanding, and his authoritative presence made it difficult to breathe in the room. The office contained only the general and a man in formal attire, the overseer of the Foundation. You need to make it clear that the Yellowstone incident is not a terrorist attack, and that it's being handled, the general said coldly. The overseer responded calmly, Yellowstone wasn't attacked by terrorists. It appears to be an accident during weapons development and testing. The matter will be resolved within 24 hours. Good. Got it, General Bo muttered, scribbling notes. I need a full status report. The overseer shook his head. Yellowstone is currently fluctuating between what once was and what is. A CK-class reconstruction event has caused all our databases to fall out of sync. Each global branch is reporting different items. We're using the Bald Eagle Nation's database as the baseline, tagging anomalies that don't match. But honestly, this process might never be finished. At that moment, the viewers finally realized what they were seeing, a high-level negotiation between the Foundation and the highest echelons of society after the Yellowstone crisis. SHIELD headquarters. Nick Fury watched as the Foundation's top brass got grilled by the general and let out a long sigh. As the UN's Supernatural Management Agency, SHIELD often had to cooperate with governments across the world. Despite acting heroically to maintain world peace and justice, they frequently faced opposition and criticism. Fury had always found this frustrating, but he hadn't expected that even the all-powerful Foundation would suffer the same indignities. He chuckled bitterly, then turned serious again. Back in the footage, General Bo continued speaking with barely concealed hostility. I know about the Olympia project, he said, cutting in. Your people created a prototype supersoldier production line and didn't even report it to the council. Do you know how many lives we lost during the early war? How many of those could have been saved? The overseer stayed silent. It's time your Foundation stopped playing God. You're going to merge with the Department of Occult Warfare, Bo announced as he stood. I'll contact you tomorrow to make the arrangements. The overseer replied flatly, there is no Department of Occult Warfare. There will be by tomorrow. The President and I will make sure of it. With that, Bo walked out without waiting for a salute or offering a goodbye. The overseer watched him go with an indifferent expression. Viewers were stunned. WTF? Is this guy crazy? He just threatened the Foundation's top leadership. I've lived in Bungbu, but this is next level dumb. They think their military can handle the Foundation. Seriously. The Foundation's been saving humanity from anomalies every day, and they still have to deal with arrogant politicians. If I were the Foundation, I'd just quit. Let's see how they handle SCP-682. Total megalomaniac. SHIELD briefing room. I don't get it either, Natasha Romanoff muttered. Isn't the Foundation protecting humanity by containing anomalies? Fury sighed. The Foundation exists to protect humanity, yes. But governments always prioritize national interests over global ones. So when their goals align, everything's fine. But when they diverge, conflict is inevitable. Natasha asked thoughtfully. Exactly, Fury nodded. And the Foundation? They don't care about politics. He sneered. You think a lion cares if an ant buzzes angrily in its ear? The screen went black again, and when it came back on, the feed had returned to the Yellowstone site, still very much a hell on Earth. Different mobile task forces gave it different names. Nightmare. Death Trap. Omega-7 simply called it enemy territory. They moved in a tight formation, checking every intersection and corner. Communication came through gestures, a tap on the shoulder, a squeeze on the leg. They passed through checkpoint after checkpoint like pros. There were no enemies in sight, just distant howls, grunts, and screams echoing from deep inside the facility. As they neared the central Scranton reality anchor, the warping around them seemed to ease. Reality slowly stabilized. They moved efficiently and silently, until they reached Security Area 9. There at the entrance, lay a grotesquely obese man nearly 3 meters tall, his body covered in festering sores and tumors. Corpses surrounded him, many in mobile task force uniforms. One particularly decomposed body caught Beatrice's eye. Her expression changed instantly. "Squire," she whispered, covering her mouth, eyes welling with tears. It was the same Squire who'd contacted them earlier through video call. He had died fighting the creature, a rusted knife still in one hand, the other embedded deep in the monster's flesh. While the team mourned, James was already alert, raising his gun and pointing into the darkness. "Come out." The rest of the team immediately took defensive stances. They were ambushed shortly after entering, came a deep voice from the shadows, marked by an unfamiliar accent. By the time I arrived, they were all dead. The figure stepped into view. He was tall, handsome, and had arms made of steel. James narrowed his eyes. 073. The audience was stunned. 073. Another anomaly. Why is he here? Isn't he low risk and kept at Site 17? Wait, could it be Pandora's box? Yeah. They recruit humanoid anomalies to capture others. Makes sense now. On screen, the team visibly relaxed. Kane, Beatrice exhaled, lowering her weapon. Adrian signaled the rest to do the same. Kane looked down at the corpse. "I wouldn't stand so close. Even in death, the gases are deadly." James nodded and put on his mask. Adrian ordered, "Everyone, masks on. Regroup in conference room 6. Fredrickson, take point." Before leaving, James gave Squire one final look. The body had mostly dissolved into slime, the skeleton barely held together by stringy tissue. The rusted knife crumbled into reddish ash. When the wind blew, nothing remained, no sign that a soldier had once fallen there. Later in the conference room, Adrian looked haggard. He was clearly no longer capable of leading. James stepped forward, calm and collected. "Status report." "All systems good," Beatrice answered. "Minimal damage. We have plenty of supplies." "Ammunition?" Fredrickson replied, "My squad has more than enough. Effie and I had only one mag left, but we reloaded from Vince's gear," Black Bill added. "We're set. No casualties. Victims accounted for." James paused. "Team Able has been neutralized," presumed Kia. Adrian raised his head, then muttered, "We can't go deeper." He gave a tired laugh. "If there's another mission, I'll file for retirement. I just want to get you all out of here." His voice cracked slightly. "Abandon the mission." The agents' expressions varied, some relieved, some anxious. James remained expressionless. "But this isn't just another mission," Beatrice said. "We're the last ones." "Yeah," Adrian sighed. "So what should we do?" "No one's mentioned it yet, but..." Fredrickson began. "What was ancient Sumer called?" Everyone turned to SCP-073. He hadn't entered the room. Kane stood outside, staring down the long corridor, fists clenched in an oddly respectful stance. Adrian glanced at James. They exchanged a look. Worth a try. Adrian stepped out and asked hesitantly, got any advice for our situation? Kane nodded. Yes. But it depends on who you mean by we. He gestured vaguely. If we refers to you, the woman, me, and the strange researcher. I have answers. If you mean the entire team, then no. Everyone else is irrelevant. Kane's eyes locked onto James. We've met before, haven't we? He asked with a sly smile. What are you researching at Site 17? Studying you, James replied coolly. Underscore 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 underscore. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 66, Chapter 66, The Foundation collapses completely. Hell is empty. 1,458 words. The agents continued discussing among themselves, paying no attention to James's dry joke. But Kane laughed. I am honored, researcher. Across the room, Fredrickson scratched his head uncertainly. I'm not sure I follow, but I think Kane just wants us out of here. You, Beatrice, and the researcher will handle the rest. Seems that way, Adrian sighed. He still didn't understand why Kane had brought James along in the first place. Beatrice stood up, her tone firm. Kane's probably the only one who has a clue about what's really happening, which means he's 10 steps ahead of us. I say we follow his lead. She shot the taller man a cold glance. All right, Adrian said after a pause. Then it's decided. I'll go with Dr. James, Beatrice, and Kane. Fredrickson, you're in charge of the rest. Take the team back to the starting point. An exit should appear there in 15 minutes. Just to be clear, sir, all 3 Humvees are totaled. We won't get out in time before everything solidifies again, Fredrickson pointed out. Our only escape is the front exit. That path goes right through enemy territory, Adrian said irritably. It's suicide. In that case, maybe we should go with you instead, Fredrickson raised his voice. If we try to run, we die anyway. Better to take our chances with you. D.F. Fredrickson. I'm sorry, Adrian. You put me in charge, didn't you? It's not up to you anymore. We're coming. Adrian hesitated, then finally gave in. All right. Focus on me, let's move. Just as everyone prepared to carry out the plan, the scene changed abruptly. Elsewhere in the facility, inside a containment chamber surrounded by the dead and decaying, a massive stone sarcophagus slowly creaked open. From within, a tall, naked man with olive skin and crimson tattoos emerged, returning once more to the world of the living. Viewers watching the live broadcast collectively gasped. They recognized him instantly, SCP-076-2. But most didn't know he had another name, Abel. And they didn't realize that SCP-073 bore another name as well. Kane. It's 076-2. Natasha Romanoff said, surprised but hopeful. He helped contain 682 once. He's one of the Foundation's strongest assets. The scene of Abel materializing a weapon from thin air, and nearly slaying 682 in one strike still lingered vividly in the minds of those watching. An agent exclaimed, so, he's with Mobile Task Force Pandora's Box too. If that's the case, won't their mission get easier now? Easier? Nick Fury sighed. I hope so. The scene changed again. Only 4 figures now appeared in the camera feed, James, Adrian, Beatrice, and Kane leading the way. Viewers blinked in confusion. Where were the others? Did they escape? James. Adrian muttered. Yeah. James's eyes were locked on a grotesque creature slithering across the shattered hallway in front of them. It looked part ram, part slug, part something unnameable, something grown from the Garden of Nightmares. Its bandaged head rocked side to side, while three women danced slowly around an angular object. Each wore only a copper helmet adorned with fluttering ribbons, their movements mesmerizing and wrong. The scene sent a chill down everyone's spine. Adrian's voice cracked. "Honestly, do you think we'll survive this?" James glanced ahead at Kane, who walked barely 20 feet in front of them, just a few steps behind the dancers. Suddenly, James frowned. One of the female entities drifted toward Kane. Her every movement radiated a disturbing sensuality, brimming with unnatural charm. Beatrice instinctively opened her mouth to warn him, but stopped. Kane didn't retreat. Instead, he smiled and even laughed. He seemed to hold an invisible conversation with the creature. Then, astonishingly, the entity bowed her head, stepped back, and clapped her hands against her chest, showing no aggression whatsoever. "What?" The live audience watching from their screens froze. Viewers who had believed Kane was a powerful fighter had expected an epic showdown, swords, powers, a clash of titans. Instead, he talked. And won. Beatrice exhaled in disbelief. James finally answered Adrian's question. "If I didn't believe we could survive, then all our preparation would be pointless. So yes, I think we can make it. Let's move." Adrian nodded slowly. That was exactly what he needed to hear. After losing all of Abel's team, Adrian had nearly broken. If James hadn't stepped in, he might have ordered the retreat. Even the mighty Pandora's Box task force could feel fear. Ahead, the strange procession turned right at the intersection and continued dancing, unfazed. James and the others walked forward into the waiting darkness. Then, suddenly, the screen went black. Another strange scene inserted itself like a corrupted memory. Somewhere, a person huddled next to a glowing green egg, cradling it close. "Falanina, Falanina." He whispered gently, stroking the cold shell like it was his child. Every viewer watching felt their hair rise. Something about it was wrong. The feed returned to James and the others. They were navigating the facility's lower levels now, close to a building marked on the map, a gun-gray disc with a logo of 3 inward-pointing arrows inside 2 rings. Kane stepped up to the security panel and placed his hand on the scanner. Verification passed. Clang. A heavy locking mechanism disengaged with a deep groan. Kane looked at the others. "From now on, I will follow you. You must enter first." Beatrice blinked. "Is that a prophecy?" Kane shook his head. "It's inevitable." Before anyone could ask what he meant. WHRRR. A sharp whine pierced the air like a dentist's drill. Beatrice screamed. 2 wire-like arms burst from the open doorway and latched onto her head. Snap. "No." Adrian cried, his face twisted in horror. James reacted instantly, raising his weapon. Crack. Bones shattered as Beatrice's head was crushed between the steel wires. "No." Adrian opened fire in a frenzy, unloading his rifle until the clip was empty. James's bullet struck the steel figure first, clean, precise. Ding. The bullet flattened on the automaton's metal abdomen and fell harmlessly. It didn't work. The audience watching recoiled in fear as the mechanical woman's head tilted, mouth opening to reveal gears and wires grinding in rhythm. James and Adrian kept firing. The whine grew louder, nearly unbearable. Dozens of rounds ricocheted off the steel body, doing little to slow it. Adrian screamed, firing until nothing was left in the chamber. Then his sidearm. 2 more shots. He couldn't even see clearly anymore. His body moved like it was on autopilot. James landed another shot, straight to the face. Crack. The automaton halted. Its joints flared with blue light as gears spun beneath its skin. Suddenly, its mouth widened. James dove to the side just as. Boom! A fireball roared down the hallway. James barely made it out, dragging Adrian behind him. But Adrian wasn't okay. Pain tore through his left leg. He tried to stand and couldn't. FK. FK, he yelled in shock. Steel rose from the flames, its body glowing with heat and rage. The live broadcast froze. Everyone held their breath. And then, blackness. Another memory fragment crashed in. Somewhere, a man lay on a table, sobbing silently. A butcher carved open his abdomen, removing organs with surgical precision. Then, he handed the laughing man a small, paper-wrapped package. Enjoy your meal. Back at S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha Romanoff frowned. What is this? It's another anomaly, Fury said slowly, a cold chill in his bones. The man on the table looked disturbingly familiar. The feed snapped back to James. He was struggling to carry Adrian, running. The automaton was close behind. Its joints glowed. Swish. It lunged at them, murder in its eyes. Just as its fist was about to connect, Kane stepped in front of them. The automaton's blow landed with the force of a freight train. Boom. Kane was sent flying like a rag doll. But as he flew, the rune on his forehead blazed blue, brighter than lightning. The hallway lit up. Buzz. Energy hummed in the air, vibrating every atom. James's instincts screamed. He grabbed Adrian and hurled them both through the open door. Boom. The chamber erupted in a fireball. Flames engulfed everything. The automaton shattered, fragments raining like shrapnel across the hall. James turned. A shard of steel flew through the air. It struck Adrian through the skull. He died instantly. James didn't have time to mourn. A pair of cold hands reached toward the back of his head. Another vision crashed in. Elsewhere, a group of people tried to close their door. They froze mid-action as blood trickled from their noses. Moments later, they lay dead, witnessed only by a shadowy figure placing a token of mourning beside them. Elsewhere still, Agent Fredrickson screamed as a 14-inch worm plunged into his eye. Underscore 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 underscore. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 67, Chapter 67, The Timeline is Broken, the Ex Machina starts. 1,401 words. Somewhere. A man in an orange jumpsuit huddled in a corridor filled with smoke and gas. A figure wearing a hood and a plague doctor mask walked past, mumbling something about a 1+4 antidote. Somewhere else. A woman fled from a floating black and white mask on an infinite staircase. But she could not escape the death that followed. Elsewhere. A man sat in front of a computer displaying a black and red world map. He watched in silence as the Yellowstone Park icon changed from red to black. Immediately following, the live broadcast room fell into eerie silence, as if time itself had paused. Everyone was stunned. Then, chaos erupted, a tsunami of panic and confusion. Dead. They're all dead. WTF? What the hell is going on? Did the entire site just get breached? This is a nightmare. This is hell. It's horrifying. Wait, is that guy with the worm in his eye the same Agent Fredrickson? Didn't they escape earlier? Forget that. What happened to James? S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Everyone, executives and agents alike, stared at the screen in horror. Zoom in. Play it again. Nick Fury barked. Maria Hill rewound the footage, focusing on the pair of ghostly hands that had suddenly appeared behind James. Fury's face darkened. James dead. Just as everyone was bracing for the worst, the screen flickered, and the scene changed again. It was the same location. But now devastation surrounded them. The violent explosion had left everything in ruins. Kane gently laid Adrian's bleeding body beside his unconscious lover, then turned and walked through the steel door into the flower room. And there he was, waiting. Shining in his infinite hues, rainbow petals stretching through dimensions, rotating slowly in space, fading in and out of visibility. The cosmic flower. The heart of reality. The restart point of the universe. The mirror of eternity. The fruit of knowledge. He had returned. It had been so long since Kane last saw his brilliance. And at that moment, the entire Marvel world fell into a dead, reverent silence. The flower emitted a glow of law, a cosmic presence that transcended understanding. The sheer sight of it pulled at the soul, time, beauty, and fate converged in this singular object. No one needed an explanation. No introductions, no backstory. Everyone just knew. The flower. The flower that can restart the universe. SHIELD, is that a flower? Nick Fury murmured, pupils narrowing to a pinpoint. His heart thundered in his chest. This was something beyond all reason. He had never imagined such a cosmic artifact was in the Foundation's possession. Stark Industries. Tony Stark was frozen. Colonel Rhodes, beside him, was equally stunned. Tony muttered, just how many secrets is the Foundation hiding? He had always dismissed the idea of restarting the universe as absurd fantasy. Until now. He realized. He was wrong. Camartage. As the Ancient One stared at the screen, a jolt ran through her entire being. That flower carried cosmic law. Its energy far surpassed the Dark Dimension's power. Now she understood why the Foundation, despite being composed of mere mortals, could contain anomalies, deities, and existential threats. SCP-2000 wasn't just a contingency plan. It was a last resort, a divine tool of rebirth. But then, just as countless eyes remained fixed on the screen, breathless, a sudden roar shattered the silence. The broadcast returned to Kane. He turned around, already knowing what he would see. His brother. The killer. A man stood in the corridor, gripping a sword. His body was covered in tattoos etched with ancient, esoteric symbols. His eyes were dead, cold, and empty. It was 076-2. Also known as Abel. The audience froze in awe. He had arrived. But it didn't look like he was there to help the Foundation. It looked like revenge. Kane spoke with a complex expression, "You're here, my brother Abel." The chat exploded. Oh my God, are they really those Abel and Kane? Wait. 073 and 076-2 are actual brothers. This is insane. Biblical figures are SCPs now. My worldview is broken. Cain, the firstborn son of Adam and Eve. The one who killed his brother, Abel, out of jealousy. God had warned him, if you do well, will you not be accepted? But if not, sin lies at the door. It desires you, but you must rule over it. And now, history repeated itself on screen. Cain extended his fire and steel hands. Blue flames surged from his prosthetic limbs. Buzz. Energy crackled violently. On the other side, Abel's demonic tattoos glowed scarlet with hellfire. He took a step forward. Then another. And another. The tension was unbearable. A feud born at the dawn of time was reaching its climax. Their flames, blue and red, roared in sync, sonic booms rattling the screen. It was the sound of annihilation. They were about to clash. Shield. Do not be like Cain, who was of the evil one and murdered his brother. Someone whispered, chanting scripture. The energy was palpable. Fury stared, eyes wide. Then, something no one expected. Cain moved aside. He bowed respectfully. A gentleman's gesture. Not the mark of a killer. Abel didn't even glance at him twice. He walked past the gate of pearl and fire and entered the garden of flowers. His lifeless eyes observed the runes etched into the petals, deep and ancient. Golden light burned atop transparent blossoms. Then, Abel smiled cruelly. He raised his sword above his head. The blade burst from his fingertips, extending past the stars. It absorbed all light, swallowing warmth, hope, and life. Then, he struck. The sword cut through the petals, piercing the heart of the flower. Time froze. Shield, he destroyed it. Fury gasped. The flower was gone. Although 10 had warned them that the restart button had been corrupted by the broken timeline, they hadn't truly believed it would come to this. Now it had. And the world changed. A chaotic stream of memories began flashing on the screen. The broadcast glitched and fragmented. Somewhere, a man sat in front of a computer. The world map flickered, now black and white. A green icon marked SCP-2000 facility. It had always been like this. Elsewhere, a woman screamed in a video, running down endless stairs. SCP-087. It had always been like this. Somewhere else, 3D class personnel in orange jumpsuits stared at a concrete corner. A creature loomed. They didn't blink until guards sealed the room. SCP-173. It had always been like this. Elsewhere, a perfectly grilled tenderloin was scanned. The source documented. The observer muttered to himself. SCP-006-FR. It had always been like this. Somewhere, a man edited a document on a screen. He deleted some text. Added more. Then clicked save. It had always been like this. The live stream audience was stunned. Is this the timeline repairing itself? Are the lost SCPs returning? Only one person remembered everything. Just like the fragments scattered throughout the story. Then, a cold voice echoed. We need to talk. Suddenly, 10 stood silently before a massive forest of black spires. Their tips pierced the earth, pointing toward the Yellowstone geyser. The magma chamber stretched 130 square kilometers beneath. The thorns stood silently. Indestructible. Black as void. Swallowing every ray of light. Is this why you brought me here? One voice asked, cloaked in shadow. Still obscured in darkness, the speaker couldn't be seen. 10 nodded. I have a few simple questions. I want simple answers. He turned toward the figure, eyes sharp. How long has it been since the fall of the Diva civilization? The figure hesitated. Frowned. Swallowed. 10 continued, is SCP-343 a god? Definitely. The voice faltered. And everyone watching felt it. Something was wrong. A strange, oppressive aura seeped from the screen. 10 leaned in, whispering. What is SCP-001? Silence. Then, 10 said what no one wanted to hear. TK class scenario. TK class transformation of all humanity scenario. Timeline collapse and repair. Like a shattered vase, the repaired timeline is no longer linear. Events occur out of order. Some are forgotten. Others never happened. Shield Nick Fury's voice cracked. So the flower was destroyed. The timeline isn't whole. What exactly did people forget? Was the world truly saved? Did the Foundation succeed? No one knows. Not even the Foundation. The timeline is broken. Reality is flawed. Maybe a new anomaly has already emerged. Maybe it's watching now. Maybe it's you. Because this is a silent apocalypse. Invisible. Inevitable. Unstoppable. It has always been like this. Underscore 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 underscore. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 68. Chapter 68. Pandora's box was destroyed and the flowers became thorns. 1,345 words. An invisible fear loomed over both worlds. In the Marvel world, a long silence in the live stream chat was suddenly broken by a flood of messages. FK. 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 I've completely lost the ability to think. So this is how it ends. The brother who was murdered by Cain gave up his hatred and chose to save the world. Don't forget, Abel was part of Pandora's box too. Maybe only someone like him could complete a mission like this. I'm totally confused now. It wasn't just the regular viewers who were stunned. Even the extraordinary chat group erupted. Deadpool, I take back everything I said. This world is a nightmare. Honestly, our universe doesn't seem so bad now. Tony Stark, few every time something like this happens, it just highlights how terrifyingly powerful the Foundation really is. Natasha Romanoff, honestly. I don't get it. What just happened? What about James? Steve Rogers, same here. If the flower was destroyed and the timeline merge was stopped, then why is the timeline still broken? Just as confusion reached its peak, the screen lit up again. 1 month later, the 4 members of the Overseer Council meet in Ten's office. Only one knows about the thorns, though Ten insists on still calling them flowers. At S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha frowned as she read the caption. Thorns. Why did the flowers become thorns? Nick Fury sighed. It's the result of a broken timeline. Seeing Natasha's confused look, he continued, I've said before, the existence of the flower was erased at a causal level. He turned to her, his voice heavy. That means that, narratively, the flower no longer exists. No records. No memories. Nothing. Natasha was stunned. So everyone forgot about the flower, and the entire incident. Ten spoke next, appearing grim on the screen. According to my research, there's a 95% chance a TK-class event occurred. Almost all members of Omega-7 were killed. He pointed to a strange symbol on a whiteboard. The official reports blame SCP-076-2. But the survivor timelines don't match up, and 076-2 has provided no explanation. The live stream viewers went silent. SCP-076-2 responsible. That's insane. He saved the world. Why blame him? At S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha slammed her fist into the table. They're slandering him. Nick Fury remained calm. Didn't I just say? This is a result of causal erasure. Natasha stared at him, eyes wide. You mean, the memory alteration is so complete that even the Foundation believed their own false report? Nick nodded. Even the Foundation doesn't know the memories have been altered. That's the terrifying part. Natasha shook her head. This is so unfair. 076-2, 073. They all fought and died to protect the world. Her frustration was met with silence. In the scene, Ten continued speaking. There's also an anomaly in the records. A mysterious agent listed only as AA, his full name is missing, corrupted in every database. Conflicting reports describe shape-shifting, memory loss. The sequence of events around him is completely unclear. Viewers in the live stream recognize the implication immediately. Adrian and Beatrice. The doomed couple, erased from history like they never existed. But one question still echoed across the chat: what about James? There's a vague record of a low-level researcher, Ten continued, his tone cautious. He silenced the murmuring crowd and looked to Sure. Ten's voice grew heavier. All the evidence points to a CK-class reality restructuring. The timeline didn't just fracture, it was broken, then crudely repaired. It's like gluing a shattered vase back together. Sure, it looks fine, but the cracks remain. He paused. Events seem unconnected, things happen without cause, and mysteries remain unsolved. It's not that we lack answers, it's that we've forgotten what questions to ask. The Marvel audience felt a wave of helplessness. They wanted to blame the Foundation for their false assumptions, but how could they, when memories themselves had been rewritten? Ten's words stunned the Overseer Council. Finally, Sure asked, so you're saying all this was triggered by the activation of the flower? No, Ten replied. The flower didn't repair the timeline, it reset it. If the broken vase is thrown away and replaced, it's still a vase, but with subtle differences. Sure frowned. But if we didn't do it, then? Was it Abel? Ten froze. What does Abel have to do with this? The viewers shouted in their hearts. Abel entered hell. He was there at the site. Sure explained, since the Omega-7 event, SCP-076-2 hasn't summoned his sword, not once. My current theory is that the thorns and the sword share the same origin. Perhaps the thorns were once the sword. Ten considered this. You're saying Abel is responsible for transforming the flower into thorns? Not just Abel, Sure said. SCP-073 was also found at the massacre site. The weird thing. He was last reported 600 miles away at Site 17. No one can explain how he got there. The pieces fell into place. The flower was destroyed by Abel's sword, transforming into the thorns. The timeline shattered, then stitched back together, erasing everyone involved. When the Foundation arrived at Yellowstone, all they saw were corpses, a destroyed containment unit, and a silent, motionless Abel. Naturally, they blamed him. Kane, SCP-073, had already returned to Site 17, safe and untainted by suspicion. Back in the meeting, one finally spoke up, interrupting the debate. No. B. Sure began, but one raised a hand. When the wire reaches the middle, that's when swordplay begins, he said cryptically, before standing and addressing the room. SCP-2000 will be activated within the next month. RIISA has already begun deploying Series 4. The Foundation is overwhelmed just trying to repair this reality, let alone others. He turned to Ten. You are to be bound by oath. No further investigation into SCP-073, SCP-076, or the flowers or thorns. Understood. Ten hesitated, then nodded. Understood. Meeting adjourned, one announced. All documentation from today's session is now classified as cognitohazardous. Submit your notes to RIISA for containment. Adjourned. Two simple words close the chapter on this TK-level catastrophe. No justice for the dead. No recognition for the saviors. Just silence and forgetting. The live stream audience felt a weight on their chests. It was over. But one question remained unanswered. What about James? Was he dead? If so, why was there no record? If he was alive, where was he? Then, as if the screen had heard their question, it flickered, then lit up again. The audience gasped. It was James. In the image, James stood hesitantly outside Dr. Kondraki's office. He raised his hand and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, came Kondraki's familiar voice. Still wearing his off-white coat, the doctor was tinkering with his beloved camera. Seeing James, he smiled. "Your vacation's not over yet. What brings you back so soon?" James hesitated. "I was wondering, is Iris okay?" "Iris? You mean 105? Kondraki blinked. "You don't have any projects involving her. How do you know her?" James froze. The chat exploded. "What? Didn't Kondraki send James to retrieve 105? What the hell is going on? Wasn't James inside the site during the event? How did he survive?" Natasha muttered, Has this part of history been corrected too?" Nick nodded. "Looks like it." In the image, James recovered quickly. "I heard someone say she'd been brought back." "Brought back?" Kondraki interrupted. "What are you talking about? She's always been in her holding room." James's pupils dilated. Kondraki, growing annoyed, pulled a photo from his desk and tossed it over. "Someone gave 105 a photo again. They really need to stop doing that. She hasn't tried to escape this time, thankfully." James picked up the photo and froze. It was a blurry image, snapped in a hurry. The entrance to the Yellowstone site was visible. Dozens of figures should have been in it. But now they were gone. Erased. Like they never existed. Including James. He walked out of the office in a daze, photo in hand, eyes hollow. Memories swirled in his mind. Of what had happened. What was forgotten. And what was yet to come. Underscore 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 underscore. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 69, Chapter 69, Dragons and Monsters. The Fate of Dragons. 1,359 words. This. Natasha Romanoff was shocked. Is this the photo Iris took of James and the others? But everyone is gone. The timeline correction is brutal, Nick Fury muttered, swallowing hard. Then, with a bitter smile, he added, it seems James was rescued by Iris at the last minute. Natasha was stunned for a moment, then said in disbelief, you mean the hands? Ah, since you're interested in SCP-105, here's a message. Please deliver it to her for me, Dr. Kondraki's voice suddenly echoed. The scene shifted and James stood at the door of SCP-105's containment room. The guard stationed outside searched him thoroughly. No devices capable of capturing photos, and no photos of any kind are allowed, the guard warned. Bang! The gas valve hissed open, and James stepped into the containment room. Inside, Iris sat curled up at the head of her bed, lost in thought. The moment she saw James, her eyes welled up with tears. Low-level researcher. You're a level 2 researcher now, James said gently, placing an empty silver pistol box in front of her. I never got the chance to thank you. Iris's hands trembled as she leaned closer, her voice cracking. Where are Adrian and Beatrice? I asked the security guards, but they said those two don't exist. James avoided her gaze, turned his head slightly, and replied in a low voice, they died in the accident. There's no trace of them left, not even a memory. Iris's expression collapsed as the light in her eyes dimmed. The Pandora's Box project has been terminated, James continued, his voice faltering. All MTF Omega 7 teams have been disbanded. You won't be forced into missions anymore. Iris slowly knelt to the ground, her strength drained, tears falling silently. The live broadcast chat went eerily quiet. Suddenly, the screen went dark and a report appeared in view. 1 month after the 0-hour incident, Level 2 researcher James voluntarily applied to work on a keto-level containment project, requesting direct involvement with high-risk anomalies. Preliminary psychological evaluations indicate James exhibits mild self-destructive tendencies. Mental disorders such as schizophrenia have been ruled out. Condition suspected to be a memory dissonance caused by timeline repair. Subject is currently under observation. Dr. Kondraki. The chat exploded again. Self-destructive tendencies. Are they kidding? By now, the audience had followed James long enough to know he wasn't someone content with peace. Beneath that calm and quiet exterior was a touch of madness. Who the hell volunteers for a keto project? James does. Before the chat could spiral further, James appeared on the screen again. I heard you're involved in a keto-level project. Lois, who had been absent for days, asked the moment he saw him. ZYN adjusted his glasses, visibly concerned. Is it true? James nodded. Yes. Their expressions immediately turned serious. As colleagues and close friends, they understood the risks. Lois frowned. What are you thinking? You want to sacrifice yourself for the Foundation? If I just wanted money, I'd never have joined the Foundation, James replied calmly. You, Lois, don't you chase anomalies with enthusiasm? And ZYN, you've become obsessed with SCP-408. ZYN looked away, slightly embarrassed. This was the most James had spoken in a long time. I hate the world's fake politeness, James continued. It's meaningless to act sociable while hiding what's in your heart. I joined the Foundation for one reason only. To make contact with anomalies and then eliminate them. His words were calm but resonated powerfully. The audience was shaken. In just a few memories, James had already neutralized 2 keto-level objects. Then, Lois suddenly asked, why are we investigating the UIU? ZYN blinked. Maybe we suspect they're hiding anomalous weapons with the potential to cause an XK-class end-of-the-world event. Then why not investigate the GOC? Lois pressed. James smirked. Because the GOC really does have weapons that can cause an XK-class scenario. The three of them burst out laughing. The tension lifted instantly. The audience smiled knowingly. This was the friendship between men. The screen went dark again, then lit up in Dr. Kondraki's office. You know, technically, you're supposed to be on leave, Kondraki said, arms crossed. James raised an eyebrow. You know, some people just aren't built for rest. Got any work for me? Dr. Kondraki stared at him for a moment, then shrugged. You win, researcher. I've got a weird one for you. It's troubled a lot of doctors. Dragons. Monsters. Dragons? Monsters. The chat went wild. But James frowned slightly, sensing something off. Sure enough, Dr. Kondraki dug through a dusty old box and handed James a file. I'm heading out. You can choose whether or not to take this assignment, he said, already halfway out the door. He left in a hurry, almost like he was running away. The chat erupted in confusion, but the focus quickly shifted to the file. Project name, the dragon is here. Yes. He wasn't lying. There are dragons. Item hashtag, SCP-1762. Object class, safe. Wait, what? Safe? The audience paused. Special Containment Procedures, SCP-1762-1 is kept in a standard containment unit at Site-17. Any events involving SCP-1762-2 are to be recorded for analysis. Although SCP-1762-2 is harmless, it must not leave containment. Harmless. Is this really about dragons? Description: SCP-1762-1 is a silver-painted cardboard box, 32 cm x 20 cm x 26 cm, with the words, "Here comes the dragon" written on the lid in black marker. The box appears empty when not in its release phase. During release, black smoke is emitted, followed by the appearance of SCP-1762-2, origami models shaped like dragons of various types. The chat was stunned. Origami dragons? Seriously? This has to be a joke. Now I understand why Kondraki ran so fast. I'd run too. Even the agents at S.H.I.E.L.D. were laughing. Origami dragons, unbelievable, Natasha said, holding her waist. Nick Fury allowed himself a rare chuckle. Kondraki wouldn't let James near a real Kita right now. But I didn't expect this. Back on screen, James remained composed, reading through the file carefully. Instances of SCP-1762-2 fly around playfully with personnel, and with each other. Their sizes vary from 9 cm to 30 cm, and they can fly up to 15 km per hour. James finished the file and didn't seem angry. Instead, he paused, then picked up the phone. I'll take the assignment. The chat exploded in disbelief. He accepted. There's gotta be more to it. No way this is just about origami dragons. The screen shifted. James was now in a containment room with 3 young technicians, 2 men and 1 woman, all in white lab coats. They stood around a silver box with the words, "Here is the dragon," scrawled on it. It's been untouched since we took it in, said a chubby technician. It's more like sheltering than containing it, the female technician added. Seeing James glance her way, she quickly explained, an old man brought it in. Said it was a toy his grandson made before he passed away. He noticed something strange about the box and got scared. So he sent it here. The chat buzzed. A child made this. A human-made anomaly. That's rare. James stepped closer to SCP-1762-1, observing it quietly. At first glance it looked entirely ordinary, nothing more than a shoebox. But then, something unexpected happened. The box lid slowly creaked open. Dark smoke spilled from the opening, catching everyone off guard. Before alarms could be triggered, several shapes emerged from the mist. They weren't threats. They were origami dragons. Colorful, fluttering paper dragons of varying shapes and sizes floated through the air. One red dragon circled James curiously. He noticed a yellowish stain on one of its wings. It looked like tape. Don't panic, James said calmly, as the others instinctively tensed. He raised his hand slowly toward the red dragon. To everyone's amazement, it gently landed on his arm. Roughly 20 centimeters long, it was perfectly folded and incredibly lifelike. The dragon turned its head and made brief eye contact with James, then slid a tiny folded piece of paper into his hand. Unfolding it, James read the handwritten message. You found us. Underscore 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 underscore. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 70, Level for Reality Bender. The Collapse of the Fantasy World. 1,419 words. The first sentence on the note stunned everyone watching the live broadcast. S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters. What does this mean? Natasha Romanoff asked, eyes wide with amazement. Origami dragons can communicate with humans through paper notes. Even Nick Fury looked slightly taken aback. He had initially assumed they were just harmless flying paper creatures. But now, it was clear this wasn't simple at all. He kept reading. Thank you. We are finally able to meet again after such a long time, friends. Peace always maintained. Friends? Peace. Fury's brows furrowed. Could these creatures have interacted with humans before? He continued reading with growing intrigue. Since you last came to give order, the giants and beasts have not spoken a word, nor caused any trouble. We miss your team. How are your tribe members doing? Do you still remember how to operate your room? You are always welcome to visit. That last sentence made Fury's eyes go wide. Could it be this box connects to another world? A chill ran down his spine. It reminded him of what had happened in 1983, when another world connected to a demonic entity. But this was different. A world of origami dragons. What did operate your room even mean? Did humans visit that world before? Kamartaj. The Ancient One stared at the screen in disbelief. She activated her mind's eye again, and this time, she didn't see paper. She saw a dragon, a projection of a real dragon layered over the origami creature. Could it be that this origami is a real dragon in another dimension? In the containment chamber, James held the note in his hand, reading it with a mixture of awe and confusion. Record the note. Attach it as an appendix, he instructed calmly. Also, alert Dr. Kondraki. Then he glanced at the red origami dragon resting near him. It tilted its head, watching him silently. Can we speak to each other using language? James asked gently. The dragon tilted its head again, seemingly not understanding. It flapped its paper wings and flew in slow circles before returning to his palm. It produced another folded note, and gently placed it into his hand. It is strange how much your world has changed. Stranger still is the way we arrive here now. In the fantasy world, we were massive. Or have you become smaller? Shield. Fury leaned forward. This confirms it, they're intelligent. They're communicating. He paused. Why use notes, though? And what is this fantasy world they keep referring to? Could it be the origami dragons came from an entirely separate dimension, one they called the fantasy world? Kamartaj. The Ancient One's eyes widened with realization. That's it, she exclaimed. In their world, these beings are real dragons. What they call the fantasy world is likely the dimension they come from. From the sound of it, humans had definitely been there before. Although the room is still as spacious as before, it seems you have become smaller. We don't understand. According to our agreement, the rooms should always remain stable. Please keep your promise. That last note confirmed a major theory. Someone from Earth had contacted these beings before. They had made a contract, a promise. Shield. Room? Natasha muttered, thinking hard. Could that refer to our world? Our dimension? Fury's face lit up with understanding. That makes sense. Remember the recent TK-level reality restructuring event? If the dragons refer to reality as a room, then instability means our dimension is breaking down. This theory sounded increasingly plausible. Still, the questions were far from over. The mystery only grew deeper. Everyone, across S.H.I.E.L.D., Kamartaj, and beyond, was now locked in a collective brainstorm. No one had expected such revelations from a safe-class SCP. Then something changed on screen. SCP-1762-1 began emitting thick smoke. The red origami dragon in James' hand twitched, as if summoned. It flapped its wings, then rose into the air, joining the other dragons as they slowly drifted back into the paper box. James watched them go, expression unreadable. It truly felt as if a dragon had once perched in his hand. Behind him, Dr. Kondraki's voice rang out, slightly breathless. What's going on? James paused, then made a decision. I request an immediate investigation into the original containment personnel, and the creator of SCP-1762. Kondraki blinked. James, it's just a safe-class object. We were close to neutralizing it. It's harmless, just a few paper dragons flying around. James hesitated. I'm not sure anymore. Kondraki shrugged. As you wish. Nobody else wants this project anyway. Shield, what's James thinking? Natasha asked. Why make such a bold request? Fury stared at the screen, thoughtful. There was so much they didn't know about SCP-1762. The screen faded to black. When it lit up again, time had passed. James, in his white coat, stood once again in the containment room. But only one technician remained with him, the slightly plump D. Rue. You could have requested reassignment like the others, James said. I chose to stay, D. Rue replied, holding a clipboard. James looked at him curiously. This project reminds me of a fairy tale book I read as a kid, D. Rue continued. James paused in his writing. What kind of book? Oh, you know, a group of kids entered a wardrobe and discovered a magical kingdom. It's been so long, I barely remember it. James stared into space, lost in thought. PSSSST. The box expelled smoke again. Colorful origami dragons emerged, but fewer this time. And something was wrong. They weren't flying. They walked awkwardly across the floor, wings dragging, like they had lost their ability to fly. Only the red dragon flew, weakly, and landed in James' hand, placing another note. Friends, we are sorry. We are short of staff. We must remain in the fantasy world for a while. Other forces grow stronger and restless. We seek peace. But please, for our mutual happiness, repair your room. We know you've tried. Your people are the most imaginative among us. The red dragon fidgeted in his hand, clearly distressed. Shield, other forces. Natasha repeated, brows raised. What does that mean? Her eyes widened. Wait, didn't the earlier note mention giants and monsters? Fury rubbed his chin. Is this all tied to our world's instability? What role does imagination play in this? He looked at the dragons on screen. They looked sickly, fading. It seems the fantasy world is collapsing. In the containment room, James stared at the box, deep in thought. D. Rue. Yeah. Start recording. I've got 3 hypotheses. The live chat exploded. 3 hypotheses. James closed his eyes and spoke with calm precision. First, SCP-1762-1 is a channel between illusion and reality. I suspect the fantasy world is a dimension lower than our own. The room fell into silence. A stunning theory. Second, the fantasy world was constructed from the imagination of the creator of SCP-1762. D. Rue's pen trembled as he wrote. Third, the creator may have been a level 4 reality bender. The live chat went wild. What? No way. That's just a cardboard box and some paper dragons. Is James high? Shield Fury slapped his thigh. Of course. That's what imagination means in this context. He turned to the agents around him. A level 4 reality bender, also known as a type green, can manipulate reality itself. They could imagine a world into existence. The fantasy world wasn't naturally occurring, it was crafted. The dragons, giants, and beasts were all imagined into reality. Once they enter our world, they downgrade into paper versions, like origami dragons, Fury continued. But if our reality weakens, so does their world. The others nodded, stunned. In the containment room, D. Rue was still digesting James' theory when the box trembled again. Suddenly, 3 crumpled yellow paper balls rolled out of SCP-1762-1 and landed on the floor. James instinctively stepped back. The paper balls began to vibrate violently for 5 seconds, then stopped. What are those? D. Rue whispered. Before they could investigate, smoke puffed from the box again. The remaining origami dragons emerged, no longer playful or curious. They flew directly to the yellow paper balls, gathered them, and returned to the box. The red dragon, now noticeably more wrinkled and sluggish, landed weakly in James' palm. It placed one last note. The giants are truly foolish. Your room is not ready for them. We're sorry, my friend. We hope to meet again, but the time left for our shared happiness is running out. James clenched the note tightly, eyes narrowed. The fantasy world was crumbling. And with it, something beautiful was about to be lost. Chapter 71, The Dragon Was Here, a fantasy adventure that will never exist giant. 1,436 words. Natasha Romanoff stared at the screen, murmuring, "So, those 3 paper balls are the giants from the fantasy world." Nick Fury frowned, arms crossed. If those paper balls were giants, why would they leave the fantasy world? And why are they in that state? He thought back to the 3 crumpled balls of paper, and the origami dragon's actions. It had retrieved them. He had a guess now. The creatures from the fantasy world weren't just visiting. They were trying to invade the real world. And the dragon. It was Asgardian. But this realization also pointed to a deeper, more alarming issue: the fantasy world was deteriorating, and fast. Its collapse was accelerating. Camartage. It really is a giant, the Ancient One said, watching through her mystical projection. In her sight, the 3 crumpled paper balls were no longer mere trash. They were corpses, fallen giants from another realm. The dragon, too, bore battle scars, its body broken and burned. A fierce war had taken place. The Ancient One closed her eyes, sensing the collapsing echoes of the fantasy world. Time passed. James stood beside Dr. Kondraki, dressed in a crisp white lab coat, reporting his findings. To sum up, I believe SCP-1762 is the product of the imagination of a level 4 reality bender. A stunned silence fell over the office. Dr. Kondraki stared at James for a long moment. Then, with a heavy sigh, he said, "I never expected an ordinary, safe-level containment object like SCP-1762 would lead to such a surreal discovery." James blinked, unsure how to respond. Dr. Kondraki pulled a cigarette from his coat. Hiss. Puff. He leaned back in his chair, blowing out a perfect smoke ring. "We found the old man who brought SCP-1762 here." James leaned forward. "He's a reality bender?" "No," Dr. Kondraki said quietly. "But his grandson was." The live broadcast room went completely silent. Had James actually guessed correctly? Dr. Kondraki reached into his drawer and pulled out a yellowed photo. He handed it to James. It showed a family of 4, a grandfather, a father, a mother, and a child. But the child's image was faded, as if it had been erased from reality. A blank space remained where he should have been. James looked up at him, eyes full of questions. "He was likely a level 4 reality bender," Kondraki explained, "stage 3, stable. But he wasn't around for long. I believe SCP-1762 was a manifestation of his imagination." SCP-1762. "If you want," Kondraki continued, "you can continue the project. But soon, it might be reclassified as neutralized." Neutralized, an anomaly that has been destroyed or is no longer abnormal. The audience in the live stream slowly pieced it together. The creator of the fantasy world, an imaginative child, was gone. Which meant the world he had created was doomed. A shared sense of loss swept through everyone watching. Back in the containment room, James stood quietly in front of the silver box. The unrestrained imagination of a child had once pierced the boundary between reality and fantasy, and now it was fading. Suddenly, pest, smoke curled from the box. 5 origami dragons emerged from SCP-1762-1, fluttering through the air. Before James could react, they dropped a small note and quickly retreated back into the box. James stepped forward and read. The situation is becoming increasingly tense. The fantasy world is growing darker. We, the serpents and hybrids, are trying to stop the others from returning. But the humans and elves want to open a portal and attack. They say your people have become stupid and ignorant. We hope this is not true. If you have truly forgotten us, we will be very sad. James's hands trembled slightly. So did many in the live stream. In their minds, a brutal war was unfolding, a war between magical creatures, giants, serpents, dragons, and elves. The beauty of this world was being torn apart by conflict. Fear and chaos reigned. Stark Industries building. Tony Stark stared at the footage on screen. His eyes softened. A world he never knew existed was unraveling before his very eyes. Every child has a moment in life filled with pure, innocent imagination. But childhood ends. And with it, the worlds we dream up. Snakes, giants, elves, dragons must have been a beautiful world, Tony said softly. A few days passed. James returned to the containment room, waiting. The box opened again. This time, only the red origami dragon appeared. The yellow tape once attached to its wings was gone. Its body was scarred, wrinkled, tattered. It flapped its wings weakly, circling James once. And then collapsed to the floor. James knelt and picked it up. There were words written on its wings. War. Goodbye, friends. Silence fell over the containment room. And the stream. It was as if something precious had been lost forever. So war was inevitable. It just wanted to see its friend one last time. The dragon has fallen. One viewer summed up the mood best. I don't know why, but I feel like I lost something important. Suddenly. Boom. The box burst open, releasing a pillar of fire 2 meters high. Roars echoed from within SCP-1762-1. James froze in place. Shredded paper and paper balls spewed from the opening. Several origami dragons followed, but they, too, were lifeless, like the red one. Dr. Kondraki appeared at the door. I detected an abnormal temperature, 1,700 degrees. Thought I'd check in. He stepped into the room and looked around. His eyes landed on the origami dragon in James's hands. SCP-1762-2 is neutralized. Yes, James said quietly. They're dead. Kondraki didn't argue. He approached the box and reached in, pulling out a roll of parchment. Some of the text was blurred. Some stained with blood. Everyone in the stream held their breath as he read aloud. Are you still there, friends? We miss you. The fantasy world is no longer safe. Our harbor, your creation, is gone. The giants are dead. The minotaurs are dead. The birds have fled. We will burn down your room. We cannot risk you being hurt. This is our farewell. Maybe one day, your people will build another room. This little hope may not come true, but we will cherish it. Smoke poured from SCP-1762-1. For 15 minutes it shook violently. Then, it began to fall apart. The box slowly charred and disintegrated. Tiny burn holes spread across its surface. And the words once printed on its lid, "Here be dragons," burned away. Kamartaj. The Ancient One watched the destruction unfold through the mirror dimension. She sighed. The dragons, what was left of them, were dead. The paper box had been a portal to another world. And now that portal was gone forever. Time passed again. James now stood in the center of a lecture hall, SCP-1762-1 held in his arms. Doctors surrounded him. Dr. Kondraki. Dr. Clef. Others. This is the final document obtained from SCP-1762-1, James announced. He unrolled a papyrus scroll, revealing a hand-drawn landscape. Waterfalls. Trees. Mountains. A dragon flying in the distance. In the corner, handwritten in ink. The master said we will not see you again. We are sad. So are others. We were full of dreams and ideals. But we can no longer share them. The master said we must leave. He said he would create a new fantasy world. But you cannot be part of it. We are sad. We love you. We will never forget you. We are scared, will you forget us? James read the final words slowly, his calm voice at odds with the emotion in his eyes. A pause. Someone on stage spoke. Dr. Bo Wong. And then. James nodded. After document 1762-18 was removed, saltwater began to leak from SCP-1762-1. The burn marks disappeared. He took a deep breath. 3 minutes later, the box returned to its original state. Except the words changed. Where was the dragon? The room fell silent. No more messages. No more dragons. Just a memory now. So, SCP-1762 was a creation of a level for reality bender, one doctor confirmed. And it's been neutralized after its creator died. James hesitated, then smiled faintly. It's more like a story about a lonely kid, sitting in an empty attic, imagining he had a friend. A friend who went on 10 fantastic adventures that will never exist. The doctors exchanged glances. Then they nodded. Request for neutralization of SCP-1762, approved. James nodded in return. He reached into his coat and brought out the red origami dragon. Someone had reattached the yellow tape to its wing. But it didn't move. It just lay in his palm, quietly. I request to keep SCP-1762-2. As a keepsake. Chapter 72, Chapter 72, Origami Dragon appears in Marvel. Angel of the 10,000 Wings appears. 1,393 words. The dragon is here. Became a dragon here. With that final word, a beautiful childhood fantasy quietly came to an end. The audience in the live broadcast room fell into silence. Only after a long pause did someone sigh, just like James. SCP-1762 is neutralized. Here be dragons becomes here was dragons. So it's really over, huh? Damn it. A safe class containment object, and it still makes a grown man feel like crying. This has nothing to do with gender or age. It's the collective grief over lost childhood dreams. The regret of never being able to reach them. Shield neutralized. Natasha Romanoff murmured. So no more dragons. Nick Fury looked away from her and exhaled a soft sigh. Compared to monsters like SCP-096 and SCP-682, SCP-1762 seemed insignificant. But when the message changed from "the dragon is here" to "the dragon was here," and SCP-1762 was marked as neutralized, something in him sank. He couldn't explain it, but it felt like loss. After a long silence, he finally answered her question. No more dragons will fly out of the old cardboard box. But at least, the dragon was here. Future technology building. Peter Parker's eyes were misty as he spoke, moved beyond words. Who would have thought a containment object could affect me this deeply? He blinked in confusion when no one responded. Turning around, he saw James hunched over a table, scribbling something. Meanwhile, Gia was chasing something red. Origami. Peter froze. Red paper. A delicate body. Yellow tape on the wings. Wasn't that an origami dragon? Wait, James. Gia, he shouted, rushing over. Is this it? Is it this? James stopped writing, looked up calmly, and nodded. Yes, that's it. Peter blinked, stunned. But I thought it was already neutralized. How? Before he could finish, the origami dragon gently landed on his arm. Peter froze, terrified that the smallest movement would crush it. He looked back at James, waiting for an explanation. James simply smiled and tapped his temple. All it takes is a little imagination. Peter nodded instinctively, his gaze drifting back to the dragon. He forgot to ask. Forgot that the origami dragon was something only a level for reality bender could create. Snap. James snapped his fingers. The AI butler, Chin, responded immediately. Master. The SCP-MW-052 file is nearly complete. Ready to save. Chin began scanning and uploading the file. Project name, Black Bolt. Item No, SCP-MW-052. Object Class, Euclid, pending downgrade to Safe. Special containment procedures. The subject is to be housed in a facility completely isolated from electronic energy. Description: SCP-MW-052 is a humanoid alien, 188 centimeters tall, and weighing 95 kilograms. Its primary anomaly: it can release destructive pseudosound waves via its voice. It's believed to absorb and harness electronic energy from its environment, using it to power shockwave-generating vocal cords. Additional abilities include enhanced strength and speed, fireball and blast bomb generation, force field creation, and flight. James muttered as he reviewed the data. Still a few gaps. Let the others handle it. Understood. Now on to the next target. Yes, sir. No one outside the Future Technology Building knew what had just happened. There was still no word from Adeline. People across the planet were still caught in the wistful, dreamlike melancholy of the dragon's departure. Until the screen changed. Inside a familiar Foundation site, in a familiar cafeteria, sat three familiar faces. Cheers. Clink. Three beer bottles tapped together, spilling foam. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Hiss, ah. Lois licked her lips and let out a satisfied sigh. That hit the spot. She paid no attention to James's quiet demeanor, or ZYN's blank stare. After all, they'd worked together long enough to fall into their own rhythm. ZYN, I heard your lab hit a rough patch. ZYN grumbled and nodded. You're too well informed. When James looked up too, ZYN rolled her eyes. It was my first failed experiment. Glass shattered, samples destroyed, and days of effort undone by one careless moment. Lois nodded with sympathy. That sucks. That's not what got me down. ZYN took a long swig of beer, her usual refinement replaced with uncharacteristic boldness. I expected them to either scold me or at least say something. But they just shrugged and walked off. It hurts to be ignored, Lois said gently, changing the topic. ZYN nodded, bitterness in her voice. When I threw out the gloves and rags, I realized it's not that they don't like me. They don't even know me. Few remember my face. Fewer know my name. She laughed dryly. Why would anyone care about the mistakes of a nobody? Those people are psychos, Lois cursed. Sometimes I wonder if they're even human, or just clones and robots. ZYN was mid-sip when James suddenly asked. So what will you do now? ZYN straightened up immediately, her fire returning. I saw a message the other day. 2 new interns joined the lab. Allies? James asked. Allies, she confirmed, and they exchanged a knowing smile. All three laughed together. As the night wore on, ZYN and Lois grew curious about James's recent work. Did you apply for a Keto-level project? Lois asked. ZYN leaned forward. Actually, I just finished a safe-level project, James replied, voice softening as he recalled SCP-1762. He told them the story of the origami dragons and their whimsical world. The two women listened intently, eyes sparkling with wonder. When he finished, they sighed together. The Foundation really gave up on it? Lois asked, disappointed. I thought they'd research that illusion world or something. The Foundation doesn't believe in fantasy, James said quietly. Only in science. Cold, hard facts. Lois and ZYN exchanged a glance. The live stream chat, however, was overflowing with emotion. Damn. That's exactly how I feel. Looks like James really cared about the origami dragons too. Who wouldn't? That was our childhood flying away forever. Ha ha, ouch. Back in the cafeteria, silence returned. Then James broke it. I applied for a field project. Keter level. Lois blinked in surprise. Congrats. Once you're outside, you're the lead researcher, Dr. James. What kind of project? ZYN asked. James smiled. An angel. Angel. The live stream chat exploded. Even the special chat group buzzed. Deadpool angel. First we had God, then Abel and Cain. What's next, Lucifer? Steve, I'm more concerned about what kind of anomalous features it has. Is it hostile? Tony, Captain. It's Keter class. That means it's terrifying. Natasha Romanoff, maybe it's a hot guy. Hawkeye Romanoff, maybe lay off the fairy tales. Kamartaj. Angel. The Ancient One frowned, recalling the divine implications of that word. Could it be another god-tier entity? Shield. While Natasha bantered with Hawkeye in the group, Fury watched the screen in silence, curious. Then an agent rushed over, anxious. Sir, the signal we left on Adelan. It's gone. Fury's brow furrowed. Adelan, the mobile city of the Inhumans. SHIELD had only installed minimal surveillance to avoid provoking them. But now? Did they relocate again? Unknown, the agent said, shaking his head. Keep investigating. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Angel. Professor X stared at the screen. The image of Warren Worthington III came to mind, white wings, healing feathers, and his X-Men nickname, Angel. Could it be someone like Warren? The sky-darkened screen lit up again, revealing James at a new sight. He was flanked by white-coated researchers. A bald man with glasses gave instructions with grave intensity. SCP-469 is extremely sensitive to sound. When collecting feather samples, make absolutely no noise. SCP-469. Angel. Sensitive to sound. The chat's curiosity peaked as the file appeared. Project name, 10,000 Winged Angel. Item hashtag, SCP-469. Object class, Keter. The title alone stunned the audience. 10,000 Winged Angel. So it really does have thousands of wings. Special containment procedures. SCP-469 must be held in a fully soundproof chamber measuring 15.24 m on all sides. Entry is restricted to D-class personnel in SPAR suits. No sound-producing devices permitted. Communication must be done silently. Comments flooded in. Wait, an angel that can't hear a sound. How do you even study something like that? I want to know what happens if it hears something. Then came the description. Description. SCP-469 initially appears to be a mound of white feathers roughly 8.84 meters wide and weighing several tons. Upon closer inspection, it's a tightly bundled mass of wings. Some wings are just a few centimeters long, others span over a meter. All are covered in pristine, glossy white feathers. Chapter 73, Chapter 73, Black Bolt is in custody. The end of Adelan. 1,433 words. The audience in the live broadcast room, still busy guessing the angel's identity, was left speechless. They had guessed everything from fiery angels to strange winged creatures. All wrong. Angel of 10,000 wings, did it literally mean 10,000 wings? Could a bizarre creature made entirely of wings still be called an angel? Despite the shock, as new information appeared, everyone's attention quickly shifted. X-rays revealed that the wings have a hollow bone structure, similar to that of birds, but the bones are extremely flexible and durable, allowing the wings to bend and curl in ways no vertebrate has ever achieved. At the core is a large humanoid creature curled in a fetal position, with all the wings connected to its spine. SCP-469 feeds exclusively on sound and sound waves, using the energy to regenerate and grow its wings and feathers. The louder and higher the frequency, the faster SCP-469 grows. Due to the sound-absorbing structure of its feathers, SCP-469 itself emits no sound. SHIELD Headquarters. As the new data appeared, a terrifying image formed in the agents' minds. A giant humanoid being covered entirely in wings. They exchanged uneasy glances. No wonder the doctor kept emphasizing that no sound should be made. Natasha Romanoff muttered in shock. This thing literally feeds on sound. Nick Fury, standing nearby, wore a grim expression. As director of S.H.I.E.L.D., his first thought was always the same. How dangerous is the object, and how difficult is it to contain? This angel of 10,000 wings could grow endlessly as long as there was sound. If it appeared on Earth, wouldn't it be capable of infinite growth? Eventually, even without doing anything, the sheer volume of wings could bring about catastrophic destruction. No wonder it's keto level, Fury said under his breath. Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. Feeds on sound and keeps growing. What a coincidence. Professor X's mind instantly brought up the image of Black Bolt. That man could level cities with his voice. If the two met. He shook his head, clearing his thoughts, and focused back on the screen. Any creature that approaches or touches the surface of SCP-469 will be quickly engulfed by its wings. Though the feathers appear soft, the tips are incredibly sharp. They pierce clothing and skin easily, injecting a neurotoxin that triggers extreme pain, while keeping the victim alive to scream longer. These screams further feed SCP-469 until the victim dies of shock. So far, 4 victims have perished this way. Attempts to destroy SCP-469 have all failed. A flamethrower was counterproductive, the noise made it grow faster. Close-range shears led to the deaths of 2 agents. The chat in the live stream exploded. WTF? What kind of terrifying power is this? Poison that forces you to scream until you die. That's twisted. It's a keto-level anomaly, what did you expect? Another unkillable freak, people in this world have it rough. S.H.I.E.L.D. It's obvious. The toxin makes victims scream, just to feed it more, Nick Fury said grimly. Don't forget, this thing doesn't eat people. It eats sound. Screaming until you die of shock. Natasha turned pale. What a horrible way to go. She stared at the screen, uneasy. If it's so dangerous, why does the Foundation even collect its feathers? Precisely because it's dangerous, Fury replied. They have to deal with it. For the first time, the bald, old-fashioned doctor on the screen didn't seem so annoying to him. Kamartaj. Thankfully, it's not a divine entity or a god, the Ancient One sighed in relief. But his expression quickly darkened. It can't be executed, this thing's a time bomb. After all, who could guarantee absolute silence? Even if humans remained quiet, nature wouldn't comply. The document ended, but for James and the rest of the research team, the real danger was just beginning. Wearing standard soundproof and anti-vibration suits, the team prepared to approach SCP-469. These suits were capable of absorbing and canceling out surrounding sound. Still, one researcher, Walter, looked pale as a sheet. Walter, are you okay? The bald doctor asked, frowning. If you're not ready, you can sit this out. No, doctor, I'm fine. Walter swallowed hard, forcing a shaky smile. With final preparations complete, the team entered SCP-469's containment room. From the outside, it resembled a giant crystal coffin. Inside, SCP-469's enormous form nearly filled the entire space. Wings wrapped around wings, overlapping endlessly. Its true body was buried so deep in the feathers, it was impossible to see. Even asleep, the angel radiated a divine glow. Inside and outside the screen, everyone held their breath, dreading even the tiniest sound. The lead doctor gently lifted one feather using a special tool. Then, ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. A phone suddenly rang from inside Walter's suit. All the researchers froze. Cardiac arrest. Normally, it would be just an ordinary ringtone. But now it sounded like a death knell. The live audience collectively shuddered. This is bad. The next moment, the angel awakened. Wings exploded outward, feathers flooding the room like a tidal wave. Cracks spread across the transparent containment walls. Boom, boom. That was the sound of walls breaking. And everyone's hearts pounding in terror. No, it wasn't me. Walter clutched the phone, face deathly pale. He stared at the expanding wings, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints. Ah! His screams shattered the silence James and the others had fought to maintain. Boom! SCP-469's body suddenly expanded. A single thought echoed in a researcher's mind. Run! Panic overtook the team as they bolted for the containment chamber exit. Behind them, SCP-469 surged awake, wings unfurling like armor. The audience watching the live stream was left speechless. Then, comment after comment flooded in. WTF? How did that guy mess up this badly? Did it just go full boss fight mode in under 10 seconds? That growth rate is insane. If this thing showed up on Earth, it could destroy a city in minutes. Shield Nick Fury stared at the screen, stunned. Such a small mistake led to a full containment breach. Keto-level containment. Really leaves no room for error, he muttered. But his attention shifted to the Foundation's next move. Then, SCP-469's wings wrapped around Walter and injected venom. Walter's agonized screams echoed throughout the entire facility. Surprisingly, SCP-469 didn't attack James and the others. Instead, it suddenly flung its wings wide and took off. The containment room ceiling shattered as feathers exploded upward. Did-da. Did-da. Security teams on the ground opened fire. Bullets formed a storm of lead, but as they struck the feathers, they simply lost momentum and dropped. While bullets didn't hurt 469 directly, they did knock feathers loose. Horrifyingly, even detached feathers retained their poison. Touching one meant instant paralysis or death. Still, SCP-469 didn't retaliate. Once on the roof, it lifted both arms, then launched into the air. Whoosh! Wings thundered, sending shockwaves through the facility. It ascended like a missile. So fast that human eyes could barely follow. James and his team, arriving at the surface, found only a devastated facility. The entire rooftop looked like it had been hit by a storm of shredded fabric. In the distance, an agent cursed. Damn! That thing's flying at over 1,200 miles per hour. 1,200 miles per hour. James looked up. SCP-469 was already a speck in the sky. With each flap, it climbed higher, but also shed more feathers. Wait! James narrowed his eyes. Something's wrong. Sure enough, by the third wing beat, it slowed dramatically. By the fifth, it had lost over 50% of its feathers, and began to fall. Desperately, it flapped harder, trying to stay airborne. Too late. Boom. It crashed. James and the others raced to the crash site. There they found SCP-469, barely recognizable. It had lost nearly 80% of its feathers and its strength. No matter how many wings you have, the Foundation will contain you, the bald doctor said coldly. Nick Fury, watching from S.H.I.E.L.D., suddenly understood. So that's why the Foundation allowed so many people near a Keter-class entity. They had already planned for a breach. They knew exactly what to do. Fury glanced up at the sky, as if searching for the unseen force behind it all. Ultimately, SCP-469 was recaptured without resistance and moved to a temporary unit until the original chamber could be repaired. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Only when SCP-469 was finally secured again did Professor X breathe a sigh of relief. The breach had been short-lived but devastating. If the Angel hadn't been trying to escape rather than destroy, casualties would have been much higher. Still reeling from the event, Professor X heard footsteps behind him. Professor, something happened in Adelan. Chapter 74, Level for Reality Twister. 1,390 words. Adelan. Professor X blinked, thinking he'd misheard. Looking at Wolverine in surprise, he asked, "You mean something happened in Adelan?" "That's impossible." Even though Black Bolt is an Inhuman, Professor X was still well acquainted with his power. In fact, everyone knew how formidable Black Bolt, the king of Adelan, truly was. He was easily one of the strongest beings on Earth. Not to mention, Adelan was no longer located in the Eastern Mountains. "What exactly happened?" he asked. Wolverine's expression darkened, and for once, fear was etched across his face. "Feathers," he muttered. "What feathers?" "A blanket of feathers." Wolverine swallowed hard and continued gravely, "That's the only transmission we received from Adelan. Then we lost all contact." "Feathers?" Professor X stiffened as if pierced by a needle. A shiver ran down his spine. He turned his head toward the nearest monitor, his voice growing more anxious. "No, no." Panic flickered in his eyes before he forced himself to calm down. "Whatever it is, we need to investigate what happened to Adelan immediately," he ordered. "And if you encounter any creature made of white feathers and wings, don't engage. Just leave." He didn't elaborate. The possibility that had crossed his mind was too terrifying to speak aloud. Future Technology Building. Staring at the security footage filled with floating feathers, Peter Parker glanced toward James, who was casually playing with Gia. Scratching the back of his head, Peter mumbled, "That looks oddly familiar." "Huh?" A single feather sat in the corner of the room, slender, white, and shimmering with a faint holy light. Peter's eyes widened. No way it's connected, right?" His gaze darted back and forth between James and the feather. After a moment of internal struggle, Peter decided to brush the thought aside. "Nope. Impossible. James was just a billionaire genius, not some cosmic anomaly. And the feather? Just a regular feather. Right?" With that rationalization, Peter's nerves settled. Live broadcast, Site 17 briefing room. The audience didn't have to wait long. In the next scene, James appeared on screen again, seated inside a high-level conference room. Around him were several researchers in white lab coats, including some very recognizable faces, like Dr. Clef and Dr. Kondraki. As usual, the two were arguing, even though two other staff members sat between them. "Pentobarbital isn't working anymore. And this is the containment plan you endorsed." Dr. Clef's voice rang out in frustration. "I get it. You all think the job of terminating Keter-class entities is beneath you." He sneered. "But it turns out not everyone can handle what you call a lowly task." His statement sparked pushback from several researchers. On the sidelines, James sat with Lois and Zyn. Lois yawned and picked at her ear. 5 years. We've been here for 5 years, and we still don't have a proper procedure for containing 239. The live stream audience was momentarily stunned. 5 years. Had that much time really passed? Looking closely, it was clear. Lois had aged, and ZYN had matured. But James? Time seemed to have left no trace on him. SHIELD headquarters. While most viewers fixated on the passage of time, Nick Fury honed in on something else. Did he just say 239? Fury blinked. As in SCP-239. The agents in the room were silent for a beat, then erupted in panic. You mean the level for reality bender? Holy hell, we forgot there was a damn ticking time bomb in Site-17. The one that could puppet the whole site like it's a stage play. Are they trying to execute her? Are they insane? Back in the feed, ZYN added his voice to Lois's complaint. Yeah, and the worst part is, when she's awake, her self-preservation instincts make her nearly invincible. He turned to James. Didn't you file a project proposal on 239? What did Dr. Kondraki say? James casually raised the folder in his hand. He approved it yesterday. Lois snorted. Of course he did. That guy always dumps the impossible cases on you. James just smiled without responding. Meanwhile, the attention of everyone watching was drawn to the file James held. Ever since he joined Site-17, there had been endless speculation about SCP-239. Now, finally, the mystery was about to be revealed. All eyes locked onto the screen as James opened the folder. Project name, Devil Girl. Item hashtag, SCP-239. Object class, Keter. The chat room exploded. Oh my god, it is 239. Level for reality bender confirmed as Keter class. Devil Girl sounds about right if she can puppet an entire site. Wait, she's just a child. Special containment procedures. SCP-239 is to be housed in a single-occupancy room containing one bed, an electrocardiograph, and an IV drip filled with pentobarbital mixed with data expunged. The solution must be replenished daily. She is never to leave her containment area. The room's walls must be lined with telekill lead alloy. Only Level 2 personnel may access her area. All security personnel must wear telekill helmets, SCP-148. Her real name is Seguros Stefan's daughter. Under no circumstances should SCP-239 be awakened. Any personnel attempting to do so will be terminated immediately. Nick Fury rubbed his chin. So the pentobarbital is what keeps her in a deep sleep, and it's losing effectiveness. No wonder there's an emergency meeting. Natasha crossed her arms. But why can't she be awake? Before Fury could respond, more data appeared on the screen. Description: SCP-239 appears to be an 8-year-old girl, approximately 1 meter tall and 20 kilograms. She has shoulder-length blonde hair and gray-green eyes that occasionally glow. The subject emits a new type of radiation, designated Fu. At low levels, Fu radiation is harmless, but at high levels, it can disintegrate matter at the subatomic level. A physicist in the room dropped his clipboard in shock. Subatomic disintegration. Are you serious? Adjusting his glasses, he continued, wide-eyed. If she becomes excited, she could theoretically disassemble a person into trillions of subatomic particles. The room went silent. He quickly did some math, then blurted, the energy required to break a human body down like that is 100 trillion joules, roughly equivalent to 1 million tons of TNT. But if she's breaking down quarks, we're talking about 330 megatons of energy, equivalent to temperatures a million times hotter than the sun's core. The physicist nearly fainted. Physics, as far as he was concerned, no longer made sense. Nick Fury nodded slowly, now grasping just how powerful a level for reality bender truly was. A walking natural disaster. On cue, more information appeared on screen. SCP-239 appears capable of doing anything she consciously intends to do. In short, if she is awake and desires something, it becomes reality. The live stream chat room fell silent. Even the noisiest Marvel fans stopped typing. What did we just read? She can do anything she wants. Dr. Clef wasn't exaggerating, he was understating. This isn't superpower stuff, this is divine territory. Asgard. Loki stared at the screen, mouth slightly agape. She can do anything she wants. For the first time, he questioned his own identity. Am I truly a god? If she's just a reality bender, he muttered, then I'm still a god, right? But doubt had already taken root. Could I beat her? He didn't answer. The thought lingered like a shadow. Camartage. Oh my god. If she can do whatever she wants, does that mean I don't need to learn spells anymore? Can she play all day without limits? The apprentices were ecstatic. The Ancient One, however, wore a grim expression. To a child, such power seemed like fun. But in truth, it was catastrophic. She looked at the screen, troubled. Even she wasn't sure the Foundation had a plan that could contain something like this. Back in S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha sat quietly, realizing how foolish her earlier question had been. Why not wake her up? Because if you did, you'd basically hand the world over to a nuclear time bomb disguised as a child. Additional information. SCP-239 appears capable of altering or creating life forms. For example, when a D-Class accidentally hurt her, she wished him to disappear, and he vanished. Later, feeling guilty, she wished him back, and he reappeared unharmed. Her influence appears limited to things within her field of vision. By now, no one in the Marvel Universe was laughing. Even gods and sorcerers were frightened. And the world had a new name to fear. Devil Girl. Chapter 75, Chapter 75, Clef wants to execute the Demon Girl. Whose subordinate is this? 1,394 words. After reading the classified file on SCP-239, everyone across the Marvel Universe exhaled slowly. A collective breath of relief filled the air. Okay, someone muttered. Her powers only work within a certain range. But the relief didn't last. Because when you think about it, even if her influence is limited in distance, just imagine her materializing in a bustling metropolis. The fallout would be catastrophic. And the next few lines of the file only served to crank the tension back up. While conscious, SCP-239's self-preservation instinct renders her nearly invulnerable. The subject's skin can only be pierced by SCP-148. The moment they read that, viewers in the live stream room gained a much clearer understanding of SCP-239's reality warping prowess. To put it bluntly, anything within her sight becomes her kingdom. She is the sovereign. But the real mystery was still unanswered. How in the world did the Foundation manage to contain such a being and put her into a coma? As a method of controlling the subject's ability, she has been told that she is a witch. This suggestion, besides helping her cope psychologically, also made her believe she must recite a spell before using her power. The spells, of course, are pre-approved and provided by the Foundation. This method aims to reduce the risk of uncontrolled power surges. Nonetheless, the subject is kept in a medically induced coma at all times to avoid even subconscious manifestations. This part of the document left everyone dumbstruck. The disbelief was universal. What? Someone in the live stream whispered. Did I just read that right? Did they roleplay with her? Holy hell. This is the actual containment plan. I'm dying here. Who was the genius that came up with that? When you realize Foundation agents are LARPing with a child who can rewrite reality, it stops being scary and starts being ridiculous, hilariously so. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, agents couldn't hold back their laughter. Even hardened field operatives chuckled. Except for Nick Fury. His expression was far more complicated. Role-playing, sure. Nothing inherently wrong with that. But what if your playmate can rewrite the world because they believe in fairy tales? That's not child's play. That's a ticking time bomb. Seeing Fury lost in thought, Natasha asked, "Boss, what's with the frown? Isn't this containment method kind of genius? If it works, why worry?" "Because you're only thinking about what happens when she plays a witch," Fury muttered grimly. "What happens if she decides she's a monster instead?" Natasha's smirk froze. The color drained from her face as the implication sank in. At Stark Tower, Tony poured himself a generous glass of whiskey. "This," he said, "is why I don't like kids." He gulped the drink and leaned back in his chair. Kids are unpredictable. One moment they're drawing crayon unicorns, the next they're imagining a sentient Santa Claus who breaks out of containment. Colonel Rhodes chuckled. "Their creativity is boundless." "Exactly," Tony snapped. "That's the problem. Their minds don't have off switches." "I'd sedate her too," Tony added, arms behind his head. "I wouldn't want to be the guy who gets disintegrated because she thinks I'm mean." Rhodes didn't respond. He was too busy rereading the file, especially the details about SCP-239's origins. Origin: SCP-239 came to the Foundation's attention shortly after the birth of a data-expunged Dot. Approximately 3 hours after her birth, data-expunged, hospital was leveled by a massive explosion of unknown cause. The official story blamed a gas leak. Foundation teams arrived soon after to secure the anomaly. SCP-239 was the sole survivor. Over the next 8 years, she was raised by the Foundation. As of a data expunged, the subject is to remain in a medically induced coma until further notice. This order was authorized by a data expunged. The file ended there. Yet the implications were explosive. From the moment she was born, disaster followed. A newborn baby survived an incident that flattened an entire hospital. If that's not invincible, what is? And what about her parents? What kind of people gave birth to a walking, talking breach of causality? Unfortunately, the file didn't say. The live stream audience went silent for a moment, digesting the implications. The weight of this information made it clearer than ever. No wonder the Foundation had spent years failing to permanently contain SCP-289. And compared to 239, that case seemed tame. Back in the command room, Lois pinched the bridge of her nose. "This is insane." ZYN added nervously, "If we use the wrong method to contain her, or if she wakes up unexpectedly, the whole site could be vaporized." Lois turned toward James. "So, what's your plan?" James shrugged and motioned toward the conference table, where Dr. Clef and Dr. Kondraki were already locked in a heated debate. "Plans," he said. "They're arguing over it right now." Lois sighed heavily. "These two can't go 5 minutes without screaming at each other." ZYN grinned. "Honestly, I still don't get how Clef and Kondraki didn't kill each other years ago. And how on earth are Bright and Gears actually friends?" On the screen, the argument between Dr. Clef and Dr. Kondraki was heating up. Dr. Clef, arms crossed and unimpressed, snapped, "Whose bright idea was it to tell her about Santa Claus and then say he's not real?" He glared. "Congratulations. Now we've got a rogue SCP that doesn't exist but also does." Dr. Kondraki's expression darkened. "Still better than challenging a level for reality bender with a damn knife." Clef's face turned red. You be. Bang. A sharp knock silenced the room as the executive slammed the table. "That's enough." Both doctors fell quiet. Grudgingly, they returned to their seats. The executive shot daggers at Clef. "We called this meeting to solve problems, not create new ones. SCP-239 is bad enough." Clef muttered something under his breath, but then stood and raised his voice. SCP-239 is an unacceptable security risk. She has potential as a containment tool, but history proves the Foundation cannot control reality benders. We have SCP-953 as a tragic reminder. No one interrupted. Kondraki simply turned his head away. So here's my proposal, Clef continued. We craft a device using SCP-148. Its properties will allow it to pierce her normally impervious skin. Everyone's breath caught. And this device will be used to, asked a voice hesitantly. To kill her, Clef stated flatly. While she is unconscious. Before she wakes. The executor will carry SCP-668 to minimize risks. Kondraki scoffed. Easier said than done. What if the procedure fails? What if she wakes up? Then what? Game over? Clef didn't flinch. Yes, the risk is real. If she wakes up and believes the attacker is a friend, she could change reality and make herself immune again, or worse. He paused. For this reason, I volunteer to perform the termination myself. Review my personnel file. My data expunged should allow me to remain anchored even if she alters reality. He stared at Kondraki. The room froze. Kondraki stood, incensed. If anyone thinks I'm scared of this insane plan, count me in. The live stream exploded with chatter. What? Are these scientists or MTF brawlers? I've seen less aggression in D-class riots. The Foundation's built different. Dr. Clef, certified menace. My sword belongs to Dr. Kondraki now. Even in the superhero chat group, reactions were flying in. Deadpool yo, I think James is out of his mind for getting involved in this mess. Tony Stark, when there are anomalies, they're the threat. When there aren't, it's these two psychos. Steve Rogers, what is SCP-148 anyway? Magical alloy. Can it pierce my shield? Hulk could know, but I bet SCP-239 can turn your shield into marshmallows. At shield, Natasha groaned. These two maniacs are nuts. And James? He's no better. Fury remained quiet, his eyes fixed on the screen. His mind was spinning, stuck on one detail, something Clef mentioned. Santa Claus. The Foundation told 239 a fairy tale. And because she believed it, a version of Santa manifested and eventually went rogue. It reminded Fury of another anomaly, SCP-1762. A harmless containment where belief summoned magical origami dragons. Wholesome. Innocent. But 239. Her fairy tale warped into a threat. The danger wasn't just her power, it was her imagination. And now, Clef's proposal had been heard. But would it be accepted? And more importantly, could it succeed? Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 76, Chapter 76, You Have Alarmed the Devil Girl and Sight. 1400 for words. Kamartaj. The Ancient One sat in silent contemplation, her eyes fixed on the glowing screen. Around her, young magic apprentices whispered among themselves, their anxiety palpable. Many were clearly upset by the news. SCP-239, the Devil Girl, was slated for execution. Yet the Ancient One wasn't concerned with their mutterings. Her thoughts were heavy, and her gaze distant. Even she, guardian of the mystical arts and master of countless spells, felt a shiver of unease when confronted with the truth about 239. Because the truth was terrifying. If 239 wished, she could summon and manipulate anomalies without limit. She wasn't just dangerous, she was a walking catastrophe. A reality bender so powerful that the Foundation could never risk placing the safety of the world in her hands. They wouldn't even dare teach her unless she had developed the reasoning of a fully matured adult. Until then, they had only one solution: neutralize or eliminate. She had once been placed into Mobile Task Force Omega 12, Achilles' heel, a unit composed entirely of other reality benders, but even that had proven too risky. No. Containment was too dangerous. The risk too great. But could 239 truly be executed? The Ancient One wasn't so sure. Asgard. Even Loki, ever prideful and dismissive of mortals, had to admit, these Foundation doctors were fearless. He couldn't guarantee success if he were tasked with executing SCP-239. Though divine, even he was not invincible. SCP-239 came dangerously close to being something else entirely. Damn Foundation. He muttered. In the scene unfolding on the screen, Dr. Clef's termination proposal hadn't yet received approval. Like all matters involving SCP-239, it needed to pass multiple review layers, overseers, ethical committees, and time was ticking. TSK, if the overseer wasn't here, I swear Clef and Kondraki would have come to blows by now, Lois said with a grin, eyes locked on the unfolding drama. He wasn't alone in his enthusiasm. Other researchers nearby watched the confrontation like a spectator sport, as though anticipating a live boxing match. The air was thick with unspoken excitement. We're about to see rivers of blood, someone whispered. Don't be ridiculous, ZYN said flatly. Dr. Gears and Dr. Bright will stop it before it goes too far. Stop it. Lois raised an eyebrow. You mean Gears? That emotionless fossil. The camera panned to Dr. Gears, expression unreadable, lab coat pristine, glasses resting neatly on his nose. His thinning hair and sharp eyes gave him the appearance of a quiet librarian, rather than one of the Foundation's most respected minds. Dr. Gears doesn't respond emotionally to anything, Lois explained in a hush. Some say he lacks even a startle reflex, and he doesn't have a fight or flight response like normal people. He lowered his voice further. A few years back, during a containment breach, his assistant, of 10 years, died right in front of him. He didn't even flinch. Just kept on writing reports. ZYN frowned. Maybe he just didn't show his sadness. Sure, Lois waved it off. But get this, he was once shot in the forehead during a field experiment. Know what he did? Calmly completed his paperwork, then walked to the infirmary on his own, 30 minutes later. A collective gasp swept through the live broadcast chat. Dude, what? This guy is colder than SCP-096. He's not a person. He's a machine in human skin. What about Dr. Bright? ZYN asked, shifting the topic. Bright? Lois chuckled. Well, he's technically our human resources director. But his background is complicated. Rumor has it his family is closely tied to the higher-ups in the Foundation. He paused and grinned mischievously. There's even a nickname for them, Gears, Bright, Clef, and Kondraki. They're called the Four Doctors of the Apocalypse. Each one represents one of the four horsemen: plague, war, famine, and death. He puffed out his chest, clearly enjoying the storytelling. If you ask me, the three of us, me, James, and ZYN, should be the Three Musketeers. Or maybe the Trident. James and ZYN exchanged a look, sighed, and shook their heads in unison. This kid, too childish, ZYN muttered. The live broadcast erupted with laughter. I didn't expect Lois to have a sense of humor. Forget Apocalypse. They're the four werewolves of doom. James fits right in, he's insane like the rest of them. Back in the meeting room, James ignored Lois's nonsense and turned to ZYN. You're known for being peaceful, right? ZYN's expression stiffened, but before he could respond, Lois blurted out, oh yeah. Icehouse Fairy, right. He didn't see ZYN's clenched fists before he added, that in turn of yours, he kept a kill list in his notebook. Ha ha ha, hey. Hey, stop. I was joking. I was ow. Ow. After a few hard kicks, Lois quieted down. ZYN adjusted his glasses and exhaled. Anyway. The ally gathering project is moving steadily. Routine work is back on track. All good. Good, James said with a nod. Then his tone shifted. Are you familiar with SCP-148 and SCP-668? The air changed. Both ZYN and the live viewers stiffened. Those were the two objects Dr. Clef had mentioned as key to executing SCP-239. ZYN took a breath. Yes. SCP-148 is called telekill alloy. It's Euclid class. He clarified, it's not really an object, it's a rare material. Lois tilted his head. What, like platinum? In terms of physical properties, yes. But the key is this, SCP-148 interferes with extraperception mental effects. That includes reality benders and thaumaturges. It dampens their abilities. Understanding dawned across the broadcast audience. That's why Clef insisted on using 148. It's like anti-psychic armor. James nodded, then asked, and SCP-668. ZYN began, that's the 13-inch kitchen knife. Lois blinked. A kitchen knife? Seriously? ZYN smiled faintly. Actually, it became infamous during a 1960s incident. A woman was redacted and killed over 6 hours. Dozens of people heard the attack. No one helped. Not one. The knife was later recovered. So it makes people commit crimes. Lois guessed. No, James said calmly. It makes people ignore them. Exactly, ZYN confirmed. SCP-668 emits a psychological signal. Anyone with a mental resistance index below 97 will become completely apathetic to any violence occurring with the knife. He continued, they still see the attack. They feel fear and disgust. But they can't act. They can't intervene. Not even indirectly. And the victim? They're rendered helpless. Total vulnerability. Silence fell. The viewers watching live were shocked. What kind of monster knife is that? I thought anomalies were monsters, not objects. This is more horrifying than SCP-682. At SHIELD headquarters, Natasha Romanoff leaned back in disbelief. I figured anomalies were creatures like 096, not stuff from your kitchen drawer. Nick Fury, however, wasn't laughing. He rubbed his chin, eyes narrowing. I'm wondering. Why did Dr. Clef apply to use both of these? Especially 668. Natasha raised an eyebrow. To keep the execution of 239 from looking too cruel. No, Nick interrupted, eyes wide. I get it now. He slammed his palm on the table. The real reason isn't mercy. It's fear. If something unexpected happens during 239's execution, it means something is already going wrong. In the broadcast, James fell silent. He glanced at the stage where Clef was still locked in debate with other doctors. Their argument had shifted, from how to execute 239 to whether she should be executed at all. And now they were debating whether she should even be contained. People who were normally cold and logical were now shouting over each other. James's eyes narrowed. Lois, watching the chaos, whispered, "That's Dr. Grace. He's usually the calmest of the bunch. Didn't think he'd raise his voice." ZYN took a step back. "We should leave. This won't be resolved anytime soon." James didn't speak. Outside the meeting room, the shouting finally faded behind the closing doors. To their surprise, James, usually quiet, spoke first. "Any field missions coming up?" Lois blinked. "I've got one tomorrow. I'm heading to Site 19 next month," ZYN added. "Why?" James began gathering his files, voice flat. "File for early transfer. Don't stay at Site 17 this week. Lois and ZYN were stunned. ZYN frowned. Wait, what? Listen to James, Lois said sharply, voice more serious than ever. ZYN hesitated, then finally nodded. As they turned to leave, the camera lingered on James. His eyes were sharp and cold, glowing with something deeper than fear. The audience in the live chat went silent. Something was coming. Something very wrong. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 77, Chapter 77, The Researchers Battle to Kill Gods, the Artifact That Kills a Fourth. 1,332 words. The live broadcast room was deathly quiet at first. Viewers could clearly see the dramatic shift in James's demeanor, his expression turned grave, his posture tense, but no one could quite understand what triggered the change. Wait, what just happened? Yeah. Why did James suddenly tell them to evacuate Site 17? Did something happen? I thought they were just arguing. Was there something more serious behind it? I'm so confused. My head is spinning. SHIELD headquarters. Natasha Romanoff sat before the screen, just as perplexed as the audience. But she could tell Nick Fury had picked up on something crucial. Turning to him, she asked, "Boss, what's going on?" All eyes in the room turned to Fury. He rubbed his chin for a moment before speaking slowly. If I remember correctly, SCP-239 was immersed in a kind of roleplay scenario. Natasha nodded. Yeah, she thinks she's a witch. To be precise, Fury corrected, a kind-hearted, righteous witch. Natasha frowned. Okay, but what's the problem? Fury narrowed his one good eye, his voice dropping to a grim tone. Imagine this. The character you're playing is full of justice and compassion. Now ask yourself, what does a good person do for such a righteous witch? Natasha's face slowly drained of color. Her breath caught. They protect her, she whispered. Good people would absolutely protect the righteous witch. The realization hit her like a thunderbolt. Her eyes widened in horror as she stared at the screen. Fear, raw and bone-deep, settled in. Back at Site 17. James stormed out of the conference room and headed directly to his quarters. Without hesitation, he tore open a drawer and pulled out a silver pistol. His hands moved quickly but with icy precision. At the same time, he called ZYN and Lois. Lois picked up first. His voice sounded distant and anxious. I've already applied for reassignment to Site 14. I'm leaving Site 17 as soon as possible. James pressed further. What about ZYN? She's gone. Headed for Site 19. Left this morning. Though Lois didn't say it out loud, his trembling voice betrayed his fear. He didn't ask any questions, perhaps because deep down, he already understood what was coming. Be careful, James, he added before ending the call. James stared at the phone for a beat, then muttered, yeah. Work's going just fine. Snap. The unmistakable sound of a gun loading echoed in the room. He stroked the pistol gently. His entire demeanor shifted, no longer just cold or composed. Now he exuded lethal resolve. The chat exploded with stunned messages. A pistol. What the hell is James planning? Don't tell me. He's going to rebel. But James wasn't done. He activated a recorder and began to speak. Dr. Clef's termination plan for SCP-239 is highly feasible. He paused. Unfortunately, Clef made a fatal mistake. Instead of transmitting the plan through a secure channel, he presented it at the meeting, where far too many people heard it. He took a slow breath and continued. As recorded in Incident Report 239, SCP-239 has made contact with over a dozen personnel at Site 17. Whether through sympathy or due to its reality-warping influence, for doctors have now demonstrated irrational behavior, actively attempting to stop Clef from executing the plan. James's voice dropped into a chilling calm. I suspect the plan has already been leaked. SCP-239's containment is on the verge of failure. The chat room went into chaos. Wait, what? A Keto-level, 4th-level reality bender is about to breach containment. No way, he's saying the doctors have been mind-warped into protecting her. No wonder they were fighting in that meeting. Damn it, they've been compromised. Shield. Natasha, pale-faced, whispered he knew from the start. That's why he urged his friends to leave. She watched the lone figure of James on the screen. His back was straight, his stride firm. There was something noble, tragically noble, about him. But why didn't he leave too, she murmured. Fury sighed heavily. Would James be the type to run? She had no response. Back on screen. James placed the recorder and gun on the table and exited his room. He weaved through the corridors, finally returning to the now empty conference room. He stopped a passing researcher. Is the meeting over? What happened? The man adjusted his glasses awkwardly and tried to force a smile. What do you think? Clef's a lunatic. He actually suggested killing the kind witch. His plan was shut down. James gave him a long, unreadable stare. The man fidgeted under his gaze. So, where are Dr. Clef and Dr. Kondraki? James asked. The researcher's eyes darted. Kondraki's in the SCP-408 observation lab. As for Clef, maybe he returned to Site-19. He didn't wait for more questions and hurried off, clearly spooked. James stood still, thinking deeply. Camartage. The Ancient One didn't need to guess. She'd noticed at the moment the researcher walked away, green energy particles subtly clinging to his body. It was the unmistakable sign of a mind altered by reality distortion. Things were spiraling fast. And James? James had chosen to stay behind. Stark Tower. Tony Stark watched the broadcast in silence, his arms crossed. So the guy's trying to be a hero again. That's suicide. But there was admiration in his tone. Rhodes stood beside him. Clef might still pull this off, right? Tony didn't look convinced. You're talking about a man with a gun fighting a god-level child, who can rewrite reality like fanfiction. Rhodes shrugged. Hasn't stopped James before. Tony sighed, glancing at the screen with quiet hope. Don't die on us, James. We need your data logs. Suddenly, the screen went black. Then flickered back to life. Days had passed. Now, the feed showed James and Dr. Kondraki in conversation. KSSHH, snap. Dr. Kondraki lit a cigarette and offered one to James, who declined. I gotta say, Kondraki said, puffing, your insight is terrifying. Not many people could deduce the containment breach risk just from those hints. What's the status now? James asked, tone flat. Clef got a warning from the higher-ups. He's en route to Site-17. Still hell-bent on carrying out the plan. James said nothing, merely held out his hand. Kondraki passed him a document. Sent by Clef to HQ 5 hours ago. It's, well, just read it. James read silently. I, Alto Clef, being of sound mind and body, hereby declare that the actions I'm about to take are solely my own. I've received no official orders. I'm acting alone. Also, I'm a liar. Which part of the above is false? I leave that to post-incident investigators. Maybe I lied about being a liar. That's a loop that'll break your brain. Kondraki exhaled smoke with a sigh. The man has a title, you know, the father of lies. James kept reading. I've waited too long. It's time to act. If my suspicions are correct and Site-17 has been compromised, someone will inevitably warn SCP-239 about the termination plan. No one can predict the consequences after that. Thanks to my unique psychological composition, I'm immune to her reality warping. But a CK-class reality shift. That's still a CK-class shift. I like the world the way it is. The entire audience watching, millions of viewers across the Marvel Universe, was shaken. He'd predicted it. James had been right all along. Shield Fury leaned forward, eyes glued to one line. My unique flaws protect me from reality distortion. He's immune, he whispered. More excerpts followed. I've created weapons using telekill alloy. Multiple forms, multiple ranges. Everything prepared. What disappoints me is how the Foundation refuses to act. They know how dangerous she is. And yet they hesitate. Maybe it's the reality warping. Or maybe they're just too attached to the image of a dangerous weapon shaped like a little girl. Either way, I've had enough. The feed faded. And so did the remaining illusions. What came next would be a battle no one could forget, between the Foundation's greatest liar and a godlike child who didn't even know she was a threat. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 78, Chapter 78, I am not against you, I am against the world. 1,303 words. Dr. Kondraki exhaled a cloud of smoke, the glowing tip of his cigarette dimming as he leaned back in his chair. His voice was muffled by the haze, low and expressionless. As you've probably realized, over the past 3 days, I've confirmed that at least 30 personnel at Site-17 have been compromised by 239's influence. Researchers, technicians, even members of the security division. They've all been affected. James didn't respond. His eyes remained on the document in his hand, scanning every word carefully. Unfortunately, I was not able to obtain the Genoa blade before leaving Site-19, which means I won't be able to use it to bypass basic security. Genoa blade? James asked, raising an eyebrow. SCP-668, Kondraki explained. A 13-inch kitchen knife. Harmless looking, but with a terrifying side effect. Anyone who sees it and isn't holding it instantly loses the will to stop the wielder. They don't fight back. Kondraki took another drag from his cigarette and gave a half-smile. Clef may be a bastard and a compulsive liar, but when it comes to terminating Keto-level anomalies, he's efficient. Cold-blooded but efficient. James nodded slowly. He wanted to use SCP-668's apathy effect to neutralize personnel under 239's influence. Not a bad plan, actually. Too bad it didn't work out, Kondraki muttered. Even Clef can't get every toy he wants. James kept reading. My outside connections have provided me with alternative equipment, which may prove sufficient. In the event of my death, my ocular and audio implants will transmit all data regarding this operation to the Global Occult Coalition, all O5-level Foundation members, and the FBI's Unusual Incidents Unit. If vital signs cease, GOC Trebleclef Unit is to execute Procedure Pizzicato, planetary extermination. James's breath hitched, and the room fell silent. The live stream audience was frozen, staring at the screen in disbelief. What did I just read? If Clef dies, they're going to wipe out the whole planet. Is this a joke? James's eyes narrowed in shock. Pizzicato. Planet extermination. Are we seriously talking about ending the world? Kondraki scoffed. Scaremongering. Classic Clef. Keep reading. To anyone reviewing this after the incident, hello, Mel, I'm still a liar. There is no Trebleclef unit. No procedure pizzicato. No global data dump. Probably. Maybe. Very likely. Arrival in 5 hours. Mission begins. The live chat exploded. God damn it, Clef. SHIELD headquarters. Natasha Romanoff face-bombed, her voice echoing with frustration. This lunatic is joking around in the middle of a potential apocalypse. The agents nearby shared her disbelief. Some laughed nervously, others shook their heads. Only Nick Fury remained silent, staring at the words procedure pizzicato. It didn't matter that Clef claimed it was fake. Even if there was a chance the global occult coalition had the power to wipe out the world, that was enough reason to be concerned. Back on the screen, James closed the document and exhaled deeply. So, what's our move? Kondraki crushed his cigarette in the ashtray, surprising everyone with his response. We stop him. The live stream chat blew up again. Stop him? You mean? Clef. Why? He's trying to kill 239 before she breaches containment. A terrifying thought spread like wildfire among viewers. Had Dr. Kondraki also fallen under 239's influence? SHIELD, this is insane. Natasha muttered. They were on the same side, weren't they? She turned to Fury, concern all over her face. You think Kondraki's compromised? Fury didn't answer. His eyes remained fixed on the screen. Inside the video feed, James stood silently as Kondraki lit another cigarette. Let me guess, Kondraki said with a bitter smirk. You're wondering if I've been manipulated too. James didn't speak, but his stillness said enough. Kondraki chuckled softly. Believe me, I've asked myself the same damn question. The way that girl talks, the way she looks at you, you start to question everything. I'm scared, James. But not of her. James tilted his head. Then what are you afraid of? That I'd have to kill her if I found out she had influenced me. He looked up, eyes hard. So what's your choice? James looked him in the eye. 239 can be terminated. Kondraki's pupils dilated. The tension in the air could have snapped steel. James continued, unflinching. But not now. And not like this. Kondraki paused, then burst into laughter, dry, relieved laughter. I'm starting to like you, mid-level researcher. The chat lit up again. What? I thought James supported Clef. Now he wants to stop him too. This is getting wild. SHIELD. Natasha rubbed her temples. I don't get it. She's dangerous, right? Shouldn't she be terminated? Fury's expression hardened. He didn't say she shouldn't be dealt with. He said not like this. He flipped through Clef's document again in his mind. It's the method, not the goal. Maybe Clef's approach risks making things even worse. As theories flooded in from the live stream, James and Kondraki had already made their move. The camera followed them down Site 17's labyrinthine hallways. When they reached the intersection, Kondraki turned toward SCP-408's chamber, while James headed the opposite way. He stopped in front of a holding room, where a security guard stood at attention. Researcher, please show your clearance badge, the guard requested. The next moment shocked everyone. James grabbed the guard's elbow, then slammed his other arm into the man's stomach. Pfft. The guard collapsed forward with a wheeze. Before he could cry out, James pressed his fingers against his neck, and the man slumped to the ground, unconscious. James carefully laid him down, and adjusted his position. The live stream erupted in confusion. What the hell? Why did he just knock out a guard? He snapped. Inside the video, James unlocked the door to SCP-105's containment chamber. Viewers immediately recognized the room, and the young woman inside. Iris. Years had passed since she first entered containment, but she was still composed, still sharp. Sensing something off, she approached the door. Who's there? She asked, voice steady but cautious. James didn't speak. Instead, he passed a photo through the door's narrow slot. A simple landscape, Yellowstone National Park. The moment Iris laid eyes on it, her hands trembled. 1,000 memories surged back. Her throat tightened. She looked toward the sealed door, eyes glassy. "Is it you?" The junior researcher. In response, the door slid shut. The live stream audience finally understood. It was for her. Then, without warning, the footage switched again, this time to surveillance camera data. 4:45 a.m. A VTOL 505 helicopter landed on helipad 7. 6 security agents stood at the ready as Dr. Clef stepped out. But he wasn't met with greetings. "Dr. Clef," one agent barked, "your clearance has been revoked. You are not authorized to enter Site 17. Please vacate VTOL 505 immediately." Clef didn't argue. Slowly, he raised his hands and lay on the tarmac. It seemed like everything might end peacefully. Then, like lightning, Clef pulled out an odd device from under his coat. Before anyone could react. Bang! A brilliant flash, like a stun grenade, erupted across the helipad. 4 agents dropped immediately, unconscious. The remaining 2 were dazed. Clef moved quickly, injecting all 6 with heavy anesthetics. The audience heard his voice, cold, calm, cruel. "No one can stop me." 4:52 a.m., additional security is mobilized. 5:02 a.m., defensive lines collapse. 5:10 a.m., Clef breaches Site 17's interior. The live stream watchers were shell-shocked. He'd gotten inside. Even as more guards mobilized, the footage glitched, jumping 5 minutes ahead. The scene had changed drastically. No sign of Clef. Only fallen security personnel and structural changes, a hallway turned into a dead end, altered signage, chaos. Then. Boom. A white-hot light engulfed the screen. An explosion of pure energy. Buzzing. Static. And through it all, Clef's voice echoed from a recording. "This is worse than I thought. Reality distortion has already begun." End of chapter 78. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 79. Chapter 79, Level for Biohazard Alert. Dr. Clef destroys the Foundation. 1,254 words. The walls have shifted. Nothing is where it's supposed to be. My map of Site 17 is completely useless now. All I can do is follow the signs, and hope they lead me to the right place. Dr. Clef muttered under his breath, bewildered. He walked along the twisted corridors until, finally, the brilliant white light that had flooded the area began to fade. Confused, Clef found himself facing a wall where a door should have been. What the hell is going on? I swear the door was right here. He stepped forward, reaching out to touch the surface before him, and froze. Bang. 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 Clef hammered at the wall, but the noise that rang out wasn't the dull thud of concrete. It was the sharp metallic clang of fists striking metal. As he processed this, a few delicate butterflies fluttered across the wall. Beaut flies. Clef stiffened, realization dawning on him. Then, without warning, he burst into manic laughter. Ha 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 ha. Connie, you magnificent bastard. I've read your playbook. Before he could finish, a sharp voice interrupted. Smile, you son of AB*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈̈̈̈̈ And with that, the audience finally caught a glimpse of Kondraki himself on the screen. Or rather 4 identical Kondrakis. Instantly, the live stream erupted into chaos. WTF? 4 Kondrakis? Is Site 17 filled with anomalies or what? Come on, Clef, you can beat them. At SHIELD headquarters, Natasha Romanoff frowned in confusion. When did Dr. Kondraki learn to duplicate himself, she muttered. Nick Fury narrowed his one good eye, remembering Clef's mention of butterflies. And then it hit him. SCP-408, the Phantom Butterflies. The realization sent a chill down Fury's spine. 408 obeying a human's command was extraordinary. Even more unnerving was the camera clutched in Kondraki's hands. The same camera he was always seen polishing. Could the camera itself be anomalous? In the live footage, the four Kondrakis advanced. Clef's grin twisted into a grimace. "You smart B******************, D, Connie," he snarled, raising his arms in frustration. "You actually convinced 408 to cooperate. Or did those damn bugs do it themselves?" Kondraki only stared at him with cold disdain. Without saying a word, he lifted his camera and pointed it at Clef. Snap! A loud click echoed as Kondraki pressed the shutter. A searing flash exploded across the space, enveloping everything in a white, buzzing storm. The live stream audience squinted at the sudden burst of light, and then came another sound. Bang! A gunshot pierced the chaos. F. Kondraki's shout rang out. Bang! Another shot. And then. Bang! 3 quick, merciless blasts. When the light finally faded, the camera revealed a grim sight. Dr. Kondraki lay sprawled on the ground, blood pooling beneath him. 2 shots to the chest. 1 clean shot through the forehead. Each fatal. Clef's shotgun smoked in his scarred, trembling hands. Though he looked burned and barely able to stand, he moved forward and loomed over Kondraki's corpse. "Well, now you're dead," Clef muttered with a hint of grim satisfaction. "At least one of you." He chuckled darkly before his voice hardened, thick with sarcasm. "Why, Connie? Why are you doing this?" he asked bitterly. "Did she call you over? Curl up in your arms and beg you for help like a scared little girl?" Without waiting for an answer, Clef sneered. "No. She's not a child. She's a monster. The worst kind. Pretending to be innocent so she can slaughter you the moment your guard drops." Straightening up, Clef tugged at his tattered lab coat. "You can blind me, Connie. But my implants will still work. I'll get the job done." Then, without hesitation, he turned and limped down the hall, muttering to himself. "I just need a little help. And I think I know where to find it." Even hardened agents like Nick Fury couldn't help but feel shaken. "This guy," Fury said slowly, "is a complete lunatic." But one question burned in everyone's mind. Why was Clef so determined to terminate SCP-239? And what was James and Kondraki's real plan? The Foundation site was descending into chaos. Clef's reckless assault had caused more damage than most containment breaches. Meanwhile, James and Kondraki were running out of time to find a containment solution. If they failed, Site-17 would be reduced to ashes. The live stream camera cut back to surveillance footage, now accelerating rapidly. 6:25 a.m. Site-17's Bravo security team vanished from the monitors. 6:30 a.m. They reappeared, now clad in full medieval-style plate armor and wielding heaters and longswords. 6:35 a.m. Dr. Clef re-emerged in the B-9 corridor. The armored security team attempted to subdue him. 6:36 a.m. Within less than a minute, Clef had defeated the entire squad. Watching the footage, the audience gasped at Clef's arsenal. From his battered lab coat, he pulled an endless stream of bizarre weapons like some twisted version of Doraemon. Finally, at 6:38 a.m., Clef reached a strange containment area. The SCP-091 Arc Kiln Collection Facility. New information flashed on the screen. Item No. SCP-091 Arc. Object Class, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-091 Arc is housed in a modified underground botanical garden. Description: SCP-091 arc appears to be a deciduous tree approximately 4 meters tall, although its height fluctuates slightly with the lunar cycle. Despite being a plant, SCP-091 arc exhibits distinct feminine characteristics. The audience went wild. Wait, a tree that's female? How is a tree supposed to help Clef? Dr. Clef, bro, are you okay? Some joked that Clef must have finally snapped. But before the jokes could spiral further, blaring alarms interrupted the live stream. Warning. Containment breach detected. Level for biohazard alert. All personnel, evacuate or lock down immediately. The shock in the chat was palpable. At SHIELD, Natasha gaped. Was this caused by Dr. Clef's contact with SCP-091 ARC? Fury didn't answer immediately. His gaze darkened. What they were witnessing wasn't just a containment breach, it was the prelude to a massacre. On the screen, the feed switched from general surveillance to a focused shot of the monitoring room. A cloud of butterflies scattered, revealing a staggering figure. Dr. Kondraki. Although visibly injured, Kondraki dragged himself to the console, frantically cycling through camera feeds. Damn it. Clef, you maniac, he cursed. Switching to the F-19 corridor, Kondraki froze. His face turned pale as the image burned into his mind. There on the screen, stood Clef. He was locked in a grotesque embrace with a slender, tree-like figure, a humanoid entity made of bark and vines. It was SCP-091 ARC. In less than a second, the infection began. Blossoms erupted across Clef's body. Pollen filled the air, swirling invisible clouds. Wherever it touched, foundation systems malfunctioned, anomalies destabilized, and even the phantom butterflies collapsed. The structure of Site-17 itself began to distort again, as if reality were unraveling. Bang! Kondraki slammed his fist into the console, eyes wide with horror. Fear replaced anger. He grabbed a transmitter and barked into it. Static, SCP-091, ARC containment breach. Site-17 needs immediate support. Repeat, need F*********G support. A panicked voice crackled back through the static. Kondraki. Jesus, what's happening down there? We're hearing rumors about a full lockdown. Listen to me, Kondraki growled. Clef has released SCP-091 ARC. It's extremely aggressive. Tell Dr. Gears we need him. The operator hesitated, then answered. Dr. Gears and Dr. Kane are already en route. Hold on. Kondraki exhaled shakily, his body slumping. But the fear in his expression only deepened. Finally, in a broken voice, he whispered into the transmitter. Everything is wrong. The line went dead. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 80, Apocalypse, The Four Doctors Clash, James holds a god in his arms. 1,485 words. Dr. Kondraki collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Watching this unfold, the hearts of the audience in the live broadcast room sank. It could be said that within Site-17, Dr. Kondraki was one of the few capable of confronting Dr. Clef head-on. And now, Kondraki had fallen. Was it all over? Would Clef be allowed to carry out his bloody execution mission unopposed? At this point, even the most optimistic viewers could no longer deceive themselves. No one believed Clef's actions would end well. Yet, the more observant among them noticed something strange. Where was James? Where's James? Hasn't he appeared since reaching an agreement with Dr. Kondraki? Natasha Romanoff voiced her concern, furrowing her brow. If he shows up now, I'm afraid even he might not be a match for Clef. Nick Fury remained silent, deep in thought. He tried putting himself in James's shoes. It was clear that Clef's invasion could no longer be stopped. If Clef reached SCP-239 first, the consequences would be catastrophic. There was only one logical course of action left. Nick Fury's expression sharpened. He finally spoke. Find 239 before drive. Clef does. Back in the live stream, the screen returned to a surveillance view. After breaching SCP-091, ARC's containment, Clef had left the chamber, and was now steadily walking in a specific direction. However, he hadn't gone far before new commotion broke out. Puff, puff, puff. Countless butterflies fluttered into the corridor, their translucent wings shimmering under the dim emergency lights. A figure appeared amidst the swarm. Surprisingly, it wasn't Kondraki. It was a young woman. Or rather, 10 identical pale-skinned women, all appearing to be in their early 20s. At the same time, a prompt appeared on the screen. Project name, Lilith. Item hashtag, SCP-336. Object class, Euclid. The chat room exploded in confusion. Another humanoid SCP. Is she here to stop Clef? This is getting crazier by the second. As the tension mounted, the confrontation began. Clef's expression changed drastically when he saw her. You. He whispered, stunned. Why are you here? SCP-330-SIX's voice was cold and calm. A researcher found me, she said. He asked me to stop you. Clef's face twisted in frustration. He began speaking in an unknown language, something ancient and melodic. SCP-336 responded fluently, engaging in what sounded like an intense exchange. It quickly became clear. Clef was trying to persuade her. But after several minutes of back and forth, Clef finally sighed in resignation. So there's no other way, huh? SCP-336 slowly shook her head. No. Your motives may be pure, she said softly. But your methods are too extreme. The words seemed to cut Clef deeper than any bullet. His face contorted in pain as he muttered bitterly, my love for you has never faded. You know that. I know. Silence. The entire live stream chat fell utterly quiet. The audience, who had been watching with wide eyes, was stunned speechless. Love? Clef loved an anomaly. What the F***K did I just hear? Clef has a thing for anomalies. First the tree, now this. The reactions were a chaotic mix of disbelief and horrified fascination. Meanwhile, in S.H.I.E.L.D., the atmosphere was just as weird. Natasha's jaw dropped. Wait. Clef had a relationship with 336 before she was contained. Nick Fury rubbed his temples. The implications were too much to process. And it was about to get worse. On the screen, SCP-336 approached Clef. She leaned close, removing a device that seemed to modulate her voice. Bringing her lips close to Clef's ear, she uttered just a single note. A sound so pure, so sharp. The live stream signal instantly distorted. Static filled the feed. SSSSSZZZZHHHHH. Clef screamed, clutching his head. He fell to his knees, howling in agony. SCP-330-SIX's face was full of sorrow as she whispered. Your devotion is noble, but you... Bang. A shotgun blast echoed through the corridor. The live stream froze for a moment. Then, slowly, the audience saw Clef, blood dripping from his ears, stand up. His hands trembled as he raised his smoking shotgun once more. Bang. Another shot rang out. SCP-336 collapsed in a heap, her fate unknown. The entire live broadcast room exploded in disbelief. Did he just... If you love her, shoot her. What kinda toxic breakup is this? I have no words. But as shocking as it was, when the audience thought about it carefully, it almost made a twisted kind of sense. 336 had tried to destroy Clef's mind. Clef's retaliation, brutal as it was, followed the logic of survival. On screen, Clef reloaded his shotgun slowly, blood pouring freely from his ears. He slid down the wall, trembling, finally sitting on the cold floor. Tears streamed down his soot-streaked face. Around him, the strange blossoms that had sprouted earlier were wilting and dying. Even the infection SCP-091 Arc had inflicted seemed to retreat. Puff, puff, puff. Phantom butterflies emerged once more, cloaking Clef's broken body. And then, Clef vanished. Gone from sight. In the live stream chat, emotions were mixed. Some pitied Clef. Some cursed him. Others simply didn't know what to think anymore. Why was he so determined to terminate SCP-239? Why had he disobeyed orders, broken containment, betrayed friends, even killed the ones he once loved? As SCP-336 had said, "Your motives may be pure, but your methods are too extreme." The live stream cut to black. When it returned, the viewers finally saw the one person they'd been waiting for. James. He was standing outside a containment chamber door. Beside him stood a middle-aged man with thinning hair, expressionless and eerily calm. Dr. Gears. Site Command has confirmed that Dr. Clef attempted to terminate SCP-239 without authorization, Gears said in his robotic tone. His actions have caused multiple containment breaches and injured several personnel, including Dr. Kondraki. James frowned. So you and Professor Kane were sent to stop him? Dr. Gears tilted his head slightly. No. Clef's behavior was unexpected. Our original orders were less defined. Since joining the Foundation, I've been tasked with many unusual duties. James narrowed his eyes. He couldn't determine whether Gears was an ally or a threat. And yet, both of them stood at the door of SCP-239's containment room. The tension in the chat skyrocketed. No way. James is gonna meet 239. This is suicide. My heart can't take this. Inside the video feed, James remained cautious. He had no way of knowing if Gears had come with good intentions. He didn't even know if Kane was really nearby. One wrong move could trigger 239's powers and doom everyone. What did you do after receiving the orders? James asked carefully. Gears thought for a moment. Professor Kane entered SCP-244 and expressed willingness to assist Dr. Kondraki. He also requested use of a certain weapon. I advised caution, but the professor proceeded regardless. While answering, Gears calmly observed James. Not James's appearance, but his eyes. Deep. Focused. Unshakable. Finally, Gears asked a question of his own. So what's your plan? James answered without hesitation. I plan to meet SCP-239. Gears' robotic eyes flickered ever so slightly. A rather risky plan. James didn't relax. His hand hovered near his concealed weapon. Perhaps sensing the tension, Gears slowly produced a card from his pocket and offered it forward. You'll need this to enter, he said. The invisible battle of wills ended there. James took the card, and the audience watching breathed a collective sigh of relief. At least, for now, there was no fight. But as James prepared to open SCP-239's door, the tension reached a breaking point. He was about to meet a being powerful enough to rewrite reality on a whim. The camera feed followed him, switching to surveillance angles as James entered the containment chamber. 8:21 a.m. James stepped through the door. And there, at the center of the sterile white room, sat the cause of the entire disaster. SCP-239. No monstrous deformity. No swirling vortex of malevolent power. Just a small girl. About 8 years old. Shoulder-length blonde hair. Thin, frail-looking, barely a meter tall. The only odd thing about her was her eyes, glimmering with a strange gray-green hue. But the audience knew better. Inside that tiny frame was the power to destroy the world. At Kamartaj, even the Ancient One stiffened. In her mystical sight, the containment room was flooded with unimaginable green particles. Energy more violent than anything even the dark dimension could conjure. Even she dared not look directly at SCP-239. At S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha whispered hoarsely. "That's not a child. That's a god." Nick Fury clenched his fists, watching with bated breath. What would James do? The camera angle shifted slightly downward, heightening the surreal tension. No sound. Only silent, frozen images. James approached. He didn't attack. He didn't panic. He simply squatted down and smiled warmly. And then SCP-239 smiled back. Without hesitation, she threw herself into his arms. At that moment, James held a god. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 81, Chapter 81, a script written by God. All SCPs are my weapons. 1,403 words. No one knew exactly what James said to SCP-239, but the effect was immediate. Hesitation flickered across SCP-239's youthful face. The entire audience in the live broadcast room held their breath, hearts pounding in their chests. Everyone feared that, with a single wrong word, James might be transformed into a harmless kitten, or worse, a helpless puppy. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario didn't happen. James chatted with SCP-239 for a few minutes, during which she nodded several times, seemingly reassured. Finally, James stood up, said a few more words and gestured toward the door. SCP-239 hesitated, glanced at her spell book, and after a brief pause, handed it over to James. Although SCP-239 usually spoke very little, once they left the containment room, she began to chatter softly as they walked through the corridors. While passing through an office, James stopped, picked up a thick book from a table, and tucked it under his arm. It appeared to be a Chinese dictionary. He gestured between the dictionary and the spell book, making an exaggerated comparison. SCP-239 giggled, covered her mouth shyly, and then, taking James' hand, led him in a specific direction. Seeing this, the live broadcast room erupted, not in panic this time, but in overwhelming relief. The storm had passed. What followed was a tidal wave of excitement, and adrenaline finally released in the form of a barrage of comments. Holy crap! I didn't even dare to breathe just now. Damn it. Same here. I was scared that just one wrong look would make me a garden gnome. James is so brave. How is he not worried about provoking SCP-239? Lucky lunatic. Haha. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury wiped his forehead and felt cold sweat soaking the back of his shirt. Even though he had witnessed James' boldness and cunning several times before, this scene once again chilled him to the bone. He tried to catch his breath, but something clicked in his mind. Where was James going now? His heart skipped a beat. Dr. Clef wasn't dead yet. What if James accidentally ran into that lunatic? Nick Fury's dark face turned visibly pale. Before he could shout out orders, the camera feed changed. The screen no longer showed James but zoomed in on a strange spherical machine. It was a large, mechanical ball, about 1.35 meters tall, with 2 robotic legs and arms, each with 6 dexterous fingers and 2 thumbs. The surface of the machine was covered in tubes, cables, clockwork mechanisms, and exposed gears. The upper half was open like a cockpit. And inside the cockpit, seated confidently, was a golden retriever. Yes. A golden retriever. Wearing tiny black-framed glasses. The dog skillfully operated the spherical mecha with its front paws, its expression full of intelligence, and even, surprisingly, a trace of excitement. At the same time, text appeared on the screen. Name, Kane Pathos Crow. Position, high-level researcher, professor. Introduction, a successful interdisciplinary researcher at a young age, specializing in biochemistry and robotics. His body was permanently transformed into a dog due to an abnormal event. For a moment, the entire Marvel world fell into dead silence. Not a sound in the live broadcast room. Then, boom. The world exploded into noise. WTF. A dog can be a high-level researcher. My worldview, it's shattered again. First Clef with his creepy shadow, then Kondraki commanding illusionary butterflies, now we get Professor Dog piloting a mecha. Is anyone in the Foundation normal? Everyone screamed internally, but they barely had time to react. Because in the footage, Professor Kane was about to face a new enemy. A monstrous dog, the size of a calf, appeared, blocking his path. The creature was about 1.5 meters tall and 2 meters long, with a pair of leathery, bat-like wings growing from its shoulder blades. Covered in black fur, it snarled menacingly, saliva dripping from its fangs as it growled at Kane. Unfazed, Kane coolly maneuvered the mecha past it. But the beast lunged, furious at being ignored. Roar. In a flash, Kane's comical-looking egg-shaped mecha burst into action, moving with shocking speed. One of its mechanical arms shot out, pinning the monstrous dog mid-air. Then, boom, Kane deployed a hidden weapon, a crystallization module. The beast was instantly encased in solid crystal, shattering like glass with a gust of wind. Kane snorted disdainfully. Mongrel. Makes a nice lawn ornament. With that, he drove the mecha onward. Watching this, the audience couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't this supposed to be a horror broadcast? How did it suddenly turn into a fantasy action movie? Still, many viewers felt their hearts lighten. At least now, James wasn't alone. With Professor Kane around, even if the mecha looked funny, they had hope. But just when things seemed to be improving, the screen shifted again. Dr. Clef reappeared. Wearing his familiar, ragged white coat, he limped through the halls. Though battered, his injuries had almost healed. But he wasn't alone. Facing him was an elderly black woman, standing calmly in his path. The live broadcast room fell into confusion again. Another doctor. Before anyone could speak, Dr. Clef barked sharply. Dr. Bright. Are you here to stop me too? Dr. Bright? Wasn't Dr. Bright supposed to be a middle-aged man? Natasha Romanoff frowned. Different person. Same name. But then the system displayed a new prompt. Name, Jack Bright. Position, high-level researcher, PhD, HR manager. Introduction, after an accidental death during a containment failure, his soul entered SCP-963, granting him immortality. Anyone who touches SCP-963 becomes possessed by Dr. Bright. The moment this information appeared, the broadcast fell utterly silent. And then, boom. Another explosion of shock. What the hell? Soul possession. Bright lives by jumping bodies? That's insane. Even Nick Fury's eye twitched. But then came another surprise. In the footage, Dr. Bright reached into his bag. Dr. Clef immediately reacted without hesitation. Bang. A shot rang out. Dr. Bright crumpled to the ground, blood pooling around his head. The entire Marvel world gasped. Wasn't Bright his friend? How could Clef kill him so casually? Even more chilling, Bright's dying face wore an eerie, meaningless smile. Clef crouched over Bright's body, rifling through his belongings, his brow furrowed. Something's wrong, Clef muttered darkly. Everything is wrong. From Bright's bag, Clef pulled out two peculiar items. The first was a small, brightly colored ball. A prompt popped up. Name, Bouncy Ball. Item number, SCP-018. Object Class, Euclid. Description, SCP-018 looks like a child's toy, but with a rebound efficiency over 200%. After several bounces, it becomes a deadly projectile capable of speeds over 100 km per hour. The audience froze. This wasn't a toy, it was a freaking cannonball. Especially in confined spaces, this thing was lethal. The second item was even more insane. Item hashtag, SCP-776. Object Class, Euclid. Description, SCP-776 is a six-sided die. Each side produces a different elemental effect, lightning, snow, water, stone, fire, or wind, depending on the result rolled. The live broadcast room went berserk. A bouncy ball that's basically a missile, and a die that summons natural disasters. The Foundation is insane. Insane. Bright risked death to deliver weapons. That's actually touching. At S.H.I.E.L.D., many agents burst out laughing. But Fury's smile slowly disappeared. Send equipment, he muttered. Suddenly, everything clicked in his mind like a jigsaw puzzle snapping together. Shit, he cursed, slamming the table. Everyone turned toward him. Nick Fury's one eye burned with realization. From Clef's madness to Kondraki's confrontation to Bright's equipment delivery, doesn't it all seem staged? Assistant Maria Hill blinked. You mean, deliberate? Fury nodded vigorously. Yes. Like someone's following a script. And Clef is just the villain. Then who's the protagonist? Maria asked quietly. Fury grinned grimly. James. Meanwhile, back in the footage. Clef, still muttering curses, tossed SCP-776, the magic die. It tumbled across the floor and landed on the number 3. Suddenly, water gushed out from under the die like a broken dam. Clef frowned and threw the die again, another 3, and the flooding grew worse. Frustrated, he tossed the die a third time. This time, it landed on 2. A frigid blast spread out almost instantly. Within seconds, a huge portion of Site-17 was flash-frozen into solid ice. The Sector 7 facility was completely sealed off. And the cold only continued to spread, unstoppable, merciless, growing stronger by the second. The Marvel audience, S.H.I.E.L.D., the heroes. Everyone watching could only stare, open-mouthed, as this madness unfolded. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 82, Chapter 82, James becomes the necromancer of the Super Council. 1,339 words. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. The power that belongs only to God. The spreading cold wave carved out a direct path for Dr. Clef to his destination. Activating SCP-770 SIXS effects, he strode confidently through the icy passageway, his every step purposeful, as if he had always known exactly where he needed to go. This scene only deepened Nick Fury's suspicions. As Dr. Clef vanished from the surveillance feed, the scene transitioned. In the next moment, Dr. Kondraki, who had been missing for a while, finally appeared. The wound on his leg seemed to have healed, and butterflies fluttered around him in the air, gently circling him like loyal sentinels. He shook his head in frustration before freezing mid-motion, his instincts flaring with alarm. Turning around sharply, his gaze fell upon something, or someone, that made his blood run cold. James stood calmly in the corridor, accompanied by the unflappable Dr. Gears, and in James' arms bounced none other than SCP-239. A whisper escaped Dr. Kondraki's trembling lips. Oh my God. His face paled. What's going on, James? He asked, voice low and shaking. His eyes instinctively avoided direct contact with SCP-239, as if afraid he might provoke her by accident. Dr. Gears, calm as always, handed Kondraki an unknown brand of tripod and said in his mechanical tone, "We received your distress signal. We arrived as quickly as possible. Professor Kane is currently dealing with the breached SCPs elsewhere. Only 3 of us are available." 3. Dr. Kondraki lowered his voice even further, glancing nervously at SCP-239. "Why only 3? Meanwhile, as the 2 doctors whispered, SCP-239 tilted her head and looked curiously at James, her wide eyes sparkling with childlike innocence. "The big devil is coming. Should I teach him a lesson?" she asked, her voice sweet but chilling in implication. James met her gaze with a look of understanding. Nick Fury, watching from the live broadcast room, immediately realized James had already noticed something was wrong. "As a witch," James said gently, "your first priority is to protect yourself." SCP-239 pouted, disappointed. "But what about the big devil?" James smiled and ruffled her hair. "The night will stop him." "The night? Will he fight the big devil?" she asked eagerly. Facing her clear, expectant gaze, James smiled reassuringly. "Yes. They'll have a duel." "What weapons will they use?" she asked, excited now. James chuckled. "How about a knife duel?" "Ooh, that's a good idea." The moment she agreed, an ominous figure appeared at the end of the corridor. Dr. Clef. Instantly, the atmosphere grew suffocatingly tense. The audience in the live broadcast room collectively held their breath. Finally, the duel was about to begin. When enemies meet, it's always with burning hatred. The second Dr. Kondraki locked eyes with Dr. Clef, his entire posture changed. His hawk-like eyes narrowed dangerously, voice low and seething with rage. "It's over, Clef," he growled. "I'm going to finish you this time." Without hesitation, Clef pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet cut through the air but missed, impacting the wall with a sharp crack. A flock of butterflies immediately fluttered between the 2 doctors, summoned by Kondraki's phantom butterfly ability. Clef's face twisted with fury. "Why," he roared, "are you still protecting that monster?" "Because, Clef," Kondraki said grimly, "things aren't black and white." Clef fired again. Click. Empty. The shotgun clicked uselessly, its magazine empty. Without missing a beat, Dr. Clef tossed it aside and reached into his coat, pulling out a crudely crafted blade. The weapon was rough, approximately 80 centimeters long and 6 centimeters wide, clearly not made by any professional blacksmith. Yet no one watching dared think it was just a normal knife. In the shield viewing room, Nick Fury's eyes widened. That's made of telekill alloy," he muttered, recognizing the legendary material. No time was wasted. At the same moment Clef drew his weapon, Dr. Kondraki unscrewed the tripod Dr. Gears had given him. Hidden within the tripod was a razor-sharp straight-blade saber, polished to a gleaming shine. Snap! The saber was drawn. The viewers were stunned speechless. Were these containment tools turned into dueling weapons? Nick Fury's heart pounded. James' earlier conversation with SCP-239 echoed in his mind. Knight's duel. With knives. Everything suddenly made horrifying sense. Clang. Their blades met with a deafening metallic screech. "You're blind, Connie." Clef sneered through gritted teeth. "Where the hell did you even get that thing?" He answered with another vicious slash. Kondraki parried expertly. Clang, clang, clang. Steel sang against steel as the corridor transformed into their battlefield. Dr. Clef's attacks were savage and unrelenting, while Dr. Kondraki's strikes were agile, elegant, almost like a dance. The live broadcast room erupted into chaos. "Oh my god. I'm watching 2 doctors sword fight in a death match. This is the craziest crossover ever. Stab him. Yes. Stab. More sword fights. Apocalypse for Doctors Split. Best content ever. As the audience's excitement boiled over, the duel grew fiercer. Another vicious clash. Kondraki winced, panting. Damn you, Clef, stop. I don't want to kill you. I don't want to kill anyone either. Clef's voice cracked, sounding almost broken. The pain in his words was unmistakable. For a moment, Kondraki hesitated. You just killed 2 people, Clef. Look at yourself. Kondraki shouted, furious and heartbroken. Clef shook his head, despair written all over his face. No choice. I had to. She can change reality, Connie. She can change the whole world. We're containing her. No, it's failed. It's all failed, and it's my fault. The anguish in Clef's voice left even Kondraki stunned. Before he could respond, an excited voice interrupted. I cast magic missile. Both doctors froze, turning toward the source. There, bouncing in excitement, was SCP-239. Buzz. A low hum filled the air. White-hot light erupted down the hallway. Boom. The explosion shredded the corridor walls like paper. Dr. Clef was hurled backwards like a rag doll, vomiting black blood midair. Time seemed to freeze. Every viewer stared in awe. SCP-239 casually lowered her arm. James stood next to her, holding an open Chinese dictionary in one hand and pointing with a wooden stick in the other. He had pretended to cast magic, but only SCP-239's spell had worked, and devastatingly so. 10 magic missiles in one gesture. Even Nick Fury was stunned. Your son taught you magic, someone joked in the chat. Dr. Clef writhed in agony on the ground, black energy seeping from his mouth and eyes. What the hell, Clef? Kondraki yelled, alarmed. Suddenly, Clef arched his back, screaming. Black light exploded out of him. James looked genuinely alarmed now, while SCP-239 merely huffed, proud of her handiwork. Boom. The corridor wall burst open. A hulking mechanical suit stomped in, Professor Kane, piloting SCP-244. Wow! SCP-239 clapped joyfully. The Mecha Knight is here. Now the evil Black Dragon will be defeated. Nick Fury's smile froze. Evil Black Dragon? He snapped his head back to the screen. And his heart skipped a beat. At the center of the screen, black light gathered into a monstrous shape. Roar. The deafening sound shook the entire building. A 50-foot-long black dragon burst into existence, spreading its massive wings and smashing through the ceiling. Boom. Debris rained down. Panic erupted everywhere. The live broadcast room exploded. WTF, WTF, WTF. There's really a dragon. This is not containment anymore, this is fantasy warfare. Everyone remembered. Just minutes ago, SCP-239 had casually mentioned an evil black dragon. Now there it was. With a flick of her imagination, reality bent to SCP-239's will. She was no ordinary child. She was a level 4 reality bender, one capable of reshaping the world on a whim. Nick Fury rubbed his temples in frustration. Last time it was a rogue Santa Claus. Now it's a black dragon. He muttered. This little girl's containment class should be far above Kita. Suppressing his growing headache, Nick Fury steeled himself. Whatever was coming next. He needed to see how this insane story would end. Story even smoother if we keep the flow. Chapter 83, Dragon Quest. James ends the end of the Foundation. 1,672 words. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Holy F King SHT. Amidst the thunderous roar of the dragon, an even louder and more desperate shout tore through the air. Dr. Kondraki stood frozen, his mouth wide open, his eyes bulging in disbelief. His expression shifted rapidly: surprise, shock, despair, and finally, overwhelming anger. In the span of a single breath, his mind cycled through these emotions like a turbulent storm. It's over. It's all over. Everything I've built is finished. Suddenly losing all strength, Dr. Kondraki collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed by despair. Across the battlefield, the massive black dragon clashed furiously with the mechanical titan operated by none other than Professor Kane. Roar! The black dragon bellowed and lunged forward at Professor Kane's mecha. But before the beast could close the distance, the mechanical warrior raised its arm and unleashed a barrage of crystal bullets powered by SCP-244. Da-da-da-da-da. The dense hail of shimmering crystal bullets rained down upon the dragon's thick hide, each one capable of obliterating lesser creatures instantly. However, against this monstrous behemoth, the crystals seemed almost laughably ineffective. Instead of being wounded, the black dragon only grew more furious. Roar! The dragon's furious roar exploded into a visible shockwave, shaking the entire battlefield. The surrounding walls trembled under the pressure. Far away, James, assessing the worsening situation, grabbed SCP-239's delicate hand and sprinted toward the C-12 emergency passage. Meanwhile, Dr. Gears appeared just in time, jabbing a syringe into Dr. Kondraki's neck. After a moment, Kondraki regained consciousness. Without wasting a second, he grabbed the immobilized Dr. Clef, and with the aid of the swarming butterflies conjured by SCP-5291, the trio made a desperate escape. Suddenly, the battlefield was reduced to just two entities, a mecha dog and a black dragon. Roar! The black dragon unleashed another earth-shattering roar, lashing out with its devastating claws and tail. Every movement of its colossal body tore apart concrete, steel, and stone like paper. Buildings crumbled under the force of its rage. Professor Kane expertly maneuvered the mecha, firing crystal bullets in bursts to try and keep the dragon at bay. Yet no matter how much firepower he unleashed, it was clear. Nothing could pierce the dragon's enchanted scales. Forced backward once more, Professor Kane's situation grew increasingly dire. Suddenly, the black dragon crouched low, its muscles tensing as an ominous force began to gather within its abdomen. Damn it! Professor Kane cursed, and with a flash, a shimmering energy barrier formed in front of his mecha. And then... roar! A torrent of dragon fire exploded outward, engulfing the battlefield in a sea of purgatorial flames. Everything the fire touched was reduced to ash within seconds. Everything, except for Professor Kane. Shielded by the hastily deployed barrier, Kane stood firm, staring defiantly at the monstrous inferno. Inside the hellish blaze, the battle resumed with even greater ferocity. The audience watching the live broadcast could hardly blink. The stunning visuals before them, an unstoppable black dragon, endless barrages of bullets, crimson explosions, and a heroic mecha standing defiant, felt like something out of a legendary blockbuster film. Every viewer shared a single thought. Fighting. Cool. Back on the battlefield. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Nothing works. Professor Kane snarled as he dodged another sweep of the dragon's massive claws. His mecha, though resilient, was clearly straining under the repeated blows. No matter what he fired, bullets, rockets, explosives, nothing could pierce the dragon's hide. Forced to retreat again, Professor Kane narrowed his eyes. And then, like a bolt of lightning, an idea struck him. Wait a second. He muttered breathlessly as he rolled aside from another strike. This damn thing's just a child's imagination, right? Heroes always beat monsters. Knights always have swords. A sword. Almost instantly, responding to his desperate wish, a lightsaber materialized on the mecha's left upper arm, shimmering with lethal energy. Clearly, This was not part of SCP-244's usual arsenal. Professor Kane burst into wild laughter. Ha 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 ha. That's it. That's it. Roaring with renewed energy, he lunged at the dragon with the mecha, the lightsaber flashing through the air. Swoosh! The weapon sliced cleanly through the black dragon's thick scales. Roar! The dragon shrieked in pain, the first time it had truly been hurt. Sensing his chance, Professor Kane launched into a devastating assault. Within seconds, the black dragon's tail was severed, flailing helplessly on the ground. And within a minute, the mecha stabbed deep into the dragon's chest, the searing blade piercing straight through its heart. Roar! The dragon's last agonized roar echoed across the site, before its colossal head slowly slumped down. Vital signs, terminated. Standing atop the dragon's lifeless body, Professor Kane surveyed the battlefield. With a tired, almost casual tone, he muttered, "I wonder if anyone would mind if I ate it." The live chat erupted. "God damn it. This is insane. This is better than any Hollywood blockbuster I've ever seen. A mecha slaying a dragon. This is the ultimate dream of every man alive. Professor Kane and that lightsaber were just too cool." Meanwhile, within the extraordinary chat group, excitement reached a fever pitch. "Deadpool, damn, even my regenerative healing factor can't keep up with how fast my heart is beating. Tony Stark, what did I tell you? Mechas are the ultimate romance. Steve Rogers, physical strength matters too. Without the lightsaber, Professor Kane couldn't even scratch that dragon. Hulk, but don't forget. SCP-239 created everything. In Stark Industries building. Tony Stark jumped up, fist-pumping excitedly. "That's it. I need a lightsaber for my mecha, now. Jarvis, start working on a plan to install an external lightsaber," he barked. "I'm sorry, sir," Jarvis replied politely. "Creating a functional high-intensity lightsaber will take considerable time." "Damn it. I don't care about the cost. Build it anyway." Meanwhile, at SHIELD headquarters, Natasha Romanoff grinned as she watched the battle's conclusion. "This is way more exciting than running boring missions," she said wistfully. "I want a mecha too." Nick Fury gave her a skeptical glance. "Do you really think S.H.I.E.L.D. can develop anything like that?" Natasha hesitated, then sighed. "Nope. Not unless we suddenly get a level 4 reality bender on our payroll." Everyone fell silent. They knew the truth, without SCP-239, none of this spectacular scene would have been possible. As Professor Kane stood victorious atop the dragon's corpse, the scene shifted. The camera returned to James. He was now dragging SCP-239 toward the emergency vault. Clang! James secured the vault door behind them, though he left the blast door open for now. SCP-239 was bent over, hands on her knees, panting heavily, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "The evil black dragon has revealed its true form." "Ha! What should we do now, James the Necromancer?" The broadcast fell eerily silent for a moment. James smiled softly, speaking calmly to her. He pointed at the spell book she held tightly against her chest. SCP-239 grinned and flipped through the pages, excitement growing. A minute later, she jumped up, pointing eagerly at a particular page. James nodded approvingly and gestured toward the wall of emergency supplies. As SCP-239 busied herself searching through the supplies, every viewer in the live broadcast room watched in breathless anticipation. And then, James slowly moved behind SCP-239, his hand slipping into his pocket. He pulled out a syringe. The entire chat exploded with shock. "What the hell is he doing?" Without hesitation, James jabbed the syringe into SCP-239's neck. SCP-239 gasped, then collapsed softly into his arms. James wrapped her gently in an emergency blanket, and with a calm expression, carried her out of the vault. The live broadcast room fell completely silent. Not a soul dared speak. Everyone stared, stunned. James's face remained calm, as if he had simply done something utterly ordinary. Gulp. One after another, the sound of viewers swallowing nervously echoed across the chat room. Nobody had expected it. Nobody had believed he would dare. And yet, James had ended the chaos wrought by SCP-239. In a way so simple and so terrifyingly decisive, it seemed almost unreal. A wave of questions flooded the screen. Why had Dr. Clef gone so mad about terminating SCP-239? What exactly was James's true role in all this? What would happen to the Apocalypse Doctors now? What was SCP-239's fate? Countless questions and no answers. At the Future Technology Building. Damn it. Is it really over? Peter Parker clutched his hair, pacing around in frustration. He turned desperately to James, who was calmly sipping coffee nearby. James. You have to tell me. What the heck happened? I'm dying here. James shrugged casually, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. All I can say, he replied coolly, is that the cause and result of this incident were very unexpected. Before Peter could demand more, Gia's voice chimed out. Wait, there's more footage. Everyone's eyes snapped back to the screen. The final reveal began. Inside a dimly lit interrogation room. What the hell did you say to her? A furious man slammed his fist onto the table, leaning menacingly over James. But James remained calm, his expression impassive. Sir, he said coolly, the video is well preserved, and the audio of the discussion is 88% complete. You already know the content and effect of the conversation. I don't. Damn it. Stop playing games. The man roared. I've read your file. I know you're a genius. Dr. Kondraki, Dr. Gears, even Clef all speak highly of you. Half the Foundation wants to promote you. But listen to me carefully. The man leaned closer, his voice a low growl. Whatever you did with SCP-239. It could bring down the entire Foundation. You destroyed an SCP, James. You destroyed a god. James remained silent. Unshaken. Unfazed. And as the screen faded to black, the live audience was left with only one overwhelming thought. What had James truly done? And more importantly, what would he do next? Chapter 84, Supreme Necromancer Clef. Level 4 Reality Bender banished for 100 years. 1,415 words. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. What the hell were you thinking? She could have done anything, James. We wanted to keep her out of the experiment, and you just brought her straight into it. I swear if... The man stopped mid-sentence. His rage faltered as he looked at James, his face filled with a blend of disbelief and frustration. After the chaos caused by the 4 Doctors of the Apocalypse, now they had another wild card in the Foundation. James met his glare calmly. His voice was quiet, almost soothing, as if trying to convey something deeply important rather than justify himself. I understand your concern, James began. But I don't believe the situation is as disastrous as you think. He held the man's gaze, his tone composed. Yes, I triggered a containment breach involving SCP-239. But it was done with intent. It wasn't to exploit her power, it was to stabilize her, to reinforce her current containment beliefs rather than challenge them. James paused, letting his words sink in before continuing. SCP-239 still doesn't fully grasp the nature of her abilities. She only understands them through stories and metaphors. I simply refined the narrative. The idea of forbidden spellbooks and necromancers was already in place, I just gave it structure. The man, a high-ranking supervisor from the Q5 Council, stared at him blankly for a second, completely thrown off. What exactly are you talking about? Even the viewers in the live stream were left speechless. But some of them, those who were particularly observant, began to recall the earlier scene when SCP-239 had mimicked James, attempting to cast spells in the same whimsical way he did. Suddenly, the pieces began to fall into place. He wasn't just guiding SCP-239. James had turned the entire breach into a role-playing game. And from the looks of it, the little girl had been absolutely delighted to play along. Back on screen, James adopted a thoughtful expression, as distant as though remembering an old tale. Dr. Clef was corrupted by the ultimate darkness, James said solemnly. A vast, invisible evil that seeped into our world. The supervisor visibly cringed, clearly thinking James was mocking him. It sounded like a child's bedtime story. But James pressed on, ignoring the man's reaction. Darkness took control of Clef's mind, and only a handful of witches and wizards still retain their magic. I, as a high necromancer of the Overcouncil, was sent to intervene, alongside swordsman Kondraki, to purge the evil from Clef. James raised a finger dramatically. Together with SCP-239, we summoned the emergency spellbook. A two-person incantation tome that can only be activated in times of dire magical imbalance like now. After a pause, the entire live chat exploded. What did I just read? Bro really LARPed his way out of an SCP apocalypse. Swordsman Kondraki. Clef corrupted by darkness. I'm crying. James deadass played D&D with a nuclear bomb. Even Natasha Romanoff in SHIELD headquarters had a delayed reaction. Wait a minute, she muttered. That explains why the whole thing felt so theatrical. Nick Fury squinted at the screen, slowly nodding. Now it makes sense. Still insane, but at least it makes sense. Meanwhile, in Kamartaj, a few apprentices had already begun fighting over which role they wanted in the next role-play exercise. I call Sorcerer Supreme. You were Sorcerer Supreme last time. It's my turn. Watching them argue, the Ancient One rubbed her temple in silent frustration. Children. She murmured. To her, this was no game. When magic and reality blurred, lines got crossed. Roles became identities. If the one playing the villain, Dr. Clef, wasn't pretending, but truly believing himself to be the enemy. She shook the thought away, her eyes narrowing at James's image on the screen. Clever man. Back at the Foundation, the supervisor was still trying to process what he'd heard. And she believed all of this. James shrugged. Sir, with all due respect, she's 9 years old. Her only real question was whether she could also learn fencing. The man didn't know whether to laugh or scream. You're insane. This is dangerous beyond belief. What did you even let her use? Was it one of the, he searched for the right word, his voice uneasy. Forbidden spells. We started with something simple, James replied casually. The most basic spell everyone learns first. What was it? Magic missile. James's lips curled slightly. Exactly. The supervisor pointed at the scorched hallway shown on screen, the aftermath of a magical explosion that nearly took out half the corridor. That was a magic missile. She's just extremely talented, James said innocently. The live broadcast burst into laughter again. At last, the supervisor sighed and straightened his coat. Fine. You've got a psychological evaluation next. Don't miss it. The scene transitioned again. This time, James sat across from a bald psychiatrist, who smiled politely as he queued up surveillance footage. You injected her with a sedative, the doctor asked, pausing the video. James nodded calmly. I practiced on myself several times before. Developed a talent for it. The doctor blinked. That's not what I meant. James's gaze didn't waver. I didn't enjoy it. But I had no better option. The risk was too great. She was becoming unstable. You're defending yourself. I'm stating facts. The doctor watched him a moment longer. What did you whisper to her when you picked her up? James looked at the paused screen. For the first time, something like emotion flickered in his expression. His voice dropped a little. I told her, good night. Have a sweet dream. The doctor said nothing for a while. Then he reached into a folder and handed James a document. This was found later. Her diary. James raised an eyebrow and accepted it. You never read it before? No. The doctor was surprised. Then why were you so sure she'd become a threat? James didn't answer. He skimmed through the page. A few lines jumped out immediately. From the diary of SCP-239, discovered after Incident 239-B. Date, 3 days before the incident. Dear Diary. I did something bad today. I saw a dead bird and some baby birds crying for their mom, so I used a life spell to bring her back. But Supreme Necromancer Clef told me if I broke the rules again, he'd banish me to the underworld for 100 years. I'm scared of him. I hope he won't find out. I don't want to die, sad face. James blinked. What? Everyone in the live broadcast was dead silent. Nick Fury looked like someone had just slapped him. The implications settled over the room like a heavy fog. James slowly turned to the psychiatrist, voice low. So. Clef. The psychiatrist sighed. She misunderstood him. She thought he was going to punish her. She created the whole story. She imagined he had been taken over by evil, and came here to hurt her. James closed his eyes, letting out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. That's why this all happened. Viewers everywhere groaned in disbelief. All this chaos, all the deaths, all the near-apocalyptic moments. Because of a dead bird and a little girl's overactive imagination. Even Fury had to admit, this might have been the most ridiculous, frustrating, and heartbreaking thing he'd seen in a long time. Clef, he muttered, is the most unlucky bastard in this whole situation. Back in the footage, James sat in stunned silence. The psychiatrist quietly slid another document across the table. We found this in Dr. Clef's deleted files, dated 2 days before the incident. James opened the file. T.O. All SCP personnel. From Dr. A. Clef, Site 19. Subject, stop me. Secure SCP-239 immediately. Put Site 17 on high alert. You must stop me, or someone will die. Yesterday I had a sudden urge to kill SCP-239. It started small but it's getting stronger. I think I've been compromised. Damn. I should have known she'd misinterpret what I said. The child is smart but still just a child. I was arrogant. This is my fault. James closed the file, his lips drawn in a thin line. The viewers read along, each line more chilling than the last. Clef had known something was wrong. He'd sensed the influence SCP-239 was unknowingly exerting on him. He hadn't gone rogue, he'd been a victim too. And that changed everything. Because in the end, this wasn't a battle of magic. It was a child's nightmare turned real. And the cost of that dream was almost everyone's life. Chapter 85, Paradise is Polluted. James chooses to save the world. 1,456 words. Extra 70+ chapters available in Patreon. Just check it out. Underscore 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 underscore. Wait, what am I doing? Why am I trying to get you to stop me? That little monster is too dangerous to be alive. She broke the rules. She must die. We can't do it casually. We need to make a plan first. This is the key. A weapon made of telekill alloy. It might work. The file ended there. No more explanations. No further elaboration. But despite the abrupt cutoff, everyone watching the live broadcast felt a chill run down their spines. The silence in the room was heavy, filled only by the sound of uneasy breaths. In their minds, a haunting image formed. Dr. Clef, awakened by some subconscious fear, a deep shiver running through his body. Sensing something was wrong, he immediately tried to document his thoughts. Maybe it was to warn someone. Maybe it was to anchor his reality. But midway through writing the file, something went wrong. His mind twisted. The clarity he had was consumed by the distortion. Whatever sane intentions he had were overtaken by the very anomaly he was trying to contain. He retrieved a weapon made of telekill alloy, forced his way to level 17, and ultimately was defeated, not by brute force, but by the overwhelming pressure of madness. Only after he lost consciousness did his thoughts seem to revert to normal. That was the end of a devil. And that thought disturbed everyone watching. The live stream chat exploded. WTF. That's straight up terrifying. Wait, so everyone at Site 19 has their minds twisted like that? Judging from Clef's pained reaction, his normal self still existed underneath that insanity. It's horrifying. Watching yourself spiral into madness but being powerless to stop it. That's not horror. That's tragedy. There was a strange blend of sympathy and schadenfreude in the audience's reaction. As the saying went, karma always comes back around. Dr. Clef had always been infamous, and perhaps that reputation was part of why SCP-239 feared him so intensely in the first place. Maybe it was poetic justice. Whatever the case, the crisis triggered by SCP-239 had finally come to a close. No CK-class reality restructuring. No planet-ending apocalypse. Only 2 unfortunate security guards lost their lives in the chaos. But despite the relatively low death toll, no one doubted the severity of the event. If not for James making the right call at a pivotal moment, no one could say how far the catastrophe would have gone. Still, to the audience, this incident was pure cinematic gold. A mountain of anomalies, the clash of the 4 doctors of the apocalypse, a mecha-dragon showdown, James taming a level for reality bender. It was beyond epic. God, that was wild, Natasha Romanoff exhaled, her hands still trembling slightly from the sheer intensity of what she'd witnessed. I used to think those building-sized anomalies packed with monsters were scary enough. But now I get it, the Foundation sites themselves are the real nightmares. Her sentiment was echoed throughout the SHIELD viewing room. No kidding. As long as nothing goes wrong, it's fine. But once something breaks, the whole site falls apart. Can't believe there were multiple containment breaches in just a few hours. Don't remind me of that humanoid plant incident, I still get chills. And that 4th apocalypse doctor. Dude actually went toe-to-toe with an SCP. As the room buzzed with anxious chatter, Nick Fury was about to interject when the monitor above them flickered to life. The room fell silent. Everyone turned their attention to the screen, where a new scene began. Outside a ward in the site's medical wing. I still don't get why they want us to visit that lunatic, Dr. Kondraki grumbled, dragging on a cigarette as he and James approached the doorway. If I see him again, I swear I won't be able to stop myself from strangling the bastard. From inside the ward, a voice called out with venom. Then come in and try, you limping psycho. The door slammed open. Kondraki, leaning on his crutch, stormed into the room with righteous fury. But the moment his eyes landed on Dr. Clef, bandaged, bruised, barely sitting upright, his anger faltered. He fell silent. James followed behind, holding a small bouquet of flowers. Calmly, he placed them on a bedside cabinet. "You're welcome," he said without emotion. Dr. Clef blinked. "What the hell? Someone actually brought me flowers?" Kondraki snorted. "He picked them from the garden out front." Clef didn't argue. Instead, he asked, "How's the leg?" "I'll live." "How's your face, eyes, ears?" "Soul." Clef shrugged, wincing slightly. "They kept the pendant on me for just a few minutes. Just enough to heal me without turning me into a demonic vegetable." Then he looked at James. "So, what's this?" "A wellness check." "Interview," James replied plainly. Clef relaxed slightly and smiled. "I remember you. The researcher who was braver than me." "Don't flatter him," Kondraki cut in, peeling an apple. "If it weren't for this kid, we'd all be ash right now." Clef raised an eyebrow. "How's the girl?" "Still unconscious," Kondraki replied. "James knocked her out after that little reality warping dragon ride. We figured it's safer for her to stay that way. She's in a telekill-lined room now." He popped a slice of the apple into his mouth, with a smug grin. Clef watched him, exasperated. "You jerk. Who's guarding her?" Clef asked. "Valdison." Clef sighed. "Poor kid. Bit rich coming from the guy who tried to kill her," Kondraki spat. Clef glanced sideways. "I'm not talking about the SCP." Kondraki nearly choked. Cough, "What?" James chose this moment to ask his first question. "Why did you do it?" Clef lit a cigarette, his tone nonchalant. "You've read the reports. Something in my containment plan went wrong." Kondraki slammed the table. "Bullshit. What did you say?" "I said you're full of it." Kondraki growled. "According to every report, you're a sadistic, manipulative, cold-blooded bastard, but never a fool. So no, I don't buy this 'I made a mistake' crap." Clef smirked. "Didn't know you cared." "Cut the crap, Clef. What were you really trying to do?" James stepped back, silently observing. It seemed better to let the two madmen hash it out. Clef leaned back. "You're paranoid." "Oh, am I?" Kondraki raised his voice. "Your PDA cuts off just as SCP-336 asks you to tell the truth. An emergency call pulls 2 more researchers. Half the site erupts into chaos. 2 SCPs die, one of which you vouched for." Clef puffed his cigarette and looked away. Kondraki continued, now shouting, "What were you trying to do? Kill her? Contact someone? Bury this incident?" "You're spiraling," Clef said calmly. "You're lying. You always lie." Clef chuckled darkly. "I do, don't I? That's why they call me the father of lies." "Then tell me, why did you do it?" Clef leaned close to Kondraki and whispered something. Kondraki's face drained of color, then turned red in rage. "You filthy liar." Clef burst into a fit of coughing laughter. "This is the real tragedy, Connie. What if I'm lying? Or what if I'm not? What happens when the balance is broken? When you die and your soul finds heaven's gates plastered with the wings of dead gods?" His voice grew manic. "The universe is rotting. Humanity is just a pest clinging to mold. As long as anomalies exist, we have no future." Those watching the stream were dumbfounded. "What is he even saying?" Natasha murmured. Nick Fury looked grim. "He knows something. Or he wants us to think he does." Back in the video, Kondraki snapped. You manipulative bastard. Clef only smiled. Have you ever wondered, Clef said coldly, why the Foundation's anomaly count spiked 700% in 5 years? Why SCP-239 could distort my thoughts even at Site-19? Kondraki froze. You know, but you ignored it. You ignored the multiplying anomalies. The rising gods. The howling in the void. Then Clef burst out laughing. Kondraki blinked. What? Omen. You actually believed that? Ha ha ha. Clef wheezed, tears at the corner of his eyes. That's better than when I convinced Gears to MRI that little monster's brain. You should have seen his face. You absolute monster. Kondraki lunged at Clef, grabbing his collar and slamming him against the bed. I'll kill you. Even while being throttled, Clef grinned. You'll never unhear it, Connie. It'll keep whispering. Always. James watched them both from the doorway. Eyes cold. Expression unreadable. There was no trace of amusement in his gaze, only calculation. Only the weight of knowing that this fight, this madness, this cycle would happen again. And next time, he might not be able to save the world. Extra chapters available on Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 86, Chapter 86, SCP. 1070 words. On screen, the battle between the two figures wasn't nearly as flashy or theatrical as earlier fights. In fact, it even seemed a bit awkward at times. But not a single person across the entire Marvel Universe dared to laugh. Instead, a cold silence descended as a collective unease crept in. It was because of what Dr. Clef had said. The future he described was too grim, too hopeless to simply brush off. Even though he claimed it was a lie, the image had already planted itself in the minds of the viewers. Like a poison, it lingered. They knew it might not be real. But what if it was? SHIELD headquarters. What he said, it's not real, right? Natasha Romanoff asked, her face unusually pale. Even if it is, it's something that happened in another universe, Nick Fury replied flatly. That seemed to ease the tension in the room. Heads nodded slowly. Of course, those anomalies were exclusive to that Foundation universe. Not their own. And yet, as Fury looked back at the screen, a shadow of doubt passed through his eyes. He hadn't shared his own concern. If these anomalies truly emerged endlessly, how could the Foundation endure? Kamartaj. The younger apprentices didn't grasp the implications. They were still buzzing with excitement from their earlier magical role-play games. But the Ancient One's expression was grave. Unlike the others, she couldn't afford to dismiss it as fantasy. If that bleak vision ever became reality, and these entities breached dimensions, the result wouldn't be merely dangerous. It would be catastrophic. And some entities, she knew, did transcend dimensions. Asgard. A god went mad. Loki muttered to himself. As a god, even he felt disturbed. Gods weren't supposed to go mad. But as he stared at the screen, dread brewed in his heart. He had to know where this Foundation story was heading. Under James' intense gaze, the screen dimmed. Words began to scroll across. Post-Incident 239, the report, Long-Term Consequences excerpts. Item 97, SCP-239 exhibited uncontrollable keto-level abilities, indirectly causing the deaths of multiple SCPs and personnel, and the large-scale destruction of Site-17. Proposal, SCP-239 to remain in a medically induced coma. Dr. Erica Valdison to oversee supervision. Priority, Beta. Item 102, several personnel went beyond the call of duty. For their courage and sacrifice, the Foundation awards honorary commendations to Researcher James, Dr. Bright, Dr. Gears, Dr. Kondraki, and Director Kane Pathos Crow. James is officially promoted to high-level researcher. Priority, Epsilon. The live broadcast room exploded in shocked chatter. James had just been promoted to high-level researcher. From mid-tier to top-tier. But then again, if he hadn't stepped in during the crisis, Site-17 might not have survived. Item 138. Dr. Altoclef's actions caused deaths and destruction, including non-standard conduct with SCP-091, ARC, and 336. Proposal: Dr. Clef to be classified as a Euclid-class humanoid SCP and detained at Site-17. Containment protocols pending. Priority: Alpha. Silence swept the room. All the other doctors were being rewarded. Clef. He was being locked up. Labeled an anomaly himself. Many in the audience couldn't believe it. At that moment, the golden system text reappeared. James' third memory ends. Before anyone could react, new text appeared. James' fourth past life memory, initiating. Keywords: Death of the King, Rebirth Plan, Sarkic Cult, Chaos Insurgency, O5 Council. Every Marvel viewer leaned forward. The keywords alone were enticing. The screen flickered. You applied for a memory-related project. Dr. Kondraki's voice echoed. Yes. Dr. Kondraki scratched his head. You're a doctor now with level 3 clearance. You can access most files. Why this one? It's level 4. Top secret. The audience stirred. Top secret. Interesting. Kondraki's face changed. Wait, don't tell me. SCP-3000. James nodded. Dr. Kondraki stared at him. Then, after a moment, retrieved a folder from beneath his desk. Technically, SCP-3000 has been upgraded to level May 3000. Even I might not be able to view it anymore. But this file predates the upgrade. Maybe it will help. As James reached for it, Kondraki held it back. Listen. I watched you rise from junior researcher to high level. Don't do anything you'll regret. Then he let go. Viewers were puzzled. Wasn't it just a file? Shield. Level 4 to level 5. Top secret. Those words echoed in Nick Fury's mind. What was James looking for? Meanwhile, the other agents had just one thought. Open that file. Project title, Anandasha. That single word stunned everyone. Anandasha. Natasha frowned. Sounds mythological. Maria glanced at her tablet. Actually, I found something. It's from Hindu mythology. Everyone leaned in. Shisha, also known as Anandasha, is the king of the Nagas, a giant snake with 1,000 heads. He supports the stars and was the first serpent born in creation myths. Fury exhaled. So it's just a myth. But then more data surfaced. Warning, Class 8 cognitive hazard file. Unauthorized access prohibited. The screen shifted. SCP-3000 Object Class, Thaumiel. Responsible Site, INWBKL Site, 151. Supervisor, Carrie Eckelkamp. Lead Researcher, David Bell. Assigned Task Force, SCP-F Eremita. The audience felt the weight of how serious this project was. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-3000 resides in a redacted zone, spanning a 300 km wide area, constantly patrolled by Foundation warships. No civilian is permitted to enter the area or attempt deep-sea activity. Anyone exposed to SCP-3000 must be quarantined and processed at Site-151. The room went still. 300 kilometers. Natasha whispered. What is this thing? A school of fish. Even that would be too large, Fury muttered. Maria hesitated. Maybe it's just very big. Everyone scoffed. Then the next section appeared. Description: SCP-3000 is an aquatic serpentine entity resembling a giant moray eel. Its total length is estimated between 600 to 900 kilometers. Its head alone is 2.5 meters wide. Its body can reach a maximum diameter of 10 meters. Silence. The numbers settled like stones in their hearts. 600 to 900 kilometers. Everyone stared, stunned. WTF, someone in the live stream finally screamed. Did I read that right? 900 kilometers. Is that even possible? That's not a creature. That's a continent. Back in Kamartaj, even the Ancient One was shocked. She'd witnessed cosmic entities and even fought dimensional gods. But nothing she had ever encountered came close to this. Even the celestials she'd seen spanned maybe 300,000 meters tall. But this Anandasha. It was on par with beings that existed above multiversal thresholds. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 87, Chapter 87, The World Serpent of the Supreme Divinity. The Herald of the Universe appears. 1,373 words. Inside the SHIELD headquarters, the once buzzing atmosphere abruptly fell into stunned silence. All eyes were fixed on Maria Hill as she struggled to process the data projected in front of her. 600 to 900 kilometers in size. She mumbled, utterly confused. Her thoughts mirrored those of everyone present. What the hell is this thing? Director Nick Fury's expression darkened, and a single question echoed in his mind. How the hell do we contain something that massive? In the land of nothingness. The Grandmaster, known in the cosmic realms as the Elder of the Universe, stared at the information dancing across the light curtain with a raised brow. Anantasha. I didn't expect the universes outside ours to harbor such colossal entities. Despite his flamboyant personality and love for games, the Grandmaster was no fool. He wielded immense cosmic power, capable of manipulating time, space, and even crossing dimensional thresholds. Ever since he stumbled into the Foundation's world, he had been trying to locate a cosmic anchor point, any tether that connected their world to his own universe. So far, he had failed. Even with all his might and knowledge, this universe remained a mystery to him. He had to suppress his curiosity, observing events in secret. Until now, everything he had seen, whether it was the infamous SCP-096 or the enigmatic SCP-1983, felt ordinary in his eyes. Only one anomaly ever piqued his true interest, SCP-343, also known as God. And now this. A living being stretching over 600 kilometers. For reference, the planet Ego's diameter was just about 6,700,000 meters. Compared to that, this creature wasn't a planet, but a terrifying cosmic serpent. His gaze flicked back to the screen. A silent question lingered in his thoughts. James. Could he be the key to finally discovering the anchor point between our universes? Meanwhile, in Asgard, Loki stood frozen. His sense of reality had already been shaken by the likes of SCP-239, a little girl capable of rewriting existence with mere thoughts. And now this. Another being, this time a world serpent. He chuckled nervously to himself. At this rate, my title as the God of Mischief seems laughable. Back on the screen, James turned another page of the SCP file, completely unaware that his actions were triggering cosmic ripples across other universes. SCP-3000 is generally a sedentary creature, moving its head only in response to certain stimuli or during feeding. Most of its body remains in the Ganges sector, and is rarely observed in motion. It is carnivorous. Though it rarely moves, SCP-3000 is capable of sudden bursts of speed to ambush prey. Despite its size, it is speculated that the entity may not require nutrients to sustain its biological functions. During feeding, SCP-3000 excretes a dark, sticky substance from its skin, designated Y909. The Marvel World audience, still reeling from the sheer size of the anomaly, collectively sighed in relief. At least it doesn't move often. Still, it was terrifying to imagine. A creature of this magnitude, if stirred, could create tsunamis, level coastlines, and wipe out cities without lifting a finger. But a new concern arose. It's carnivorous. And what the hell is Y909? SCP-3000 is classified as a Class 8 cognitohazard. Direct observation of the entity leads to severe psychological and cognitive impairments. Symptoms include unexplained headaches, delirium, emotional instability, confusion, and memory loss. The moment that appeared on the screen, viewers gasped. It's not just huge, it's a cognitohazard. It doesn't even need to move to be dangerous. This thing messes with your mind just by existing. Chat rooms erupted in chaos. And just as curiosity hit its peak, the archive ended. Some viewers were visibly disappointed they didn't get to see SCP-3000's full appearance. Others, however, felt relieved. Considering its cognitohazardous nature, viewing its true form might have been fatal. In the scene, James sat with a calm but unreadable expression, fingers resting on the SCP file. Across from him sat Dr. Kondraki, eyeing James carefully. "Did that file help?" he asked hesitantly. James nodded and handed it back, preparing to leave. But just as he stood, Kondraki stopped him. "James." The older doctor's voice was laced with fatigue. His once bright hair was now streaked with white, his frame a little more hunched. Time had not been kind. "We stand on the same level now. I don't have the authority to lead you anymore," he said with a heavy sigh. James remained quiet. Kondraki took a deep breath. "But before you go, answer me this." The question silenced the live broadcast room. "Are you really verifying what Clef said during the argument?" Every viewer held their breath. Those words from Dr. Clef, a madman in many eyes, came rushing back. "This world is doomed." James blinked, his face unreadable. "Why do you say that?" Kondraki stood. "Because since you became a senior researcher 3 years ago, you've applied to meet SCP-343 over 460 times. He took a step forward. 284 of those times, your conversation logs don't match the surveillance recordings. What did you say to God? SCP-343. That name alone caused a jolt through everyone watching. At S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury immediately recalled the cryptic conversation between James and SCP-343. The warning echoed in his mind again. This world is irreversibly heading toward destruction. And now, it seemed, James had been trying to validate that claim for years. James didn't reply, his gaze unwavering. Kondraki softened. "You don't know Clef like I do. But remember this." He leaned in slightly, eyes sharp. "Don't believe a single word that lunatic says." James gave a final nod. "Goodbye, Dr. Kondraki." And with that, he turned and walked away, leaving behind a sea of speculation. Was James really chasing down the truth behind the doomsday theory? Was Clef right all along? Before the viewers could process it all, the scene shifted. James, now walking briskly through the corridor, bumped into a breathless researcher. "James." "Kingbo." The researcher wheezed, trying to catch his breath. "There's an update about the Pioneer project. The object it's trying to communicate." The moment the word Pioneer was uttered, the live stream exploded with excitement. New SCP. Don't tell me it's another world-ending threat. As James sprinted toward the observation deck, the feed changed again. Project name, Pioneer. Item hashtag, SCP-1281. Object class, safe. The term safe immediately brought relief to viewers. Natasha Romanoff quirked a brow. Didn't SCP-343 also have a safe classification? Fury glanced at her. Safe doesn't mean harmless. It just means it's easy to contain. Natasha smirked. Sure, but I'll take easy to contain over 600 kilometers of cognitohazard any day. SCP-1281 is a biological entity discovered in the Kuiper Belt during a containment operation of SCPI. It is approximately 12 meters long, with a circumference of 11 meters, shaped like a smooth column. The bulge near its upper end is believed to house analytical systems. The description left people puzzled. Biological with analytical systems. Disc-shaped structures cover parts of its surface, functioning as radiation receivers. Prism-like capsules adorn various regions, though many appear damaged. SCP-1281's organic material seems grown on top of a mechanical frame, designed for long-term existence in space. It performs best in cold environments, around 50 Kelvin. A fusion of flesh and machine. A techno-organic hybrid. At S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha muttered, it's like a cyborg in deep space. But the next line made Fury's blood run cold. SCP-1281 once had the ability for interstellar travel. Damaged by an unknown event, it has remained dormant for approximately 1.3 billion years. Interstellar travel. 1.3 billion years. That time frame was staggering. Even the most advanced human tech couldn't come close to that. Initially dormant, the only activity was a dim glow. It began responding to radio signals, eventually cracking Foundation codes within an hour and replying with binary. After Earth received its messages, the entity paused for days, its bulge heating up by 5 Kelvin, likely processing data. The live stream chat exploded again. It cracked codes that fast. It's not just a relic, it's alive and it learns. As James approached the observation station, the screen finally showed visuals from the 120-09 space station. Every viewer leaned forward. What is SCP-1281? And more importantly, who built it? Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 88, Chapter 88, Master, am I doing well? Yes, Pioneer, well done. 1,384 words. SCP-1821 was just as described in the archives. At first glance it resembled nothing more than a tall column, something that might store CDs in a retrofuturistic lab. Not the twisted, grotesque mass of flesh many expected from anomalous entities. Instead, it shimmered with a clean, metallic sheen, radiating a distinct sci-fi texture. ZZZK, Dr. James. Technicians from Space Station 120-09 appeared on screen. Has SCP-1821 developed communicative capability? James asked without delay, standing upright before the camera. ZZZK, yes. Preparing communication link with SCP-1821 now. Proceed. The technician's face vanished, replaced by the eerie yet oddly elegant presence of SCP-1821, an entity that had been drifting through space for 1.3 billion years. James initiated the first formal contact from Earth. ZZZK, damaged. The synthesized voice from SCP-1821 crackled through the speakers after being processed by the Foundation's analyzer. The words sent ripples through the room. Damaged. Can you hear me? James asked. Who? We are the SCP Foundation. We are. He didn't finish. What? Master. No. That single word, master, made James frown. He paused, then clarified. No, we're not your masters. We are humans. But SCP-1821's system seemed glitchy, its voice looping oddly. Pioneers must, information. Pioneers must. Snap. The technician severed the connection. Doctor, he called out, pale-faced. The temperature around the convex modules on SCP-1821's surface has spiked, reaching 60 Kelvin. Prepare the security team in case SCP-1821 becomes hostile, someone ordered from off-screen. The conversation was abruptly cut off. The live broadcast audience was left in confusion. What just happened? They barely exchanged a few words. Why is it calling us Master and Pioneer at the same time? Could this thing have been sent by an alien civilization to scout us out? In the SHIELD operations room, agents murmured among themselves. I'm telling you, we should shut that thing down. Yeah, what if the signal it transmits carries a mimetic hazard? That's right. Nick Fury simply shook his head. He had observed the Foundation's containment patterns long enough to understand their logic, discover the anomaly, secure and contain it, then investigate. Neutralization only came as a last resort, either when the entity was clearly hostile or an active threat to reality. SCP-1821, on the other hand, was something new. Potentially invaluable. Sure enough, hours later, a technician spoke up again. Doctor, after 4 hours of cooling, SCP-1821's temperature has dropped. It's requesting communication. Allow it. The screen came to life again, and SCP-1821's voice emerged. Where are the pioneers? The question made everyone stiffen. If the pioneer referred to itself, was it asking for its own location? James paused, choosing his words carefully. You are located at the edge of this solar system. Beyond the planetary belt. Which planet? SCP-1821 pressed. We call it Sol, James responded. How long? Its voice had grown anxious, desperate. You've been drifting through space. You've circled the Milky Way nearly 6 times. Are you the master? James hesitated. No, he finally replied. Information. The pioneers must tell the mission. The pioneers must. Again, the voice faded, garbled and fragmented. Doctor, a technician called urgently, temperature has climbed to 70 Kelvin. There's observable degradation in the biocomponents of SCP-1821. Just then, the room's emergency phone rang. James picked it up. On screen, the audience could see the contact ID, 05 Council. Hello. Dr. James, came a woman's voice. Regarding SCP-1821, answer its questions. Tell it the truth. Reason? The silence on the line was tense. Then a soft breath, followed by a solemn explanation. Because deceiving it could jeopardize long-term containment. More importantly, the civilization that built SCP-1821 demonstrates minimal hostility or aggression. It is unlikely to pose a threat. Understood. James ended the call with a crisp finality. SHIELD, so it was built by a now-lost alien civilization, Natasha Romanoff murmured, watching the screen. And its job is to travel the stars and collect information. Nick Fury nodded. That fits with the Pioneer label. Anticipation surged across every monitoring station. Viewers leaned closer to their screens. What had the Pioneer come to say? Doctor, 7 hours later, temperature has stabilized. Resume communication. SCP-1821 appeared again. I'm not at home, it said. I've been away for a long time. Where is home? I can't see it. There was confusion and pain in its voice. James exhaled slowly. I'm afraid we don't know. The stars are very different now. After all, 1.3 billion years had passed. I was told to perform my function to complete my mission. But I was damaged. So I waited. Waited for rescue. Is that what this is? Hope glimmered in its tone. James countered gently, what was your mission? SCP-1821 seemed startled. What? Are you strangers? James took a breath. Yes. We are human. Not your creators. There was a harsh whisper in someone's office, likely another O5 agent, reacting to the moment. My mission. You are not the master. I must transmit the information. Its voice broke down again. Doctor, 85 Kelvin. Damage increasing. James clenched his jaw. Put it on standby. He looked visibly frustrated, maybe even sad. And perhaps not just because of the technical issues. Pioneer. He muttered. Master. What was your mission? 10 hours later, SCP-1821 is requesting contact again. The monitor flickered to life. This is our forerunner, it said. It brings good news. It began speaking without prompting. By the time this reaches you, we will be gone. Our planet is dying. We cannot save ourselves. We only had time to prepare to send this message. Silence filled the room. Even the most stoic viewers were stunned. Romanoff whispered, "This is the message. This is what the Pioneer was meant to deliver." James turned up the volume. SCP-1821 continued. We've seen the signs left by others before us. Different, hard to understand. But if there were those before, there will be those after. That is the hope of the Pioneer's journey. It found you. It learned your language so it could speak to you. Please, listen. The Milky Way is dark. Cold. Empty. It spins toward death. You too will die someday. But maybe you have more time than we did. We hope so. But one day you too will vanish. The tone became softer. Until then, light up the darkness. Make the stars less empty. We are all small, but a voice saying I am here makes space less silent. A sound is tiny, but the difference between 0 and 1 is the difference between 1 and infinity. There was a silence, a cosmic breath. As your time flows, continue the message. Let the next voice rise. Let it defy the darkness. Everyone who listened fell quiet. No one could describe the sadness they felt. Even James closed his eyes for a brief moment. 15 minutes later, the signal resumed. Is it finished? SCP-1821 asked softly. Yes. That was the message, James replied. Was it good? You don't know what it meant? James asked, surprised. I only transmitted it. I don't know what it says. The innocence in its voice felt like a dagger. James leaned closer. It was very important. Good. The mission is important. Understood. Feeling tired. Almost done. There was joy in its tone. Joy, perhaps, for completing its task after so long. Relief, perhaps, that the message had finally been heard. James's heart began to sink. Done? Mission complete. Brain overheated. Cooling impaired. James trembled. Pioneer. Master, it asked again. This time, the tone was so tender, so uncertain, it was enough to break him. He looked left and right, almost instinctively, as if hoping someone else would step in. But there was no one else. He stared at the screen. Then he spoke, his voice low and steady. I am. Did I do well? The voice was childlike. Eager. A single line that seemed to have traveled 1.3 billion years for an answer. James's lips trembled. Yes, Pioneer. Well done. Then I feel relieved. The screen faded. Doctor, a technician murmured, SCP-1821 systems have completely shut down. James put down his pen. He closed his eyes. I understand. The log ended with one final entry in the observation journal. Watch. On the far side of the universe, in a forgotten corner. The river is ablaze with red candles, like paper sails that lead wanderers home. It sees home. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 89, Chapter 89, I Am in Everything, SCP. 1,355 words. SHIELD Headquarters. A thick silence loomed over the control room. No one spoke, not even a whisper. Every agent, analyst, and officer sat frozen, entranced by the screen in front of them. It wandered the universe for 1.3 billion years, just to deliver a message. Natasha Romanoff whispered, her voice barely audible. She stared at the screen, unable to blink, tears silently forming in her eyes before slipping down her cheeks. The weight of the message hit her like a tidal wave, an emotion so profound that it silenced even the hardened warrior within. What kind of suffering, what kind of perseverance, had the pioneer endured through eons of solitude? 1.3 billion years, it was a time span so immense it defied comprehension. Not even the oldest beings in the universe could truly understand that scale of loneliness. Yet, the pioneer had walked alone through it all. At this moment, Natasha felt a deep sense of gratitude toward James. He had given the pioneer an answer. A purpose. And somehow his humanity, his empathy, had reached something that ancient. She wiped her tears quietly. Boss? Nick Fury flinched slightly, quickly turning away to wipe his own eyes before facing her again. What's up? Natasha smiled faintly, shaking her head. Nothing. As the scene faded, the screen displayed a new prompt. Dr. James was reprimanded for allowing personal emotions to interfere during communication with an anomalous entity. He has been placed on administrative leave. The audience, who had just been mourning the tragedy of the pioneer, suddenly blinked in disbelief. What? Ha ha ha. I thought I was hallucinating, this is real. I'm dying over here. The O5 Council really did that. James really said reason, and then just hung up. No wonder the higher-ups snapped. Let this be a lesson, no matter how powerful or righteous you are, never piss off your boss, especially if she's an O5. The live broadcast chat room burst into laughter. The mood turned light in an instant, the contrast making it all the more hilarious. Since James was now on leave, his next appearance took place in a cafeteria. He sat at a table with Lois and ZYN. Time had passed, ZYN was no longer the naive rookie she used to be, and Lois had grown a beard. But James, as always, looked unchanged, untouched by time. When I heard that someone from Site 17 offended an O5 again, I just knew it was you, Lois said, throwing an arm around James's shoulders with a hearty laugh. What was it this time? Breaking protocol. Accessing classified files again. James calmly pulled away from the gesture. Bringing personal emotions into communication with an anomaly. Pest. Ha ha ha. Lois and ZYN erupted with laughter. I swear that's your best one yet. Lois gasped. We're definitely adding that to the Foundation's official archive of political jokes. He raised his glass. To James, still the same mad genius we know and love. Cheers. The cafeteria scene glowed with warmth and familiarity, resonating with viewers watching the live stream. The banter, the camaraderie, it reminded everyone that behind the seriousness of the SCP Foundation were real people with real bonds. ZYN took a swig of her drink, winced, and adjusted her glasses. Still working on memory-based research, James. Hearing the word memory, Nick Fury, watching remotely from SHIELD, leaned forward subtly. This was the very topic Dr. Kondraki had brought up earlier. James clearly had a strange obsession with memory-based anomalies. Why? In the scene, James nodded. Lois set his drink down, looking thoughtful. Still think you've forgotten something important? Again, James nodded. The audience watching the stream was stunned. Forgot something. Before the thought could fully take root, James changed the topic. I heard you recently got stuck with a difficult project. Lois's expression turned sour. Calling it a project is generous. It feels more like a prank. A prank? Lois shook his head. Yeah, some document with insane, chaotic writing. No one knows where it came from, but it showed up in the archives like it belongs there. Serial number. Lois frowned in concentration. SCP-3999. SCP-3999. The chat exploded with excitement. Another SCP. Honestly, Lois continued, I didn't even know we had that many anomalies. Can you show it to me? James asked. Sure, why not? Lois stood up. Wait here, I'll grab a copy. A few minutes later, he returned with a thick file in hand. He handed copies to both ZYN and James. Many researchers have tried reading it, Lois said. No one makes sense of it. James took the file, flipping to the first page. Printed across the top in strange formatting were the words. Let's go, you don't have my job. When the 11th day Empire is swallowing up the sky. Like a human figure melting like a clam on the breakfast table. James didn't move on immediately. He studied the strange phrases, frowning in thought. Not just him, the live stream chat quieted too. Everyone was confused. A poem? A riddle, someone typed. Finally, they reached the classification page. Project name, I am in everything. Item hashtag, SCP-3999. Object class, Apollyon. Apollyon. The chat exploded again. Marvel viewers who were familiar with Euclid and Keter classes stared at the new term in horror. A prompt explained. Apollyon class SCPs refer to anomalies that cannot be contained, are expected to break containment soon, or will inevitably lead to a global or universal catastrophe. Everyone was stunned. Uncontainable. Doomsday threat. The document continued. Special Containment Procedures, SCP-3999 is currently uncontainable, and is precipitating a ZK-class end-of-reality scenario. The most feasible solution is to isolate researcher Talaran, the believed focal point of SCP-3999, in a remote area to reduce the risk of further damage. ZK-class. End of reality. The entire Marvel audience froze. No way. What the hell is a ZK-class scenario? That's beyond Keter. That's not even reality ending, that's reality erasing. Even Nick Fury felt the gravity of it, his usually stoic face darkening. There had been world-ending threats before, but this wasn't just destruction. It was obliteration of reality itself. Lois pointed at the next lines in the file. Here's the kicker. Look at all these crossed-out bits. Indeed, the file was filled with scratched-out phrases like Stop X. Controllable X. A little bit left X. What is this? ZYN asked. A rough draft, Lois replied. Someone trying desperately to find the right words. ZYN nodded. He tried words like stop, contain, even a little hope. But they were all crossed out. Like the author was losing hope. Lois added, and it only gets crazier. James kept reading silently, but his hands were tight around the file. Then, he finally spoke. This reminds me of an experiment I did once. What kind of experiment? ZYN asked. James exhaled. One involving rejection. Over and over. I tried different approaches, made corrections, but everything felt off. Like the original wasn't just wrong, it was broken. He flipped to another section and pointed. Researcher Talaran's family is to be executed one by multiple mobile task forces. His parents, his sister, anyone nearby, they are all to be terminated. their bodies nailed to the wall outside his office, set on fire in front of him. Everyone reading the document felt a chill. This wasn't a containment file. It was a psychological execution order. The underlined text made it worse. This wasn't just protocol, it was deliberate, twisted torment. Even ZYN looked shaken. This isn't about the anomaly anymore, she whispered. This is about the person. James's voice turned low. It's as if the SCP hates Talaran. He flipped further through the document. More chaos. More crossed-out words. More absurd, surreal, and violent commands. Launch it into the sun. Replace all of Talaran's cells with glass. Broadcast his thoughts into static radio. Lois was silent now. The laughter from earlier was gone. Even the live broadcast chat, once filled with jokes, now sat in stunned silence. And in the center of it all, James stared at the file. Because something about it felt familiar. Too familiar. As if this wasn't just Talaran's story. As if this file was speaking to him. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 90, Chapter 90, This is 05, We Are in Big Trouble. 1,298 words. Extra 70+ chapters available in Patreon. Discount code 1F308. Just check it out. Heavy heart ornament heart suit. Underscore 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 underscore. The live broadcast chat room was now smothered in a chilling silence. Even though many believed that the contents of the file might not be entirely real, that did little to ease the collective anxiety crawling up everyone's spine. WTF? This is beyond cruel. Are they trying to contain SCP-3999, or destroy this poor researcher Talaran? Whoever wrote this file has to be a psychopath. This is monstrous. SHIELD Headquarters. These sentiments were echoed across the entire monitoring facility. Most agents and top personnel stared at the screen, disturbed and confused. So this is all just a prank? Natasha Romanoff murmured, her tone uncertain. I don't know, Nick Fury admitted grimly. That in itself was telling. For a man like Fury to hesitate, to doubt, it meant something serious was brewing beneath the surface. He felt it. A strange contradiction, a clash between truth and unreality. Logic and madness. Suppressing his discomfort, Fury continued watching. On screen, James was still calmly flipping through the pages of the SCP-3999 file. Do you feel anything? He asked the others. ZYN looked pale. The file had clearly gotten under her skin. Lois wasn't faring much better. He forced a laugh but failed to hide his unsettled expression. What do you mean? Feel what? James replied calmly, inconsistency. Conflicted logic. Multiple perspectives fighting to define reality. Yes. Lois exclaimed suddenly, that's exactly how it feels. James nodded. I have two possible theories. Lois blinked in surprise. Wait, you figured something out? James continued without flinching. First possibility, the person who wrote this file suffers from severe schizophrenia. The contradictions are the result of wildly different mental states writing at different times. Lois froze for a moment, then nodded slowly. Damn, that actually makes a lot of sense. What's your second idea? James took a deep breath. I need to see more before I say anything. Right on cue, the screen displayed more of the file. What is the classification of SCP-3999? Researcher Talleyrand's colleagues must be executed, one by one. Cafeteria staff are to poison meals with arsenic, targeting all individuals who interacted with Talleyrand, including members of the O5 Council. SCP-3999 cannot be contained. SCP-3999 and Researcher Talleyrand are to be delivered as gifts to the Serpent's Hand. Talleyrand will be given amnestics and assigned a new identity as a high-ranking member of the Fifth Church. By now, the live chat was utter chaos. What the hell is this? None of it makes sense anymore. Is this containment procedure or psychological warfare? It just keeps contradicting itself. On screen, James squinted slightly. Interesting. Interesting. Lois nearly shouted. I'm losing my mind here, and you think it's interesting. ZYN shot him a look. Let him finish. James tapped the printed pages. These paragraphs share a common trait. Haven't you noticed? Everyone, both on screen and off, paused. James continued, the author is desperate to define SCP-3999. But that definition constantly shifts. Each rewrite isn't just a correction, it's an act of self-destruction. ZYN leaned forward. And each revision increases the torment directed at Talleyrand. This isn't just about the anomaly, it's about punishing someone. He closed his eyes and spoke with finality. I no longer believe the author was schizophrenic. I think SCP-3999 and Talleyrand are the same. That revelation sent the live chat into an uproar. What? SCP-3999 is Talleyrand? No way. That's insane. Or is it? Wait, two entities in one file. That explains the contradictions. Shield, Natasha gasped. That's too wild to believe. Nick Fury didn't dismiss the idea. Instead, he mentally replayed the earlier parts of the file, separating lines with and without strike-throughs. The contradictions, the attempted definitions, the horrifying punishments. Suddenly, it all clicked. James might be right. Then the next wave of data hit. Researcher Talleyrand forcibly removed from SCP-3999. Researcher Talleyrand shall be kept alive by any means necessary. Researcher Talleyrand is not SCP-3999. There is a deep connection between Talleyrand and SCP-3999. Everyone froze. Lois read aloud, there's no strike-through on that last one. He turned to James. So that part's true. Yes, James confirmed calmly. The connection is real. Gasps echoed through the live stream. SHIELD Command Center. If everything without strike-throughs is true. Natasha began. Nick Fury clenched his jaw. Then Talleyrand's friends and family, they're really dead. Just then, ZYN jumped in with a logical counterpoint. Hold on. If they died, why do later sections still mention them? She pointed to a segment of the file. Talleyrand's mission is to accompany SCP-3999 for life, living a happy life surrounded by loved ones. How does that make sense? ZYN asked. If they're dead, how can they reappear later? James didn't answer right away. Instead, Lois, usually the loud one, spoke quietly. What if SCP-3999 is a reality bender? Like SCP-239. ZYN froze. The realization slowly dawned on her. She turned back to the file, rereading the disturbing passages. All of Talleyrand's colleagues are to have their hands cut off and eyes gouged out in front of him. SCP-3999 $39.99, is allowed to visit Talron's sister. It will brutally tear her apart, then reverse the damage. Then take her out for ice cream. No one could speak. The grotesque cruelty was overwhelming. It wasn't hypothetical. It was described in detail, like a memory replayed, not a theory. The horror was unbearable. Then, the cafeteria scene shifted. Several new figures entered. Dr. Kondraki stood among them, eyeing James with a mixture of exasperation and awe, as if to say, "You always find a way to surprise me." But all attention was drawn to the woman in the lead. She radiated power, authority, control. Then she spoke. "Please continue." The live audience recognized the voice instantly. An overseer of the O5 Council. Even ZYN and Lois, still processing the horrors of the file, stood at full attention. The woman raised her hand to calm them, and turned to James again. "Please, go on." Instead, James asked a simple question. "Does the Foundation have any personnel records of researcher Talron?" That one sentence stunned everyone. It was such a basic idea, but no one had thought of it until now. Of course. If they could check the files, they could verify the truth. If Talron existed, the Foundation would have records. Everyone leaned forward. The overseer hesitated. "I forgot." "Forgot?" ZYN echoed in disbelief. "How can you forget something like that?" Lois looked equally baffled. "Isn't it a simple yes or no?" But James remained calm. "You forgot that kind of forgot, huh?" The chat exploded. "What kind of answer is that?" "There are different types of forgetfulness now. SHIELD. This is driving me crazy," Natasha muttered. "Are these people just messing with us?" Nick Fury's expression suddenly darkened. "No. This reminds me of something." Everyone turned to him. "The Yellowstone incident. Remember the TK-level reconstruction scenario?" Everyone forgot about the cosmic flower afterward. "Wait, you mean?" "Yes," he said gravely. "This might be reality-bending induced amnesia." The screen focused again on James and the overseer. She didn't speak for a long time. Finally, her voice returned, but now it was strained, heavy with emotion. "My instinct tells me. I once interviewed Talron." She paused, scanning James's face. "But I forgot everything. Who he was. What we talked about. When it happened. Where it happened. I have no concept of him at all. If you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't even have known he existed." The silence afterward was complete. Then James spoke softly. "ZK class, end of reality scenario." The overseer didn't argue. She instead reached into her pocket, retrieved a device, and pressed a hidden switch. Her voice was quiet but absolute. "This is O5-data expunged. We are in big trouble. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 91, Chapter 91, Reality Disappears. He is him, he is Talron. 1,248 words. Extra 70+ chapters available in Patreon. Discount code 1F308. Just check it out. Heavy heart exclamation mark ornament heart suit. Underscore 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 underscore. As the overseer's voice fell, silence swept across the entire Marvel universe. Viewers felt like they were witnessing something bigger than anything they had seen before. On screen, the Foundation seemed to be kicking into overdrive, its vast machinery mobilizing at full capacity. Then, beep, beep, beep. An alarm blared loudly across the live feed. Warning! Warning! Deadly infohazardous entity detected in the cafeteria. All unauthorized personnel are strictly prohibited from approaching SHIELD headquarters. The sharp alarm continued to echo, and the cafeteria on screen was suddenly surrounded by tactical teams. Nick Fury's expression shifted from shock to raw fear. Then from the shadows, several ominous figures emerged. His eyes widened. O5 Council. He stood frozen, breath caught in his throat. How could it be? This had started as a seemingly casual discussion over dinner. Yet now not only was the supervisor present, several O5 overseers had shown up in person. Could reality reconstruction have already begun? Fury turned sharply to the screen, his mind racing. What exactly is SCP-3999? And who? Or what is Researcher Talaran? On screen. Inside the cafeteria, a technician was scanning the cognitive resistance of the three researchers. Researcher ZYN, cognitive resistance, 16.8. Researcher Lois, cognitive resistance, 15.4. Researcher James. The technician paused. His face suddenly changed, and he looked between his instrument and James in disbelief. Then he looked to the supervisor, silent and visibly shaken. The supervisor frowned and approached. When he saw the reading, his eyes narrowed with surprise. Reset the scanner, he said calmly, though tension tightened every word. The audience watching the stream was on edge. What's James's cognitive resistance? No answer came. Instead, the supervisor quickly turned and addressed the gathered researchers and overseers. We're facing a critical situation. An O5 member stepped forward. The authenticity of SCP-3999 is in question. The supervisor shook her head. Her voice, while composed, carried the weight of something cataclysmic. Based on recent deductions, there is a 95% probability that a K-class end-of-reality scenario has already occurred in this world. Possibly multiple times. The live stream exploded. What? Multiple reality-ending scenarios. Because of that file. Isn't Talaran just fiction? No way, O5 wouldn't make this kind of mistake. That means this actually happened. The scene shifted. There was once a researcher named Talaran, the supervisor said. His full name is lost, corrupted in all files. Every document referencing him has been damaged. She turned toward James. This deduction came from him. All eyes turned toward James. Standing in the spotlight, James was unshaken. Based on the contents of the file, it's clear that a deep, possibly inseparable link exists between Researcher Talaran and SCP-3999. They may very well be one and the same. A gasp swept the room. But the supervisor interjected, if SCP-3999 is torturing Talaran, wouldn't that mean it's torturing itself? James raised one finger. First, we don't fully understand how SCP-3999 coexists within Talaran. But its purpose is clearer than ever, it wants to break his will. A deadly silence followed. Everyone involuntarily glanced at the horrific lines from the archive. Researcher Talaran must be tortured once a month. His family and friends must be killed in front of him repeatedly. The very words painted a picture of psychological annihilation. Talon watched, helpless, as the people he loved were killed again and again. All he could do was endure. James's voice came again, low but resolute. If Talron's will is destroyed, if he surrenders, then reality will fall. The supervisor nodded grimly. SCP-3999 will become the dominant force in existence. ZYN, her voice quivering, asked, and then what? James didn't flinch. Then, humanity ceases to exist. Everyone in the room felt the weight of that truth. The silence that followed wasn't just fear, it was awe. But James wasn't finished. He pointed back to the file. Look here. These lines show how far reality has already fallen. Talon searches for an exit but crashes into a concrete wall. Though there's only wall, he senses it's a monument, assembled by some surreal artist. I'm trapped, he thinks, the outside reality no longer exists. The supervisor paled. There are no strike-throughs on these lines. James nodded. That's right. This isn't metaphor. SCP-3999 caused reality to collapse. The universe returned to chaos. This is the core of the ZK-class event. The room was silent again. SHIELD. Nick Fury's face went blank. Agents around him gasped, some literally stepping back from the screen. Kamartaj. The Ancient One's hand trembled as she examined the file on her astral table. She had initially dismissed it as another anomaly. But now, it wasn't just real. It undid reality. Her heart, a fortress forged over centuries, quivered in fear. Elsewhere in the void beyond the universe, a towering figure clad in a blue cape stared at a glowing screen. The Watcher, Wadu, one of the most ancient beings in the multiverse, whispered to himself. Another reality. I've never seen this one. Despite his race's omniscience, he knew nothing of this Foundation universe. Reality manipulation, fascinating. The land of nothingness. The Grandmaster, Gao Tianzuan, stared wide-eyed at the contents. A mischievous grin stretched across his face. Now this is a game worth watching. Back in the cafeteria, James finally broke the silence. Despite all this, the situation isn't as hopeless as it seems. People looked up, startled. Even though he should have given up, he didn't. He pointed toward a pivotal part of the file. SCP-3999 will be contained. Even though he couldn't understand the material around him, he still tore it open. He saw light below. SCP-3999 will be contained. Lois blinked. What are we looking at? James responded with conviction. The moment the tide turned, ZYN stared at the pages, her voice catching. He didn't stop. Despite everything, Talon kept fighting back. Everyone rushed to read more. He thought of his family, his colleagues, his life before. SCP-3999 will be contained. This cave is accessible. SCP-3999 will be contained in the place where everything goes wrong. Then it appeared. These two lines are not crossed out. Lois's eyes widened. Wait, they're not. James nodded slowly. Yes. Within the ruins of reality, Talon began to reshape the world. He took back control. A collective gasp swept through the room. Lois jumped to her feet, fist raised. This is it, this is the counterattack of humanity. The chat erupted. Yes. Talon is still fighting. Contain that damn thing. More lines followed. SCP-3999 will be devoured by the Dunklia wolf. Researcher Talon cannot be contained by this object. Researcher Talon will fight back. Fight back. Those words hit like thunder. They didn't know how long he had endured. But now, they knew he hadn't surrendered. He was fighting. And slowly, SCP-3999 was starting to lose its grip. Still, the file tried to reassert itself. Once a month, SCP-3999 will inject 50,000 tapeworm eggs into Talaran. Once a year, it must be worshipped as Godhead immortal and supreme. Talaran is an arrogant pencil. Screw him. That final line broke the tension. The live audience burst into laughter. Did it just insult him like a petty child? LOL. It's losing it. This isn't power, it's fear. Yes, it was afraid. The more SCP-3999 boasted of its godhood, the more it revealed its desperation. Because Talaran, broken, tormented, forgotten, was still standing. He didn't need to become something else. He remained himself. He is Talaran. Underscore 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 underscore. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 92, Chapter 92, 3 million years of containment, the offensive is reversed. 1091 words. SCP-3999 will be contained with love and understanding. When this line appeared in the file, it caught everyone by surprise. For a moment, the entire audience, shocked and exhausted from witnessing the endless torment of Talaran, froze in stunned silence. In the midst of horror and chaos, a sliver of humanity emerged. Love. Understanding. These weren't methods forged in cold steel or cosmic law. They were values of compassion, an attempt at empathy. And yet they were crossed out. It didn't work. In the archives, countless containment attempts were detailed, each one darker than the last. Talaran endured horrors, adapted, and fought to define or contain SCP-3999. But now, as the log approached its final Special Containment Procedures section, it ended with something terrifying. SCP-3999 is currently uncontainable, and is precipitating a ZK-class end-of-reality scenario. The most feasible option is for researcher Talaran, believed to be the focus of SCP-3999, to cut off contact with all Foundation personnel to avoid collateral damage. Theoretically, if Talaran is isolated in a remote area, SCP-3999's destructive capabilities will temporarily take away the dinosaurs. Take away the dinosaurs. Even the last line twisted into nonsense. ZYN turned toward James, her voice trembling. Doesn't this mean? James exhaled, barely audible. This means that Talaran has yet to find a way to truly contain SCP-3999. The brief euphoria that had lit up the Marvel Universe after Talaran's earlier fightback instantly evaporated. Despair. The weight of that word returned like a crushing tide. So, after everything, Natasha Romanoff muttered as she stared blankly at the screen, after enduring so much pain and losing everything, he still failed. Her voice cracked, heavy with sorrow. The screen seemed to darken. Everyone could imagine it. Talaran, broken in body, his soul barely holding on, kneeling before a laughing, chaotic god. It was enough to make anyone surrender. And yet, just as the hopelessness reached its peak, more text appeared in the document's next section. Description: SCP-3999 is a collection of errors in the world. SCP-3999 is you, reading this. SCP-3999 is the spirit of researcher Talaran. SCP-3999 is all of the above. Now. Forever. At all times. In your dreams. This can only be the conclusion. So stop asking questions. Zyn gasped and turned toward James. He's trying to define it again. James gave a small, solemn nod. Yes. Talaran hasn't stopped fighting. The energy in the room shifted. He was still trying. Still resisting. Even now. And the next chunk of the file proved it. Once again, Talaran rewrote the containment procedures. Once again, he attempted the impossible. Again. And again. Help, please. Your nightmare. You wake up and face an increasingly insane version of reality. You grit your teeth and stand up again. The battle continued. Until a new document emerged. Interview log. Interviewer, Researcher Talaran. Interviewee, SCP-3999. Everyone leaned forward. Lois blinked in confusion. Wait, the text is readable now. Before it was gibberish. The O5 Council exchanged looks. Open it, the supervisor said. Maybe the truth is here. James nodded and accessed the file. Talaran, finally, this is it. The researcher interviews the anomaly. I am now one of the decision-makers. I will bring order. SCP-3999, System Error, Data Corrupted. Contact Site Administrator for more information. Everyone blinked. Talaran's side was clear. But SCP-3999's reply. Just another corrupted message. This is supposed to be an interview. Nick Fury asked, baffled. Lois raised an eyebrow. Is this just Talaran talking to himself? A delusion? That observation hit like a bolt of lightning. James's face lit up. Exactly. This interview is taking place in Talaran's mind. The supervisor's eyes narrowed. Then your theory was right. Yes, James said confidently. SCP-3999 always existed within Talaran. Now Talaran finally understands that truth, and is speaking to it. But we don't see SCP-3999's responses, the overseer noted. James smirked. We don't need to. There's only one thing we need to understand. It's already losing. Talaran, don't try to threaten me. You can't do anything without me. SCP-3999, System Error. Talaran, even if you can survive without order, you still cling to me. You beg for order for existence to justify yourself. How pathetic. You're truly pathetic. James's voice rang out, firm and confident. He's found SCP-3999's weakness. Zyn blinked. You mean? 3999 needs Talaran to exist. Exactly, James confirmed. If it could destroy him, it would have already. But it can't. It needs him. He's the anchor. Talaran, for the first million years I was tortured. I thought this was the worst pain in the world. In the second million years the torment continued. I endured. By the third million years, I was numb. But I survived. That matters more than anything you claim. Because I've lived. You never have. Silence. Then the number sank in. 3 million years. Everyone in the Marvel Universe froze. 3 million. Natasha whispered. Nick Fury nearly lost his balance, slumping into his chair. That's impossible. He looked at the screen, barely breathing. The name Talaran etched into his soul. Kamartaj. The Ancient One trembled. She had long abandoned mortal limitations. But this shattered even her perception. 3 million years of suffering. A mortal withstood what no god ever could. The Grandmaster's arena. Gao Tianzuan, used to watching immortal gladiators fight across eons, was stunned. Even he hadn't seen such a feat of endurance. The observer dimension. The watcher, Wadu, said nothing. But within his ancient mind, something stirred. Not fear. Not curiosity. Respect. Back on screen, the logs continued. Talaran now stood as more than a man. If I end you, maybe things will return to normal. Maybe you'll send the O5 to mock me. Or parade around a corpse made of Doritos. Who knows? I think your stupidity is already spreading through the multiverse. Everyone, including the O5 members, snorted or laughed awkwardly. At least 10 universes now knew how ridiculous SCP-3999 truly was. Talaran, who are you? Ask yourself. Before you declared war on humanity, who were you? A puddle of mud. I'm tired of your madness. The more you show, the less it scares me. I've had enough. You disgust me. And in that declaration, there was no fear. No hesitation. Just strength. Unbreakable. Unyielding. James smiled. He's won. This wasn't about containing SCP-3999 with steel or math. He looked at everyone watching, both inside and outside the Foundation. This was about willpower. About surviving chaos without letting it consume you. He fought for 3 million years. And he's still fighting. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 93, Chapter 93, The Containment Chamber. 1021 words. Extra 70+ chapters available in Patreon. Discount code for D346. Just check it out. Heartsuit. Underscore 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 disappears, and the universe is about to fade out. Talaran roared. A scream carrying the rage of 3 million years. Everyone watching the live broadcast could feel it. This wasn't just his scream. It was the collective voice of resistance against a godlike tormentor. SCP-3999 was no longer invincible. Talaran, I have to say, you're going to hell, but we're already there. SCP-3999, System Error, Data Corrupted. Contact Site Administrator for more information. Asterisk, SCP-3999 spent 5 years melting researcher Talaran. The Dunklook feasted on the slime. SCP-3999 is not 580. That marked the end of the interview. SCP-3999 had retaliated by destroying Talaran again. And yet, no one despaired. Instead, they celebrated. 5 years. Lois exclaimed, her eyes lit up with excitement. Do you see what this means? It means, ZYN said, visibly thrilled, its power is waning. Lois grinned. If it really was immortal, would it have to remind us? James nodded, voice steady, that's right. SCP-3999 is no longer immortal. SCP-3999 is posing a serious threat to reality, and should be contained in own vomit center. Researcher Talaran will be held accountable for his own instability. SCP-3999 is not scary. All researchers dislike SCP-3999, and like other SCP-3999s. The end was near. SCP-3999, who once dictated reality, was now cracking. 3 million years of torment and domination had given way to decline. Even O5 Council members visibly relaxed. The fear that had gripped them all, the one SCP-3999 had instilled, was fading. The supervisor turned toward James, skeptical but uncertain. "James. Is this real?" James stared at her with an unreadable expression. "For us. It's a document. But for Talaran. Every day of those 3 million years was real." He looked around the room. The pain was real. The confusion was real. The despair was real. He paused. Then added softly. "And so was the hope. So the crossed-out parts." James nodded. "Those deletions, those errors aren't random. They're experiments." SCP-3999 tried each and every one of those ideas on Talaran. Recalling the log's grotesque details, James's voice briefly faltered. Another council member asked, "How did SCP-3999 and Talaran become one? How could they even fight?" James turned to the final document in the file, a blank one. He held it up. "Perhaps," he said with a faint smile, "Talaran should answer that himself." Lines of text began to appear on the blank page. "So you see, this is a story about things disappearing. Realities that flicker and fade." First, Talaran noticed no one remembered certain researchers. Then Belgium vanished. Then his coffee mug. Then his toes. Then Montana. Then the stars. Leaves disappeared from trees. Windows faded. He looked down, only 2 fingers and a thumb remained. He used his torso, almost limbless, to type the last report on a disappearing keyboard, in the last containment room in the universe. Then his eyes, his computer, and finally the last finger vanished. Only a body remained. Blind, deaf, voiceless. Then, the containment chamber disappeared. Silence. No commentary. Just stunned disbelief. The universe disappeared. Natasha whispered. "Was it metaphorical? Or literal? Do you remember what James said earlier?" Maria Hill reminded. Natasha paled. "It really happened. This is impossible," she stammered. "Nothing is," Nick Fury cut in. SCP-3999 is a Apollyon class. That alone should terrify us. A single phrase echoed in their minds, ZK class end of reality scenario. The deepest part of the universe. Observer dimension. Uatu the Watcher stared at the feed in disbelief. The universe has disappeared. This wasn't a black hole. Not a gamma burst. Not even entropy. This was erasure. He'd witnessed stars die. Worlds crumble. But he had never witnessed universe deletion. This wasn't just powerful. It was impossible. Void realm. The Grandmaster watched in silence, the joy of collection gone. He abandoned the idea of ever trying to obtain SCP-3999. Even the O5 members in the archive grew visibly unsettled. The supervisor's hands trembled as she turned the page. More text appeared. "It was just an accident. I'm not sure how to explain it. I can't stop thinking about Talaran. Even while teaching tap dancing, even during class lectures. I've tried to forget. But time passes. Something's coming." Then it happened. The supervisor looked up. So did everyone else. James stepped forward, his voice calm. "As I said before, SCP-3999 and Talaran shared one body. As Talaran's mind frayed, 3999 tried to dominate him from within." ZYN's face tightened. "So when the universe disappeared, SCP-3999 became Talaran, trying to replace him." James nodded. Exactly. The psychological torment began. Data expunged at 1 a.m., it came to me. I woke from light sleep. Paralyzed. Gasping for breath. Muscles twitching. My eyes barely opened. Then Talleyrand appeared, James Martin Talleyrand. Level 3 researcher. He stood at the foot of my bed like a demon. He looked like a black shadow. But I recognized him. His glowing eyes stared into me. He laughed. I wet the bed. Then he pulled out a dagger. A jagged, curved thing of cold light. He slid it into his mouth and sliced across his lips. Even reading it made everyone in the room nauseous. This was Talleyrand's new torment. Psychological horror. Zyn and Lois turned pale. But compared to 3 million years of agony, this was only the beginning. Like a whistle summoning a loyal dog, fear gathered. All nightmares coalesced into the form of Talleyrand. A corpse president, a lizard god, a statue that moves when unseen, a deer deity, a time god, a moon made of gears, a teleporting iPod. Natasha Romanoff recognized the names. SCP-682. 173. 343, they're all here. Nick Fury clenched his fists. Torture failed. So now it's manipulation. A horrifying thought crossed his mind. What if Talleyrand gave in? He shook the idea away, too afraid to follow it. They stared. A rotting corpse tapped Talleyrand's shoulder. He stepped closer, dagger in hand. He leaned forward. Scarlet eyes pierced my soul. I whispered with the last of my strength. Let's do it. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 94, Chapter 94, Talleyrand killed the supreme deity, Talleyrand will never surrender. 1,523 words. Extra 70+ chapters available in Patreon. Discount code for D346. Just check it out, Heartsuit. Underscore 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 underscore. He thrust the dagger into my lower abdomen, tearing and stirring. As researcher Talleyrand leered at me, saliva and blood dripped from his grotesque mouth onto my cheek, while all the deformed monsters watched in delight. I woke up. It was just a dream. A dream? Those 3 words felt like they shattered everything James had pieced together. But for Injia and the others, they were no longer naive newcomers. They had matured, grown through the layers of horror and revelation. If that was a dream, Zyn murmured, then 300 years is too long. James sat at the center, his hands gripping a document. He looked solemn, focused. This is where you're going to join me, he said, half to himself and half to the silent room. I'm sitting here, writing this. I have to. It feels right. It's been 2 days since the nightmare began, and I've just now finished. This is the end. This is the resurrection of all things. I don't know if I can go on. I don't know if I want to go on. The 11-day empire melted me, and I succumbed. From the moment I joined the Foundation community, I had already succumbed. At this point, had there been no prior documentation, viewers of the broadcast might have believed it completely. But now they all knew one thing. Talleyrand would never surrender. As if to confirm that unshakable truth, the last few lines of the file came into view. SCP-3999 has achieved victory. SCP-3999 has failed. Upon reading those paradoxical statements, everyone who had been burdened with sorrow smiled faintly. They were witnessing the scars of a battle between Talaran and SCP-3999. A battle fought not with weapons but with will. Talaran never gave up. The supervisor stood silently, one hand holding the file, the other rubbing its cover with a pensive expression. Hey, ZYN pointed, drawing everyone's attention. There's one more part left. Everyone turned toward her voice. True enough, 10 sentences remained at the end of the report. I hate myself. I love myself. Just 8 words, and yet, a flood of emotion surged through the viewers. Many could no longer hold back tears. It was clear now, when researcher Talaran terminated SCP-3999, he also brought his own life to an end. James pushed aside his heavy feelings. There was still information missing, puzzle pieces he needed to gather. He spoke with conviction, turning to the supervisor. Apparently, SCP-3999 was once a Keter-class anomaly, Object 193. Likely a powerful, reality-bending entity. But its true properties remain unclear. The supervisor gave a small nod, signaling her understanding. The SCP-3999 containment room was discovered during a routine sweep of Site-18's Keter-class units. Information security verified there was no official record of SCP-3999 anywhere in the database. She paused, trying to recall more. The 4 armed guards assigned to monitor SCP-3999 suffered significant memory loss. None of them could even explain how they'd ended up guarding it. More memories bubbled to the surface. We found the body of a Level 3 researcher, now positively identified as Talaran, at the bottom of SCP-3999's containment chamber. He had disappeared almost immediately after his assignment to Site-18. She added grimly, on his person, we recovered a standard Foundation-issued phone. It contained what appeared to be containment protocols for SCP-3999. But the file was riddled with anomalies, nonsensical syntax, flawed logic, and formatting inconsistent with any known Foundation standard. Eyes turned to the file in James's hands. In his mind, the final piece fell into place. He had the complete picture now. Researcher Talaran was assigned to SCP-3999, a reality-warping entity. James's voice echoed through the broadcast, drawing the audience into his revelation. Everyone was listening. He held the file with a steady hand, his eyes reflecting the quiet weight of truth. SCP-3999 broke containment and caused a CK-class reality restructuring crisis, possibly even a ZK-class end-of-reality event. But rather than escaping or destroying everything, it somehow merged with researcher Talaran. Yet, it failed to dominate his mind. This was the beginning of the nightmare. James closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and went on. In an effort to defeat Talaran's will, SCP-3999 subjected him to infinite tortures, killing him repeatedly, harming his loved ones, twisting his memories, all to break his spirit and assume control. His voice remained steady, though the audience saw flashes of horror in their minds. But even after 1,000,000 years of suffering, Talaran endured. He realized he could also access SCP-3999's reality-altering powers. And so began a chess game, one mind versus one containment breach. Now the fog began to clear for the viewers. Doubts they'd held for so long were finally dispelled. Why did Talaran's friends and family appear again and again after death? It was 3999's doing. Each time it tortured them, it rewrote reality to do it again. Endless cycles of agony. Back in the feed, James opened his eyes. SCP-3999 tried to make itself omnipotent, uncontainable, and immortal. But each time, Talron nullified its power, rewriting properties, canceling attributes, forcing it back. This was Talron's counterattack. The broadcast exploded with emotion. And in the end, Talron tried to contain SCP-3999 the only way he knew how, by defining it. Everyone remembered the ever-changing descriptions in the file. Now they understood. It had all been part of the containment strategy. But it wasn't enough. That short sentence was like a dagger. It summarized 3 million years of hopeless struggle. Torn between dimensions, the two continued their battle. Reality bent and collapsed, the world reshaped and fell apart countless times, until finally, Talron made the ultimate sacrifice. James's tone deepened as the story neared its conclusion. He denied himself. He destroyed his own body. He annihilated both himself and SCP-3999 in one final act of will. He drew in a slow breath, speaking the final conclusion. In essence, SCP-3999, the malignant will of the Supreme Godhead, was neutralized by researcher Talron. He paused. Then spoke the words that shattered the silence. Salute to the decedent. A hush fell over the room. Then, as if a floodgate had opened, the audience rose one by one. Salute to the decedent. Voices merged, rolling like thunder through the Marvel universe. The emotional weight was crushing: grief, awe, inspiration. The live chat exploded with barrages of text. Talron is a god. Don't call him that. He's a man, more than any god ever was. To call Talron a deity would lessen what he did. He was human, and that makes his story even more powerful. SCP-3999 warped reality. Talron held the line. At Kamartaj, the Ancient One sat in silence. For once, she doubted herself. Was her pursuit of external strength misguided? Had she underestimated the power of the soul? In Asgard, Loki was stunned. The supreme divinity, he whispered. Was his title hollow? A being greater than any god, brought down by a mortal. In the far corners of space, beings older than time reeled. A mortal had faced down a god of reality, and won. After 3 million years. And they could hardly comprehend it. Meanwhile, in S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, silence hung like fog. Everyone had something to say, yet no one could. Finally, Natasha broke it. Talron is a hero. She added, voice heavy with sorrow, a hero no one knew. Nick Fury said nothing. But the look in his eyes said everything. On screen, the mobile task force disbanded. The O5 Council faded into the background. Only James, ZYN, and Lois remained. Lois rubbed his eyes and muttered, God, we actually figured it out. SCP-3999. ZYN raised an eyebrow. To be precise, James figured it out. Lois grinned and clapped him on the shoulder. We're a team, Trident. ZYN laughed, but her smile faded as she whispered, it's a shame this story will never be public. Talron, he'll be forgotten. James turned to her, eyes shining. No, he said with resolve. He won't. He's a whisper in our minds. He's a legacy of tenacity, a light that will never fade into the dark. Right on cue, a familiar voice cut in. Damn it. You three are still here. Dr. Kondraki marched over, snatched Lois's beer, and downed it. Ugh. It's beer, he muttered, ignoring Lois's death glare. Then he turned on James. You bastard, you just had to stir trouble during your vacation. James smirked. This isn't over, you know. Kondraki grumbled. You think the 3999 incident is wrapped up? I've got 20 reports to file. He sighed dramatically. My vacation's over. ZYN giggled. Kondraki glared at her. Don't laugh. You've got a reassignment. Dr. Data expunged wants you. What? ZYN gasped. I asked to study SCP-408. No one touches 408 while I'm alive, he barked. Meanie, she snapped. Finally, Kondraki turned back to James. And you? Your vacation's over too. James just shrugged. Thanks. One more thing, Kondraki added. Your clearance has been upgraded to level 4. You can access anything. James's eyes lit up. Even the one I asked for. Kondraki sighed. Yes. Even that one. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 95, Chapter 95, The Gate to Another World. A Ritual to Please the Gods. 1,389 words. Extra 70+ chapters available in Patreon. Discount code for D346. Just check it out, Heartsuit. Underscore 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 underscore. As soon as the voice fell, Dr. Kondraki's face shifted from curiosity to solemn concern. But he said, his tone low and deliberate, I still don't recommend you get involved in those projects too early. The weight in his voice was palpable. The live broadcast chat room, which had been buzzing just moments before, fell into sudden silence. Viewers were confused, their curiosity piqued. What project is he talking about? Even ZYN and Lois, who had been standing beside him, exchanged glances of confusion. James, standing tall with a calm demeanor, responded without hesitation, Doctor, I already have level 4 clearance. Dr. Kondraki's expression stiffened. He stared at James for a long time, silent, unmoving, as if debating something internally. Then, he finally let out a long sigh and muttered, Sometimes, ignorance really is bliss. Without offering any clarification, he gently patted James on the shoulder and walked away, shoulders slumped with fatigue. His departing figure seemed older, more burdened than before. The audience noticed this immediately. A few years have passed, and Dr. Kondraki looks like he's aged decades. But curiosity quickly overrode sentiment. What was this mysterious project? Why had Dr. Kondraki reacted so strongly? As if voicing the collective curiosity, Lois turned to James. What does he mean? What project have you applied for? The viewers didn't expect a response. Up until now, most information had been cloaked in Foundation secrecy. But to everyone's surprise, James answered without hesitation. SCP-2317. There was a pause. Then Lois blinked. SCP-2317. I've read that file before. There's nothing particularly strange about it, right? James gave a small smile. That's because your clearance level is only level 2. The chat exploded in confusion. What does clearance have to do with it? Are they implying the file changes depending on your level? Back in the SHIELD headquarters, Natasha Romanoff squinted at the monitor. Could it be that people with different security levels see different versions of the same SCP file? Very likely, Nick Fury said with a nod. We have files like that in SHIELD too. Restricted layers of intel based on clearance. As the conversation returned to the topic of clearance levels, Lois didn't press further. He simply shrugged and muttered, You're the boss. Only ZYN remained serious, her gaze fixed on James. The containment procedures for that object mention a ritual. Do you understand what that entails? Ritual? The viewers blinked in confusion. A flood of speculation soon followed. A ritual? Like a religious ceremony. What kind of SCP needs a ritual? Maybe it's symbolic, like an opening ceremony. I've read that some ancient tribes still perform rituals to appease their ancestors or gods. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha's expression turned grim. Rituals, she murmured. To please who? Her words trailed off, but everyone present felt a chill down their spine. Gods. The whispered words spread like a wave across the room and chat. Nick Fury leaned forward. His brow furrowed as he stared at the screen. This was no ordinary SCP file. Before James could answer ZYN's question, the screen dimmed, signaling a transition. The audience leaned in, their interest in SCP-2317 now reaching a fever pitch. When the scene returned, James stood inside a vast, sterile room, the Foundation's internal database. He faced a futuristic terminal. Welcome to SCIPNET Direct Storage Terminal. Please enter password. James quickly began typing. Please enter user permissions. He typed in a clearance level. Permission accepted. Please enter SCP number authorization password. SCP-2317, James typed. The terminal rejected the input. Wrong format or unknown password. Access, display of special containment procedures requires a specific password format, e.g., access SCP number authorization level. Undeterred, James entered a new command, this time using credentials that clearly weren't his own. Username, Jonathan Vance. Position, Research Assistant. Site, 18. Expand SCP-2317. Clearance Level 0. The file loaded. Project name, Gate to Another World. Item hashtag, SCP-2317. Object class, Data expunged. Special containment procedures, SCP-2317, is to be stored in a 3x3x3m reinforced chamber within Containment Area 179. Armed guards must remain on duty at all times to prevent unauthorized access. Description: SCP-2317 is a wooden door and doorframe originally located in a 19th-century Massachusetts brownstone. When opened, individuals stepping through the door are transported to an alternate reality. The chat room collectively blinked. That's it. That's all. Even compared to other SCP entries, this was remarkably short. It's just a door to another world. Why the panic? Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha narrowed her eyes. Wait. Look at the bottom. A small line of fine print flashed at the bottom of the file. More information about SCP-2317 is available only to personnel with Level 1 clearance or higher. That explains everything, Nick Fury muttered. No wonder James emphasized clearance. This is just the sanitized version. In the next scene, James once again accessed the terminal, this time with Level 1 credentials. Immediately, new information filled the screen. Object class, Keter. The word hit like a hammer. The chat room went dead silent. Even Nick Fury grimaced. After his experiences with SCP-239 and SCP-682, the word Keter had become synonymous with danger, existential danger. And here James was, diving headfirst into another one. The file continued. Personnel assigned to SCP-2317 must undergo psychological evaluations every 2 months. Applicants must score at least 72 on the Milgram obedience test, be unmarried, have no children, and demonstrate absolute loyalty to the Foundation. The chat was confused again. No marriage or kids. Why such strict conditions? Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha frowned. This sounds less like a scientific project and more like a cult operation. Nick Fury didn't argue. He was too focused on the next section. Assigned personnel must wear identity-concealing helmets with voice modulation. Team members may not remove these helmets in front of each other. All rest periods must be spent in isolated dorms. Each month, one D-class individual convicted of murder must be assigned to SCP-2317 to perform a task labeled Procedure 220 Kala basis. During the ritual, at least one Level 3/2317 personnel must observe via video feed. After the procedure is complete, all D-class individuals must either be returned to dormitories or terminated via their explosive collar. The atmosphere thickened. Even the most hardened viewers were rattled. This wasn't science. This wasn't containment. This was something darker. Nick Fury's instincts flared. Every line of the file screamed ritualistic, secretive, and religious. And now it was clearer than ever, this wasn't just about exploring another world. James continued typing. Another authorization was granted, Level 2 clearance. You are attempting to access a Level 2 security clearance, restricted, document. This access will be logged and reported to RIESA. The room held its breath. More text appeared in the file's description section. Exploration beyond the door is limited, but the immediately accessible area appears to be a salt flat several kilometers in diameter. Approximately 10 meters from the doorway stands a circular formation of 7 stone pillars, SCP-2317, A through SCP-2317, G, each carved with unintelligible symbols in a style unrelated to any known culture. Inside SHIELD, Natasha stared at the screen. Pillars and symbols. Still not adding up to end of the world. The rest of the agents murmured in agreement. Keter? For assault flat. But then came the final blow. Addendum 1, Procedure 220 Kala basis must be performed daily at noon, coinciding with the sun's highest point over SCP-2317. Any deviation or failure in the execution of this ritual will result in an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. In the event of failure, all personnel must retreat immediately, the chamber must be sealed, and a Level 2 emergency will be reported to the O5 Council. Silence. Utter, suffocating silence. The chat room, SHIELD HQ, the live stream, all froze. XK class, someone finally whispered. A ritual to stop the apocalypse. So the door's not just a portal, it's a seal. A seal keeping something out. Or worse, keeping something in. Nick Fury leaned back in his chair. His hands trembled slightly as he wiped away the sweat that had collected on his brow. The file wasn't finished. There were still more levels of access to go. But even now the truth was becoming unavoidable. This wasn't containment. This wasn't research. This was desperation. And James had just walked into it willingly. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 96, Chapter 96, The Imprisoned Supreme Godhead. The Crimson King. 1,293 words. An XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. Nobody could have predicted this. Just moments ago, the gate to another world appeared to be nothing more than an unusual portal. But now, it was being described as a potential cause of an XK-class doomsday event, an extinction-level threat. In the depths of the universe, the observer dimension. Watcher Wadu stood silently in the vast silence of his cosmic realm, deep in thought. The universe was vast and ancient, and across its stars, humans had occasionally stumbled upon entities they labeled as gods. Cults formed, rituals were created, and people offered prayers and sacrifices. But the truth remained the same. Gods don't care. At least, most of them didn't. This new gate, however, was different. It carried with it a strange energy, something ancient, powerful, and perhaps even discerning. A being that responds only to very specific rituals. Wadu muttered. Another force capable of ending everything. How fascinating. At Kamartaj. Panic spread among the magic apprentices. Their faces were pale, and their hands trembled as they whispered among themselves. Another Keter-class SCP that could cause an XK-class scenario. The last time that happened, it was with SCP-239, wasn't it? That was horrifying, and now this. Even the Ancient One, usually a pillar of calm and wisdom, seemed shaken. Normally, she would have offered reassurance. She would have smiled and told her students that the world had faced worse before. But not this time. Something deep inside her soul trembled as she stared at the SCP document now being broadcast. There was something deeply familiar about it, something that gnawed at the edges of her mind. A terrifying possibility. Suddenly, a memory flashed before her, a glimpse of an incomprehensible figure, a presence that made her feel like an insect under a cosmic magnifying glass. Her expression turned deathly pale. No. It can't be. If it's him, even the Foundation might be powerless. On the live feed, James opens the file. In the broadcast, James finally clicked open the highly restricted Level 3 file labeled SCP-2317. A wave of dread swept through the entire Marvel Universe audience. Previously, some content had been redacted, particularly the final paragraphs of the Special Containment Procedures. But this time, the document updated with a strange blue highlighted revision. The previous paragraph has been revised as follows. Each month, one level for /2317 clearance team member will be assigned as the D-Class personnel to assist the Chief Master of Ceremonies. Non-Level 3 personnel will be told that the assistant is a General D-Class volunteer. All personnel involved in Procedure 220 Kayla basis must be made aware. This assistant is not a true D-Class. They are Foundation personnel, and cannot be executed if they resist orders. At SHIELD headquarters. What? A level for Foundation member being disguised as a D-Class. Natasha Romanoff exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. That's insane, she continued. Those high-clearance personnel are irreplaceable. Why put them at risk for a ritual? Nick Fury narrowed his one eye at the screen, folding his arms thoughtfully. Maybe they want to ensure the ritual isn't sabotaged. Everyone froze at that possibility. It made twisted sense. D-Class personnel, prisoners and criminals, were unpredictable and often insubordinate. In contrast, Level 4 operatives were loyal, highly trained, and deeply integrated into the Foundation. If the ritual's success was critical to preventing the end of the world, then sacrificing even a high-ranking member made sense. But what kind of ritual needs this level of security? More details appear. Suddenly, a large appendix unfolded on screen. It revealed the full list of requirements for Procedure 220 Kayla basis. 2 armed Foundation guards, Level 3 or higher. 1 Master of Ceremonies, Level 4 or higher. 1 Assistant Special D-Class assignment. 1 Obsidian Blade. 1 silver sprinkler and a bowl containing 500 cubic centimeters of holy water, blessed by Abrahamic clergy. Nick Fury's face darkened. This really is a ritual to appease some higher being. The ritual process, 7 steps of dread. As the broadcast scrolled through the ceremony instructions, silence fell across the entire Marvel Universe. The screen displayed the steps in grim detail. Step 1. The assistant enters SCP-2317 first, followed by the guards, and finally the Master of Ceremonies. The assistant is watched closely and may be terminated if they attempt escape. Step 2. The celebrant walks around the 7 pillars, SCP-2317, A through SCP-2317, G, sprinkling holy water with each step. Step 3. After the circumambulation, the celebrant sprinkles holy water on the assistant, while reciting a specific incantation. Step 4. Step 7. Redacted but includes the use of the obsidian blade and ritual closure steps. The audience was stunned. What kind of dark, twisted ritual is this? Even the Catholic Church would label this heresy. This isn't to please a god. This is to trap a monster. The chat room explodes. WTF. This is sacrilege. This is not how you worship a benevolent God. This is how you keep the devil in a cage. Don't tell me this is SCP-2317's true form. Back at Kamartaj. Ancient One clutched her robe tightly. Her heart pounded. This wasn't just dark, it was blasphemous. Evil, even. And then she whispered the word that had been floating in her mind. Elder God. Watcher Wadu's insight. 220 Kala basis. Wadu repeated softly. If this ritual actually works, then that entity must exist. And if it exists, what kind of force does it take to imprison it? His gaze shifted once again to the light screen. All eyes in the Marvel Universe were now fixed on James. There was no turning back. The horror of SCP-2317 had become a collective obsession. They had to know what lay at the heart of it. James unlocks level for security. With no hesitation, James moved to access the level for file. You are attempting to access a top-secret clearance file. Incorrect credentials. You have 60 seconds to enter valid permissions. He entered his full credentials. Username, Dr. James. Position, high-level researcher. Clearance, SCP-2317 Level 4. Authorization accepted. Reisa has logged your session. The screen loaded for a few seconds that felt like minutes. The air in the live stream grew heavy. Everyone held their breath. And then... beep. The final revelation. The document updated. James scanned through the updated description section and found it. SCP-2317, AG extends 200 meters underground to SCP-2317, H. SCP-2317, H is a spherical chamber 100 kilometers in diameter. Within SCP-2317, H lies SCP-2317, K the entity. The audience stared. 100 kilometers wide. A chamber that size. The next line brought silence so complete, it felt like the world itself had stopped. Seismic analysis indicates SCP-2317, K is a humanoid being over 200 kilometers tall. It has no jaw, multiple horns, and overlapping scales. 7 hooks pierce its back, connected to chains that anchor it to the chamber ceiling. At the time of this writing, 6 of the 7 chains have broken. Inside shield. All agents sat in stunned silence. Natasha spoke first, her voice barely a whisper. 200 kilometers. This isn't a god, someone muttered. It's a cosmic prison. Nick Fury, however, was focused on one detail. 6 of the 7 chains are broken. His mouth went dry. One left. Just one chain. A cold chill crept through his bones. At Kamartaj. Ancient One's breath caught in her throat. For a moment she had hoped, desperately, that this wasn't who she feared. But now. A 200 kilometers tall entity covered in scales, jawless. Horned, chained. She knew exactly who this was. She clutched her chest as her heartbeat raced. But then came the final horror. The revised ritual. Ancient One's eyes moved to the updated text. And when she read it, truly read it, her heart froze. Even her soul felt like it had turned to ice. To be continued, get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 97. Chapter 97. The Eternal Crimson King is frightened, the ultimate version of the highest security authority. 1,404 words. In Appendix 1 of the file, something strange appeared, an entry that had previously been deleted during the ritual preparation stage. Item 4, 1 live male domestic chicken, recommended to be caged to prevent accidents when entering SCP-2317, Prime, referred to as the chicken. At this point, no one was paying attention to why a chicken was required. It didn't matter. The ritual itself was already too bizarre and horrifying. What seized everyone's attention were just a few short lines within the ceremony instructions, simple words, yet packed with dread. 3. After completing one circumambulation of SCP-2317, AG, the Master of Ceremonies shall sprinkle holy water on the assistant from head to toe, while reciting the passage, 7 seals, 7 rings, 7 thrones for the Scarlet King. 4. The Master of Ceremonies then retreats to a safe location, uses the obsidian knife to kill the chicken as a sacrifice, pours the blood into the bowl of holy water, and shakes the mixture thoroughly. 6. The assistant approaches the central stone in the circle and pours the blood holy water mixture over the salt and sand, while reciting, blood for the old gods, holy water for the new king. The observer dimension, deepest part of the universe. The moment the name Crimson King was mentioned, observer Wadu froze. His pupils constricted sharply, almost to a singular point. In his long life, Wadu had witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations, seen ancient entities, powerful cosmic forces, and unimaginable threats. But this name, Crimson King, he had never heard of it. And yet, just reading the words sent a wave of primal fear through him, an instinctual terror embedded not in the mind, but in the soul. It was as though 1,000 civilizations had screamed in unison inside his head. This being wasn't of cosmic balance or celestial order. It was a creature of distortion, a memory of a lost and chaotic world, an echo from an ancient void. The Crimson King wasn't just a god. He was the essence of hatred toward modern existence. A force born not from love or belief, but from disgust at life, humanity, and everything we built. No. Wadu whispered in horror. I mustn't think further. His name alone pollutes the mind. He staggered back from the projection screen. Panic danced in his eyes. The Crimson King can't be defined. Mortals have no framework to describe him. His usual curiosity had been completely replaced by fear. Real, shivering, existential fear. Then, finally regaining some clarity, Wadu clenched his teeth. No. That's impossible. The Crimson King cannot be imprisoned. He doesn't need to descend, his mere presence would collapse reality. So what was SCP-2317? What was its connection to this so-called king? The multiverse, Temple of Eternity. In a far corner of existence, a whisper echoed through the Temple of Eternity. The Crimson King. Even eternity, the embodiment of the entire Marvel multiverse, the physical manifestation of time, space, and life, shuddered. As a being born from the Big Bang itself, eternity had access to every cosmic event and timeline. But the name Crimson King yielded nothing. Nothing at all. It was as if the Crimson King had blocked even eternity's perception. And for the first time since the dawn of creation, eternity felt fear. Back on Earth, global reaction. The Marvel Universe's audience exploded into chaos. WTF? Is this thing actually a god? My whole soul trembles just thinking about that name. Now I get why the system issued that early warning. This is beyond horror. How the hell is something like this contained? The Foundation, they're more terrifying than the gods themselves. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Every agent stared at the screen, frozen in horror. The name had taken root in their minds like a cursed seed. Deep red. Smack. Nick Fury didn't hesitate to slap the agent who spoke. His voice was harsh and cold. Idiot. Do you not understand? Some beings can be summoned just by being spoken aloud. The agent, pale and drenched in sweat, nodded quickly. Around him, others swallowed nervously. It shouldn't be possible, murmured Maria Hill, Fury's assistant. He shouldn't exist in our universe. She was right. The gods of this universe, like the Celestials or Eternity, followed rules. They were cosmic regulators, not harbingers of madness. If the Crimson King truly walked this world, everything would have already ended. Nick Fury narrowed his eyes, thinking hard. The Crimson King was likely real and unspeakably powerful. But could he really be the one imprisoned within SCP-2317? It didn't make sense. No deity of such immense power would allow themselves to be chained, especially not by a ritual involving chickens and salt. Then more lines appeared on the screen. Addendum 2317-2, Historical Notes. SCP-2317 was first discovered in 1922 by a data expunged. Moved to Temporary Containment Area 17. Relocated to Containment Area 179 in 1982, where it remains. At the time of discovery, 4 of 7 chains were broken. The breaking of the 5th chain caused a data expunged event in our world. The 6th chain breaking led to further data expunged catastrophes. 2 million confirmed dead. Nick Fury froze. 2 million. From a single chain breaking. He slowly stood up, breathing heavy. This isn't containment. This is a ticking time bomb. A deep realization spread across every SHIELD agent in the room. Each broken chain unleashed a global catastrophe. Earthquakes, floods, nuclear failure, it didn't matter. The outcome was the same. Death on a mass scale. Only one chain remained. And if it broke? Fury's trembling eyes scanned the final paragraph of the document. Procedure 220 Kala basis must be continued until an effective method of repairing the chains is discovered. The breaking of the final chain, SCP-2317-G, is projected to result in an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. Everything possible must be done to ensure successful execution of the procedure. A haunting silence fell across the entire Marvel world. Even the bravest hearts felt cold dread settle in. 2 million died from the last chain. There's only one left. We're ants. Just ants beneath the foot of a sleeping giant. Kamartaj. Natasha's voice shook. There's still one chain. No, Nick Fury cut her off grimly. He turned to the group and said, even if that last chain never breaks, don't forget what it's holding back. He clenched his fists and whispered. A 200-kilometer-tall entity, SCP-2317-K. Everyone in the room went silent. If just a piece of the ritual's containment failed and millions died, what would happen if the creature broke free entirely? Stark Industries. Tony Stark sat with a trembling hand holding a glass of whiskey. The ice clinked inside, matching his shaken nerves. How the hell did they contain something like that? This isn't about containment, said Colonel Rhodes, stepping forward. The Foundation didn't build the chains. They found them. Tony's eyes widened in shock. Rhodes continued, when they discovered SCP-2317, it was already sealed. The wooden door was just the entrance. The 7 pillars and chains were already in place. Tony muttered, that means the one who built those chains, that's the real key. He sat upright, hope flickering in his eyes. Whoever forged those chains could do it again. We just need to find them. But Rhodes shook his head solemnly. If that were possible, those 6 chains would have never broken in the first place. Future Tech Building. Peter Parker stared at the end of the level for document. His expression was complicated, part fear, part awe. Is that it? He asked. Is that all? James, who had been quiet all this time, shrugged. That's all that was visible with level for clearance. Peter frowned. But you must have seen more later, right? James grinned faintly, his tone casual. Relax. It's not over yet. You'll get your answers. Peter leaned in. Wait. What does that mean? Then suddenly, footsteps. Duh. From within the screen, a familiar voice echoed. We meet again, high-level researcher James. A cold and commanding tone, it was the voice of the supervisor. She appeared, her eyes sharp and calculating, watching James like a hawk. "Why are you so interested in SCP-2317, she asked. James looked up, unfazed. "I just wanted to see it." A small smirk touched the supervisor's lips. "And what if I told you? I could show you something only visible to those with the highest level of clearance." TOB continued, get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 98, Chapter 98, The Devourer of Worlds is a projection of the Crimson King. A ritual to tease the Crimson King. 1,510 words. As soon as the overseer finished speaking, James' expression shifted. His calm gaze deepened, taking on a contemplative and serious tone. The audience watching the live broadcast was momentarily silent, before an eruption of excited chatter followed. Many wished they could leap into the screen and speak on James' behalf, eager to see where this was going. In the frame, James remained silent. The overseer, noticing his silence, offered a slight smile. "I'll tell you the content first," she said. "But keep in mind, I only have level 4 security clearance." There was a pause. "I'm part of the O5 Council." That statement alone silenced James again. A member of the elusive, all-powerful O5 Council, speaking to him directly. After a long moment, James finally nodded. "All right." The overseer's eyes flickered. She seemed to take a second look at James, now visibly impressed by his decisiveness. She stepped forward and looked at him with a probing gaze. "I assume you've reviewed all 5 previous versions of the SCP-2317 file." "I have." "Then what did you discover?" she asked. James took a breath. SCP-2317-K isn't actually contained by the Foundation. The overseer's expression tensed, but she neither confirmed nor denied it. Instead, she gestured for him to continue. "And," James said slowly, "SCP-2317-K isn't the Scarlet King." "Go on," she urged, her tone now serious. James narrowed his eyes. "The 220 calibases procedure doesn't work." Those words hit like a thunderclap. The overseer froze. The live chat exploded in disbelief. "Wait, what? That ritual doesn't work. Bro, that's like the Foundation's most sacred containment procedure. Is he serious? What if this guy is falling under some illusion or trap? There's no way the Foundation would lie. Right?" At SHIELD headquarters, Natasha Romanoff stared at the screen, furrowing her brows. "I get the first 2 points," she said, "but the third, it doesn't make sense. Even if SCP-2317-K isn't the Scarlet King, that doesn't mean the ritual is useless." Nick Fury stood beside her, contemplative. He was beginning to agree with James. If the Crimson King truly was the omniversal threat the legends claimed, there was no way a few symbolic gestures would hold his attention, let alone contain one of his projections. Fury's eye remained fixed on the screen. What will the overseer say next? On screen, she regarded James in silence for a while, as though seeing him for the first time. At last, she spoke in a low voice. "Let's address your first guess. SCP-2317 was not originally discovered or contained by the Foundation. And it is not a gate to another world." James' eyes flickered, but he said nothing. The overseer continued. "In reality, SCP-2317 is an ancient entity known as a data expunged, the Devourer of Worlds. According to the Arakesh Codex, it was captured and bound by occultists of Arakesh around 1894 BCE. Devourer of Worlds. Arakesh. James muttered. Even he couldn't hide his astonishment. The viewers were left reeling. SCP-2317 is the Devourer of Worlds. Okay, that just flipped the entire SCP-verse upside down. The overseer began to recite solemnly. The Arakesh book records. Then Keshpeth led his army of 10,000 into the realm above the clouds, where they fought a great battle with the Devourer. May his name be forever forgotten. Keshpeth and his host forged 7 chains of fineness, all made from the bones of Jaspiter, the 7th bride of the dread Devourer, may his name be forgotten, and bound him in the pearl of the Father of Secrets, in the mirror of salt beneath the ocean realm. Keshpeth decreed that the gates to the far realm be forever sealed, lest the dread Devourer ever find his way back to our world. As her voice echoed, the audience couldn't help but visualize the epic tale. An army of mystics marched into the heavens to confront a world-devouring entity the size of mountains. Their battle painted the skies with blood and darkness. In the end, they forged mystical chains from the remains of the Devourer's own consorts, and imprisoned the colossal being beneath an otherworldly ocean. That Devourer still exists to this day. At S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha Romanoff repeated the words in a whisper. So, SCP-2317, K is the Devourer of Worlds. The thought was unfathomable. In a pre-technological era, a group of occultists managed to imprison an entity so massive it could consume planets. At Kamartaj, the Ancient One focused on one line in particular. 7 chains of fineness, she murmured. Her mind raced, trying to recall what entity Jaspiter, the 7th bride, might be. At the same time, a new question emerged. What exactly is the link between the Devourer of Worlds and the Crimson King? Out in the distant cosmos, within the observer dimension. Watcher Wata repeated the name to himself, the Devourer of Worlds. Even with his vast knowledge, he found no relevant entry. Another monster that exists only in the Foundation's universe, he concluded. To think such an ancient terror could be sealed by mere humans was astounding. Back on screen, the overseer continued. It remains unclear how the 19th century Order of the Golden Arrow opened the path to cosmic Kappa Arakesh, or why. What we do know is that the first 4 chains binding the Devourer broke entirely by accident. James narrowed his eyes. So the Foundation didn't originally contain SCP-2317. No, she replied. The organization inherited the anomaly from its predecessor, known then as the Founders Society. They failed to repair the chains and eventually collapsed. The Foundation stepped in later. The gate to another world, James muttered, was constructed by the Foundation, the overseer confirmed. All data points to the conclusion that full containment will fail sometime within the next century. Every 30 years or so, one of the chains breaks. And the Foundation hasn't figured out how to repair them. James asked. The overseer shook her head. Every attempt to replicate or repair the chains has failed. We don't even know what material they were originally made of. A heavy silence followed. Our best scientists are searching for a new containment method, she continued, but the odds are low. The original materials, the occult knowledge, it's all lost. James was quiet for a moment before asking the most pressing question. So what is the relationship between the Devourer of Worlds and the Crimson King? The overseer hesitated. Her eyes flickered with doubt, as though deciding whether the truth could be shared. Finally, she exhaled. We haven't confirmed it. We currently have 2 working theories. Everyone leaned in closer. Originally, she said, the Foundation believed the Devourer of Worlds was a projection of the Crimson King. That statement stunned the audience. No way. A projection of the Crimson King. That means the Devourer isn't even the final boss. The overseer raised her hand and added, that theory has since been dismissed. What we believe now, she said, looking directly at James, is that the Devourer of Worlds has been invaded by the concepts of the Crimson King. The audience went wild. He got conceptually hacked. Bro, the Crimson King doesn't even need to fight. He just infects entities like viruses. Imagine being the Devourer of Worlds and still being someone else's pawn. At S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury slumped back into his seat. He had thought he had some grasp of the Crimson King's scope. Now he realized how naive he'd been. If even the Devourer of Worlds was but a tool, or worse, a corrupted anomaly, then what was the true scale of the Crimson King? On screen, James finally spoke again. "There's one last question." The overseer nodded solemnly. "Your third guess was also correct. The 220 calabases procedure is completely ineffective." The live chat, no longer surprised, seemed to nod in agreement. Of course it was. If the Devourer was that powerful, and corrupted by the Crimson King, then what use was a symbolic ritual of human invention? The overseer elaborated, her voice full of weariness. "The real danger now isn't the Devourer itself. It's the panic within the Foundation." She gave James a long look. "You understand. The Foundation operates under immense psychological pressure. If we announced that SCP-2317-K was uncontainable, morale would crumble. People would resign. The world would spiral into chaos." James looked thoughtful. "So you created a fake ritual?" "Yes," the overseer admitted. "The 220 calabases procedure was designed not to contain, but to maintain hope." She recalled the moment it was approved. The proposal had been dramatic. "We will make the ritual feel authentic. We will use religious motifs, include elements from known occult groups, mention nearby anomalies, obscure specific steps for security, and imply nuclear solutions exist. All of it to make our people believe that we still have control." The live chat fell strangely quiet. The so-called sacred containment was just a beautifully wrapped lie. And yet it had worked until James uncovered the truth. The procedure was never meant to contain anything, the overseer concluded. Its sole purpose was to reduce psychological stress, until a real solution could be found. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 99, Chapter 99, Chaos Insurgency. Terminate Keter Objects. 1,442 words. The moment the truth was revealed, not just the live stream viewers but even the extraordinary chat group exploded into conversation. "Deadpool, damn it, I actually thought that ritual was legit. I was gonna study it, just in case it turned out useful in the future. Steve Rogers, it's best to stay away from anything involving the Crimson King. Seriously, don't go poking the Eldritch Hornet's nest. Tony Stark, hold up. The Devourer of Worlds was actually contained by some ancient cultists using only mysticism and no tech. That's insane. I refuse to believe that. Ancient One mysticism isn't the opposite of science, Mr. Stark. It may simply operate under universal laws that we have yet to comprehend. Hulk, what I want to know is, what's James going to do now that he knows the truth about SCP-2317? Hawkeye, good question. What's his endgame? The chat group buzzed with theories and speculation. On screen, the voice of the supervisor rang out. At the same time, preparations are underway to ensure the survival of the human species in the event of a containment breach. Her voice abruptly cut off. A flicker of panic crossed her face. She had clearly said more than she intended. What bothered her even more was James's expression, utterly unreadable. No surprise. No panic. Just those cold, deep-set eyes, like dark still water that swallowed everything. She inwardly cursed. Damn it. She tried to steer the conversation in a safer direction. So she said hastily, "Can you tell me why you're interested in SCP-2317? James answered with a cryptic smile, "If I give you the answer you want to hear, does that mean I don't get dosed with a Class B amnesiac?" That caught her off guard. The audience in the live chat gasped. Class B amnesiac. SHIELD headquarters. Tony blinked. Wait. Is he saying she planned to wipe his memory all along? James had level 4 clearance. Technically, revealing high-level secrets to him was against Foundation protocol. No doubt the supervisor had fully intended to erase his memory after the conversation. Huh? Natasha Romanoff squinted at the screen. If she did erase his memory, then how are we seeing this? Nick Fury gave her a sharp glance. She'd just caught something important. In the footage, James's breathing shifted slightly. His expression now carried traces of doubt and confusion. He stared at the supervisor in silence. Finally, in a low voice, he spoke. I think I've lost some memories. The supervisor narrowed her eyes. Everyone loses memories, James. It's possible you were exposed to a memory wipe after encountering classified information. James chuckled dryly. You mean like the Yellowstone Mountain incident? The moment he uttered those words, the supervisor visibly stiffened. You remember that? She asked in disbelief. James gave a wry smile. Actually, when I first joined the Foundation, my memory had already become immune to ordinary erasure methods. Her face darkened. Then maybe it's time the Foundation conducted an internal review on you, she said sternly. James was unfazed. Whether it's type blue or type green, I'm still human. It's just my ability works differently. The supervisor leaned forward. Back to your earlier point, you believe there's something important you've forgotten. Something related to the Supreme God. James nodded. Then shook his head slowly. I can't say for sure. But whatever I lost, it's important. Very important. The supervisor fell into silence, fingers tapping the table rhythmically. The hollow sound of her nails hitting the wood echoed through the chamber. James watched her quietly, waiting. The tension mounted. It was nearly a full minute before the tapping stopped. She finally looked up. Her expression was unreadable. Then she said something completely unexpected. I have a plan, and I might need your help. James said nothing, waiting. She spoke a single phrase. The rebirth plan. And the screen cut to black. The live chat erupted in chaos. What? What's the rebirth plan? Can someone lock up all these Foundation Riddlers already? James forgot something again. What is it this time? Put the supervisor in the same cell as 096. SHIELD headquarters. Natasha nearly threw something at the screen. The O5 Council are all Riddlers. Nick Fury just shrugged. He was too seasoned to get worked up. In fact, he found himself mildly amused. If you can't explain something clearly, best not to explain it at all. Then, just when everyone thought the feed was over, it resumed. This time, the screen showed Dr. Kondraki's cluttered office. Damn it. Kondraki shouted. I didn't even get a heads up from O5. He looked up at James. Didn't you use your level for clearance to access the SCP-2317 files? I did. Kondraki scratched his head. Strange. They didn't even let me investigate you. Usually, they'd be all over that. Investigate? Kondraki shrugged. You know the usual suspects, Chaos Insurgency, Serpent's Hand, the Black Queen. All of them would kill to get their hands on high-risk SCPs. The audience watching the stream froze at the names. Thankfully, James asked what everyone else was thinking. What do they do? Kondraki stared. Seriously? You don't know? He looked at James like he had three heads. They've been a thorn in our side for decades. Just yesterday, Chaos Insurgency hacked one of our sites and made off with multiple SCPs. Even James seemed taken aback. Kondraki chuckled bitterly. What, you thought the Foundation didn't have enemies? That we operate in a bubble? He leaned forward. Let me break it down for you. Chaos Insurgency is an offshoot of the Foundation. A rogue faction that split off in 1924. Took several anomalies with them when they defected. Traitors. James muttered. Exactly. Kondraki nodded. They operate mostly in unstable countries. Use the locals as disposable test subjects. They manipulate governments, start wars, and treat people like lab rats. Just like the Foundation uses D-class personnel. He smirked grimly. If the Foundation leaders are cold-blooded, then Chaos Insurgency are full-on monsters. His tone darkened. We don't even know who leads them now. They've killed our personnel, stolen anomalies, and compromised data. We've even found their spies in our ranks. Across the multiverse, viewers were shocked. So Chaos Insurgency is just terrorist scientists. And they used to be part of the Foundation. What the hell? Why is this universe so messed up? Can't people just stop betraying each other? SHIELD headquarters. The agents murmured amongst themselves. Nick Fury folded his arms, nodding slowly. He could relate. SHIELD had been infiltrated by Hydra, and they were constantly dealing with anti-human organizations, supernatural threats, and megacorporations with god complexes. But what the Foundation dealt with? It was on a whole different level. Back on screen. Kondraki gulped down water and waved lazily. There's a lot more, Serpent's Hand, Black Queen. Each with their own twisted agenda. He looked at James thoughtfully. Oh, and by the way, I've been assigned a new mission. You wanna help? James raised a brow. What kind of mission? Kondraki smirked. A termination project. Keter class. James blinked. You? Kondraki glared. What's that supposed to mean? Just because that nutcase Clef gets all the glory doesn't mean I can't handle a termination mission. He shoved a file into James's hands. Project name, Duke. Item number, SCP-083. Object class, Keter. The audience lost their minds again. Another Keter. Are you kidding me? I swear these Keter objects multiply like roaches. SHIELD headquarters. Natasha groaned. How many Keter-level SCPs does the Foundation even have? Everyone else was just as exasperated. Nick Fury's face turned thoughtful. He wasn't sure what to make of it. Was this Keter really a world-ending threat? Then the screen revealed the containment procedures. SCP-083 must be kept locked between 7 o'clock and 1900 hours. During off hours, he is allowed to roam other facilities under supervision by at least 12 Level 2 personnel or higher. Subject has expressed no intent to escape, and has even said, I love it here, I pretty much have everything I want. The audience blinked in disbelief. That was a Keter. That's the chillest Keter I've ever seen. Does he knit and play chess too? Why is he just vibing at Site 19? The profile continued. SCP-083 appears as a Caucasian male in his early 20s, with black hair and brown eyes. He prefers to be called Duke, and is generally friendly to staff. More text detailed how Duke often chatted with researchers, hung out in the rec room, and didn't seem hostile at all. But then came Addendum 083-D1. And with it, the truth. The audience would soon discover just how horrifying Duke truly was. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Chapter 100, Chapter 100, The Duke vs. Abel, O5's Most Desperate Day. 1,139 words. SCP-083 was an anomaly with vampiric traits reminiscent of the blood-drinking monsters in fantasy novels. But by his own claims, he wasn't merely a vampire. He was the progenitor, the ancestor of all vampires. What made him particularly terrifying wasn't just his immense strength or speed, but the bizarre and unpredictable way his body reacted to different blood types. Each variation in blood could trigger a radically different reaction, ranging from docility to uncontainable rage. Initially, life in the Foundation's custody wasn't difficult for him. He followed protocols, was relatively stable during tests, and even communicated on occasion. That peace shattered one day during an experiment. In Test 083C, SCP-083 was unknowingly given blood from a victim of sexual assault. She had been a virgin prior to the event. This seemingly minor detail caused an unexpected and unprecedented reaction. Duke. Rage. Document 25-083-076. Location, Containment Area 25. Event, Subject SCP-083 experienced extreme rage upon consuming blood given during Test 083C. Rage levels exceeded previous benchmarks. Result, SCP-083 breach containment. Coinciding event, SCP-076-2 also initiated activity within the same containment zone. Consequence, simultaneous breach of both SCP-083 and SCP-076-2 led to immediate containment failure. Reinforcements were called in by O5 Command. SCP-076-2. The moment that designation flashed across the monitor, the entire audience watching the live broadcast fell into shocked silence. Wait a second, isn't that Abel? Natasha Romanoff leaned forward, her voice tense. They actually let Abel out again. Memories flashed across her mind. Abel, the near-unstoppable warrior. The being who had once nearly obliterated SCP-682 with a single blow. The one who had destroyed the flower of the universe and, according to classified reports, had restarted the world using his sheer force of will. Every agent present felt a chill. Abel was back. The Duke was loose. And now the two most dangerous Keter-level humanoids were facing off. Was the Duke truly capable of standing toe-to-toe with Abel? The footage continued. Security log, timestamp corrupted. Following the event, SCP-083 entered a hyperware state. He broke into a previously decommissioned chamber belonging to an SCP, whose designation remains redacted. He wielded the relic within as a weapon. The object allowed him to stall SCP-076-2 long enough for remaining personnel to evacuate. A warhead was subsequently detonated. Final outcome, data expunged. That report silenced the live chat instantly. All previous comments vanished in the blink of an eye. What had started as a chaotic flood of reactions became a wall of stunned silence. And then, chaos erupted in the comment stream again. WTF. This guy went insane because of blood. He caused the containment breach, and then fought 076-2. Wasn't he the one who started all this? That's actually insane. Like top-tier nuclear meltdown insane. Wait, so he's a monster, but also helped slow Abel down. Now I'm confused. So this is why they wanted to terminate him. Makes sense now. Meanwhile, back at SHIELD headquarters, the agents were equally dumbfounded. Clearly, Nick Fury muttered, his expression unreadable. He had self-control before the rage state, but when he loses that, he's a full-blown nuclear warhead in humanoid form. The room nodded in grim agreement. This kind of unpredictable threat is exactly why the Foundation decided to terminate him. Now, the logic of terminating SCP-083 was clear to everyone. The question that remained was who would carry out that execution. Wasn't it Dr. Clef's job to handle Keter terminations? Asked James, placing the file back on the desk. Yes, said Victor Hale with a shrug. But this time, the Foundation made a different call. Victor leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, and a self-satisfied grin on his face. They decided to launch an official termination protocol for SCP-083. The person chosen to execute it was selected from the Foundation's internal execution pool, a roster of individuals with extensive experience in eliminating humanoid anomalies. He stood up theatrically, puffed his chest out, and began imitating the grandiose tone of the O5 Council. An individual with a no-nonsense attitude, surgical precision, and a flawless track record. He then placed a hand over his heart and proudly declared, "That individual is me." James nearly choked. At first, I thought they were describing Dr. Clef. Victor's expression immediately twisted. "Don't mention that bastard's name around me." He glared at James as if he'd just insulted his mother. "Just you wait. I'll show everyone what a textbook execution looks like." James bowed playfully. "Then I look forward to being educated." The live stream audience, however, shared a different opinion. A very grim one. If there was one thing they trusted Clef with, it was successfully terminating Keto-level threats, no matter how grotesque or violent the method. But Victor Hale. He had a reputation for chaos, for collateral damage, for unintended consequences. If Clef was a scalpel, Victor was a sledgehammer with a blindfold. Their concerns were confirmed faster than they expected. The next segment of the broadcast opened with an eerie silence and a solemn tone. James was seen being led by Foundation staff through a grand hall filled with banners and officials. A massive screen loomed above the crowd. In bold red letters, the screen read, "Review Hearing, High-Level Supervisor Victor Hale's Misconduct in SCP-083 Termination Operation. Subject, Unauthorized Protocol Breach and Resulting Containment Failure Site 19. James." Live chat. The chat erupted again. "Wait, what happened to the textbook part? Dr. Kondraki is here. And he's down." Fast-forwarded straight to the struggle session. "Bro, I just spit out my drink. Is this what a surgical termination looks like? Because it feels like he used a chainsaw instead of a scalpel." This man turned a termination into a TED Talk about failure. For a brief, beautiful moment, the entire Marvel world was united, not in fear but in laughter. Even the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents watching couldn't help but chuckle. And amidst all of it, James stood with arms crossed, watching Victor Hale's public humiliation unfold. He raised a brow and leaned toward one of the agents. "I'm guessing they won't be calling him for the next termination." "Nope," the agent replied, trying to contain his grin. In the aftermath, the O5 Council issued a revised protocol. All future Keto-level terminations must go through double vetting, and only Class XK authorized executioners could be assigned. Victor Hale was temporarily removed from duty. James, however, continued his role as an investigator and liaison. His curiosity about the Foundation's methods and their internal politics only deepened. As for SCP-083, the Duke's current status remains classified. Some say he was neutralized. Others believe he simply vanished during the chaos, possibly even escaping into the wilds, injured but still alive. And Abel? His whereabouts remain uncertain. But one thing is clear. O5 faced one of their most desperate days and barely survived. Get membership in Patreon to read more chapters. Extra chapters available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Dragonscribe31. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.